The wind on the King's Road had a sharpness in it, a taste of ice and coming snow that set men's teeth to chattering and found the cracks in every cloak, no matter how well made or tightly fastened. It was the kind of wind that carried rumors, too, curling through the moss-laden branches above the road, slipping under wagon wheels and horses' hooves, tugging at the braids and hoods of every traveler. Far to the south, the leaves had already turned and begun their slow fall. But here, in the lands between Harrenhal's crumbling spires and the green wilds of the riverlands, autumn seemed a foreboding, half warning, half invitation. The woman who rode at the head of the small company wore her cloak drawn tightly around her throat, a silver brooch in the shape of a dire wolf gleaming against the gray wool. Her face was partly shadowed by the hood, but her eyes missed nothing. Not the way the sentries in the trees above tensed as she approached, not the hungry glances her men gave to the last of their salted mutton, not the way the tall boy beside her shifted in his saddle every time the wind shifted. She was not beautiful, not by the standards of the songs, though there had been a time when minstrels sang of her as the wolf maid, the laughing wild flower of Winterfell, blue-eyed and bold. Now she was older, with lines of worry carved beside her mouth and shadows beneath her eyes that spoke of years past in hiding and fear. But there was still steel in her gaze, and when she gave the signal to halt, every man obeyed. The boy, he could not be called a child, not anymore, though he was hardly a man, drew up beside her, his horse restless beneath him. He had the Targaryen look, all silver gold hair and violet eyes, though his jaw was stubborn, more wolf than dragon, and he rode with the careful caution of a northerner who expects the world to bite. He kept glancing at her, seeking comfort, guidance, something she could not always give. "Is it them?" he asked in a low voice. She watched the shadows, listened to the creak of wood and soft whisper of boots on leaves. "Wait for the call," she said. "Remember your lessons. If something happens, ride for the watermill. Don't look back, no matter what." He bristled, but nodded. He wanted to protest as he always did, but there was too much of Rhaegar in him for petulance, and too much Stark for cowardice. He would obey, as he always did, for all the questions in his eyes. The call came, a lone owl, followed by silence, then another, longer note. Their man, Tion, with the all clear. Lyanna nudged her horse forward, and the company moved again, a ragged cluster of tired men and wary glances, banners tucked away, colors hidden. No one could know they traveled under the direwolf and the dragon. Not yet. They rode until the trees thinned, and the crumbling bulk of an old tower came into view, half hidden by the mist. It was little more than a pile of stones, but it served. Lyanna dismounted first, handing her reins to Sir Lorent, who stood watch at her shoulder as she surveyed the ruin. It had been safe enough the last time. It would have to do. "Let's make camp," she said, voice carrying. "I'll see you to the boy." The men bowed or nodded, already shuffling through saddlebags for flint and hard bread. She turned to her son and placed a hand on his shoulder. He was taller than she remembered, taller than his father had been at the same age, and growing faster every day. "Are you cold?" she asked. He shook his head, prideful. "No, mother. I'm not a child." "Nubbin? What?" "No," she agreed softly. "You're not anymore." She brushed a stray lock of silver hair behind his ear. It still felt strange sometimes to look at him and see that color, that Targaryen pallor. "We'll stay here tonight. I'll need you rested for the morrow." He stiffened. "Will we reach Harrenhal soon?" She nodded. "If the roads are clear, you remember what you're to say. If we're found, I'm Gawain Waters, your ward." "I know, mother, but what if someone knows my face? If they see..." She squeezed his shoulder. "They won't. Not here. And if they do, you remember your lessons. Trust no one. Tell no truths but what you must." "And there were Tosmine." He looked down, lips pressed thin. "Is it true, what Sir Lorent says? That King Robert sends men after us? That he burns villages looking for the dragon's spawn?" She considered her answer, watching the mists roll over the old stones. "It's true he fears you," she said at last. He fears what you could be. But fear is not strength, my boy. Nor is hate. You must remember that when the time comes. Bah. He was quiet, brooding as his father had been. But when he finally looked at her, his eyes were all stark. I won't let him win, he whispered. Lyanna smiled, a tired, fierce twist of her mouth. No, you won't. Night came quickly in the ruin, bringing a cold that sank into the bones and made the men huddle close to their fire. Lyanna sat apart, her back against the largest stone, cloak wrapped tight as she watched the boy sleep. He curled on his side, one hand beneath his head, the other clutching the dagger she'd given him. She did not sleep. She rarely did, not with the world so sharp and waiting. Sir Lorent came to her, boots muffled on the soft loam. He was older, with a thatch of gray hair and a limp from a wound he never spoke of. He had been with her since the tower, since that night when the world broke, and everything she had known was lost in fire and blood. He bowed his head, respectful, and knelt beside her. My lady, he murmured. All quiet. Tion and Harlan watched the roads. She nodded. Thank you, Lorent. He hesitated, glancing at the sleeping boy. You should rest. Lyanna smiled faintly. Rest comes when the work is done, not before. He said nothing for a while. In the darkness, his face looked older than his years, carved by regret and loyalty both. You're certain of this? He asked, voice barely more than a whisper. Harrenhal is not what it was. The lords will remember. If you show your face, I must, she said simply. They have to see, they have to know he lives. And if they don't care, if they turn you over to the king. Lyanna shook her head. I know these men. Some were my father's friends, some my brothers. And then the rest, well, even the greatest castles have cracks. The right words, the right proof. They'll listen. They must. No per se. Sir Lorent's mouth tightened. And the boy? He's young. He is Rhaegar's son, she said, soft but fierce. He is a Stark, too. He'll be ready. She looked at the sleeping boy, her heart a knot of fear and hope. He has to be. Dawn broke gray and cold. They rode out at first light, the mist rising from the ground in ghostly tendrils. Lyanna kept her eyes forward, counting every mile, every landmark. The boy rode in silence, as if committing every turn to memory. Behind them, the men were restless, their nervous laughter fading as the old towers of Harrenhal loomed on the horizon. Harrenhal had always been a place of ruin and shadow, but in the years since the war, it had grown worse. Half the towers were blackened stumps, their stones pitted by fire and siege. Only one wing was fit for living, and even that was a stretch. But it was here that the great lords gathered, summoned by Lord, whence falcon banners and the promise of counsel. Lyanna had sent word in secret, using the old codes, and now she prayed her faith would be rewarded. They entered through the broken gate, the guards wary, but respectful. Lyanna kept her hood up, her son close behind. In the courtyard, banners snapped in the wind. Tully's silver trout, Frey's twin towers, the black bat of Went. She saw others too, the crane of House Mouton, the red stallion of Bracken, even the three-headed dragon of House Blackfire, though that was surely a jest. She drew up before the steps of the great hall, heart hammering. The lords were inside, feasting, arguing, waiting for the last of the council to arrive. Lyanna dismounted, her son at her side. Sir Lorent took the horses, a silent promise in his eyes. Are you ready? She asked the boy. He nodded, jaw set. I'm ready. She led him up the steps, past the gawking servants, past the guards with their hands on sword hilts. At the doors she paused, looking down at her son. Whatever happens, she whispered, remember who you are. He nodded again, and together they stepped into the hall. The noise hit them first, a riot of voices, laughter, the clang of tankards on wood. Smoke curled from the hearths, mingling with the smell of roasted meat and spilled ale. The high table was crowded with lords and their retinues, each vying for a better seat. A louder word, a bigger share. At the center sat Lord Went, gaunt and tired, his black hair streaked with white. The noise faltered as Lyanna walked in, her hood slipping back to reveal her face. A hush spread through the hall, slow and uncertain, as if the company could not quite believe what they saw. Lyanna Stark, dead these 16 years. She felt every eye upon her, every breath held tight. She drew herself up, let them see the truth in her face. "My lords," she called, her voice carrying across the stones. "You know me, or you did once." A murmur ran through the crowd. Some stared in open wonder, others in fear or suspicion. Lord Went stood, his eyes wide. "Lady Lyanna, by the gods, I am Lyanna Stark," she said, voice clear. "I come before you now not as a ghost, but as a woman with a claim. One you cannot ignore." She beckoned her son forward. He stepped to her side, straight-backed, eyes steady, silver hair shining in the firelight. "This is Aemon, son of Rhaegar Targaryen, heir to the Iron Throne." "That's so." For a long, endless moment, no one spoke. Then the voices erupted, a storm of outrage, disbelief, questions hurled like daggers. "A Targaryen? Impossible. She died. Some trick, some bastard?" Lord Bracken banged a goblet against the table. "How dare you bring this here? Do you think we're fools, woman?" Lyanna met his gaze, cold as the wind outside. "I bring the truth, my lord. The truth Robert Baratheon feared so greatly he would kill a child to keep his throne. You know me. You know my word. She was Rhaegar's paramour." Another lord sneered. "What proof have you of his blood?" Lyanna drew a ring from her cloak, holding it high so all could see. The ring of rubies and gold. Rhaegar's ring, the last relic of a lost prince. "This," she said, "and more. Maester Cailin has traveled with us, tending my son since his birth. He knows his father's blood. And those who served at the Tower of Joy, some are still alive. They can speak to what happened, to the vows sworn, to the lies told." The lords shifted, uneasy. Old wounds ached, old fears stirred. Went raised a hand for silence. "And why come now, Lady Lyanna?" he asked, voice careful. "Why bring this to us after so many years?" Lyanna let the silence stretch. Let them feel the weight of her answer. "Because Robert Baratheon's reign is built on a lie. Because my son has the blood of kings, Stark and Targaryen both. Because the realm bleeds while a usurper sits the throne, burning villages, hunting children. I will not see my son murdered to satisfy a butcher's pride. And what do you ask of us?" She swept her gaze across the hall. "Your honor, your oaths. You swore to protect the realm, to uphold the true king's blood. I ask that you remember those oaths. I ask that you help me bring justice to Westeros." Silence again. In the firelight, her son's eyes shone, bright as amethyst. "I am Aemon Targaryen," he said, voice trembling but proud. "And I claim my father's crown." That night, the council debated until the candles burned low. Some lords wanted nothing to do with the claim, fearing Robert's wrath, the power of the Stormlands and the crown. Others, men who remembered the old oaths, who had lost kin to Robert's rage or Tywin Lannister's cruelty, saw hope in the boy's face. Lord Went listened, his fingers drumming the table, eyes always drifting back to Lyanna. At last he rose, his voice soft but firm. "We will not decide tonight," he said. "Too much hangs on this. Let the boy be tested, by the maester, by those who knew his father. Let us see the truth for ourselves. Until then, Lady Lyanna and her son are guests of this hall. Any man who would harm them, harm me as well." It was not victory, but it was not defeat. Lyanna lay awake long after the lords had gone, staring at the cracks in the ceiling, listening to the wind. Her son slept beside her, his face turned to the wall, his breathing steady. She reached out, brushing his hair back, the gesture tender, afraid. "You did well," she whispered. "Your father would have been proud." He stirred, half awake, voice thick with dreams. "Will they help us?" She swallowed. "Some will. Some won't. The rest, We'll have to win them, one at a time. He nodded, already drifting away. I'm not afraid. She watched him sleep, her heart raw. Neither am I. She lied to the darkness. Days passed in uneasy peace. The maester examined Aemon, pricking his finger, testing his blood, muttering over old books and yellowed parchments. Men came to question Lyanna, about the tower, about Rhaegar, about the vows made in secret. Some believed, some doubted, but the tale spread, reaching every corner of the hall. By the end of the week, the kitchens buzzed with rumor. The wolf maid returned, the dragon son alive. The lords of the Riverlands divided. One night, as the sun bled out behind the towers, Sir Lorent found her atop the battlements, gazing north. Word has spread, he said. Robert's spies will know, if they don't already. Lyanna nodded. I expected as much. He hesitated. There's talk in the yard. Some of the men want to ride south, to call the banners. Others say we should flee while we still can. She watched the wind stir the lake below, rippling like a mirror. We'll not run. Not anymore. If Robert wants to finish what he started, he can come himself. Sir Lorent smiled, grim and proud. You sound like your brother. Lyanna touched the hilt of her dagger, feeling the old anger flare. Eddard would have stood for truth, for justice. That's all I want. Minero Zeal, Nisawander, and Peli Hadme Share. He bowed. Then we stand with you. By the second week, messengers came to Harrenhal, some with offers, some with threats. Lord Tully sent a letter, cautious but not unfriendly. Lord Frey sent his sons, offering support if his conditions were met. Lord Blackwood rode in person, swearing an oath to Aemon before the high table. The old loyalties of the Riverlands began to stir, one by one. But not all were convinced. Late one night, Lyanna found herself summoned to Went's private chamber, the candlelight harsh against the shadows. He poured wine, motioned her to sit. Do you know what you ask of us? He said, tired. I ask for justice, she replied. He shook his head. You ask us to choose between king and realm, to risk everything, our lands, our lives, our children. She met his gaze. You think I haven't risked all that and more? He smiled, sad. I think you are braver than I. But the realm is not the same as it was. Men are tired, Lyanna. They remember fire and blood, but they remember famine and chaos more. Robert's rule is chaos, she said, low. Perhaps. But he is king, and kings do not give up crowns easily. She drank, feeling the wine burn. I do not ask you to fight his war for me, only to give my son a chance to prove himself, to let the realm see the truth. Went watched her, weighing, calculating. At last, he nodded. Then let us see what the truth brings. Outside the walls, the world changed swiftly. Riders galloped from Harrenhal, bearing news to every corner of the realm. Some returned with fresh allies, others with warnings. Robert's banners were sighted on the southern roads, gold and black, the stag of storms end rampant. On the morning of the full moon, the gates of Harrenhal rattled as a company of Baratheon men demanded entry, bearing the king's seal. The lords gathered in the yard, swords at the ready, hearts pounding. Lyanna stood at her son's side, head high, watching the enemy approach. The leader, a burly knight in gold and black, with a thick beard and eyes like cold iron, raised his visor. In the name of Robert Baratheon, King of the Andals and the First Men, I demand the traitor Lyanna Stark and her bastard be given up, to face the king's justice. Went stepped forward, voice ringing. Harrenhal is a guest right hall. None shall be taken by force. The knight laughed, ugly. Guest right means nothing to traitors. Give them up, or we burn the hall. Lyanna touched her son's arm, felt him tremble. Do not fear, she whispered. We are not alone. She looked around her, at the lords and knights and men-at-arms who had come to Harrenhal for counsel and stayed for something more. They were afraid, yes, but they stood together. For the first time in years, she felt hope stirring in her heart. The knight waited, sneering. Lyanna stepped forward, cloak swirling. Tell your king, she called, voice echoing in the cold air. That Lyanna Stark is no traitor, that the true heir lives, and he will not be silenced by threats or fire. If Robert wants us, let him come himself. She saw the shock on the knight's face, the flicker of fear. We will not yield, she finished, and behind her, the men of the Riverlands raised their swords in salute. The war had not yet begun, but the lines were drawn. And somewhere far away, Lyanna thought, Robert Baratheon would hear her challenge, and know that the wolf had returned, with the dragon at her side. A hush settled over the yard as the Baratheon envoy's horse snorted and pawed the mud. The knight behind his visor scowling, uncertain whether to take Lyanna's words for folly or threat. In the morning light, Harrenhal's ruined towers seemed both shelter and snare. Stone claws grasping sky, black with memory and defiance. Smoke from the kitchen fires rose in trembling banners, as lords and small folk peered from behind windows and arrow slits, drawn by the prospect of something old and terrible. The breaking of oaths, the testing of blood. The Riverlands were not a land at peace, nor were their lords united in heart or purpose. But there, in the yard, swords half-drawn and words sharper still, there was no mistaking the gravity of the moment. Lyanna could feel the weight of eyes, went, cautious but watching. Blackwood jaw set in silent promise. Even the old gaunt Frey sons, wary and pale. Each waited for the first move, unsure if this would be the spark that lit the pyre, or a squall to be weathered and forgotten. The Baratheon knight's reply was short, bitter. You would make war for the memory of a dead prince and a bastard child, Lady Stark. You would cast all the realm into chaos for pride? Lyanna drew herself tall, the direwolf brooch on her breast catching the morning light. The realm is already in chaos, sir. My son is no bastard, and you know it. You fear him because he has the right to rule. Go. Tell your king he cannot hunt the truth into silence nor chase ghosts from these halls. The Riverlands will remember their honor. For a heartbeat, it seemed the knight would charge, would draw his men and set blood flowing on the flagstones. But Harrenhal's walls were thick, and the yard bristled with too many swords, too many eyes. He settled for spitting on the ground. The king will hear this, he growled. He will come for you. And when he does, not stone nor oath will save you. He wheeled his horse, motioned his men, and thundered back through the gates. In the silence that followed, Lyanna's heart drummed in her chest, a wild music she could not quiet, mingled terror and exultation. When the Baratheon men had gone, Went came to her, face grave. You have made your stand, Lady Lyanna. Now the realm will see if it holds. No. She nodded, not trusting herself to speak. Across the yard, Aemon watched with wide, steady eyes, silver hair falling across his brow. She saw in him both the wolf and the dragon, a boy trembling on the edge of something vast, uncertain, and irreversible. That night the council met again, in a smaller chamber behind the great hall. Only the boldest lords remained, Blackwood, Tullys, Sir Brynden, the Brackens, and a scattering of lesser houses. Wine flowed, voices rose and fell, but the fear beneath their words was cold and true. We cannot stand alone, Blackwood said, hands spread over the map. The North must join us, or we are nothing but dead men with ruined halls. Brynden Tully, called Blackfish, fingered his beard. And how do we summon Lord Stark? He owes the king fealty, and his banners are far. Lyanna felt the eyes shift to her, the old ache stirring. Ned's face haunted her dreams, the boy who'd knelt at her sickbed, whose arms had lifted her son, whose silence had been her protection and her prison. I will write to my brother, she said. He will listen. If not for me, for the truth. Went frowned. Stark is not the only great lord in the north. What of Barrowton, White Harbor, the Umbers? Lyanna shook her head. Many in the north remember the truth of things. If Eddard rides, so will they. But I will not ask them to move until the Riverlands are committed. If we falter, the north will be left to Robert's mercy. And what of the Vale? Asked Frey's eldest son, voice thin and sharp. Little Lord Arryn, he was your nephew's fosterling. The Eyrie has not moved since the rebellion, the Blackfish answered, Aeron is too cautious. He will not act unless the realm is in open revolt, or unless Stark moves first. Near, the lords murmured, the argument turning in circles as old as war itself. In the end, there was no resolution. Only the grim knowledge that the first sword drawn would shape everything that followed. After, Lyanna found her son in the godswood, sitting beneath the blackened heart tree. The lake was silver in the moonlight, the reeds rustling in a breeze that carried the first chill of winter. He looked up as she approached. "Will Uncle Ned come?" he asked, voice quiet. She sat beside him, hands folded in her lap. "I don't know," she said honestly. "The North is slow to move, but when it does, nothing stops it. Your uncle is an honorable man. He will not turn his back on us." He nodded, thoughtful, picking at the moss on the stone. "Do you miss Winterfell?" he asked. Lyanna's breath caught. The image rose in her mind. Gray walls against the snow, the sound of wolves at night, the warmth of her father's voice in the solar. "Every day," she said, "but I would not trade you for all the snows of Winterfell." He looked at her, violet eyes searching. "Will I ever see it? The North?" She squeezed his hand. "If the gods are kind, you will see it as its lord, and the world will know your name." They sat in silence for a long while, the wind sighing in the branches before she led him inside. That night, as she lay beside the sleeping boy, she whispered a prayer to the old gods and the new, for strength, for wisdom, for the patience to see another dawn. In the days that followed, Harrenhal changed. Blackwood's men drilled in the yard. New riders arrived under the banners of lesser houses. Nayland, Goodbrook, Loston, D.E. Every day, the kitchens roasted more meat, the halls grew more crowded. Still, Lyanna kept to the shadows, watching the lords, weighing friend from foe, whence support was cautious but sincere. And Blackwood's oath seemed unbreakable. But the rest, she could not trust them. Too many were waiting to see which way the wind blew. One morning, as the fog drifted over the lake, a bird arrived from the west, a falcon bearing the seal of Riverrun. Went broke the wax before the council, reading in silence as the others held their breath. "Lord Tully will not move," he said at last. "He writes that he must protect his family, his lands. He will not break with the king, nor will he aid us openly." Blackwood scowled. Typical hoster, always hiding behind his walls. Lyanna felt her hopes tighten. "What of the North?" she asked. "We have sent riders," Went said. "No reply yet. It is a long road, and the passes may be watched." A chill settled on the council. Without the Tullys, the Riverlands would not rise as one. Without the North, they were exposed, caught between Baratheon fury and Lannister gold. As the days stretched on, word arrived that Robert's men massed at the Trident, thousands of spears under the stag banner. The king himself had not come yet, but already the threat was clear. Villages near the crossings were burned, the fields salted, the old terror of the war rekindled in every peasant heart. One night, as the lords debated in circles, a commotion rose from the gates. Shouts, the crash of arms, the sound of horses ridden hard. Lyanna hurried to the yard, heart pounding, cloak flying behind her. A rider stumbled from the saddle, his clothes torn, his face streaked with mud and blood. "The king's men," he gasped. "They've taken the twins. Lord Frey has bent the knee." Murmurs and curses swept through the yard. Some men made to draw swords, but one held up a hand. "No fighting here," he warned. "We are not enemies." Lyanna felt cold rage settle in her gut. "How many?" she asked. "How many men did Robert send?" The rider coughed blood. 3,000. They came by night, surrounded the castle, offered terms. Frey yielded. His sons ride for King's Landing, his daughters for the south. "Dan?" Blackwood spat. "Craven as ever. The Trident is lost. Robert means to split us, pick us off one by one." Went's face was bleak. "We cannot hold here. If Robert brings his full strength, Harrenhal will fall." Lyanna's mind raced. "We must go north," she said. "If we can reach White Harbor or Barrowton, we can send word to Ned. The North will rise if given the chance." But the passes, Brynden Tully began. "We'll ride at night," she said, voice hard. "Small companies, no banners. Take only those who are loyal. Leave the rest to their choices." "Uneasy." Blackwood straightened, the old fire in his eyes. "I'll ride with you. My men are yours, Lady Lyanna." Went hesitated, torn. "If you go, you may not return. Robert will want your head, yours and the boys." She looked at her son, standing at the edge of the firelight, his face pale but determined. "If I stay, he dies. If I run, I might live long enough to see him crowned." The decision was made in the cold hours before dawn. Lyanna would ride north, with Blackwood's men and a handful of loyal Riverlanders. Went would remain at Harrenhal, to hold as long as he could, to delay Robert's march. In the darkness, as they saddled their horses and gathered what supplies they could, Lyanna knelt beside her son, wrapping him in a thick cloak. "Are you ready?" she asked, voice gentle. He nodded, eyes bright with fear and resolve. "I am." She kissed his brow. "You're a Stark and a Targaryen. Never forget it." He clung to her a moment, then pulled away, straightening. "I won't." They rode out as the stars faded, slipping through the silent woods, Blackwood at the head, Lyanna and her son at the center, flanked by loyal swords. The world seemed poised on the edge of something vast and terrible. Every shadow a threat, every sound a warning. For 3 days, they traveled north, dodging patrols, avoiding villages, hiding in ruined towers and hollow trees. Rain soaked them, and the cold gnawed at their bones. Still, they pressed on, the promise of Winterfell like a distant dream. On the 4th night, as they camped in a stand of ancient oaks, Aemon fell ill. Fever racked him, his skin burning, his words lost to delirium. Lyanna sat at his side, wringing cloths, whispering prayers to every god she knew. Blackwood sent men to search for a healer, but in the wild, they found only herbs and rumors. The fever broke after 2 days, leaving the boy weak, but alive. Lyanna held him through the night, silent tears streaking her cheeks. At last, the woods gave way to rolling hills, the soil turning rocky, the air sharp with the promise of snow. They were near the neck now, the borderland between south and north. The bogs and barrows stretched out before them, mist clinging to the reeds and the ruined keeps. Every mile brought new danger. Bandits, stray Lannister scouts, the threat of betrayal from within. One afternoon, as they forded a shallow stream, a cry went up from the rear. Blackwood spun, sword drawn, as a dozen riders burst from the trees. Baratheon men, stags emblazoned on their cloaks, blades gleaming. "Go!" Blackwood shouted. "Take the boy." Lyanna spurred her horse, Aemon clutching her waist as she plunged into the reeds, heart pounding. Behind them, the clash of steel rang out, men shouting, horses screaming. They rode hard, the world a blur of green and gray, hooves splashing mud and water. An arrow hissed past her ear. Another struck a tree with a wet thump. Lyanna bent low, urging her horse onward, her mind a whirlwind of fear and fury. They broke free of the trees, stumbling onto a narrow causeway lined with ancient stones. The marshes stretched on either side, endless and dark. A voice hailed them from ahead, a figure wrapped in a gray cloak, face shadowed by a hood. "Hold! Who goes there?" "Memornito." Lyanna reined in, breath ragged. "Friends, we need shelter. Please." The figure stepped forward, lowering the hood to reveal a weathered face, a patch over one eye. "You're far from friends, my lady," he said. "But you're not enemies either. I'm Howland Reed, Lord of Greywater Watch. Ned Stark sent me." Relief swept through her, weak and overwhelming. She slid from the saddle, clutching Aemon to her side. Howland Reed surveyed them, gaze sharp and knowing. "Come. My men will see to your horses. You'll not be safe here for long." "Oh." He led them along the causeway, his men melting from the reeds like ghosts. They passed beneath a willow arch, the world narrowing to a track of mud and water. The castle of Greywater Watch hidden somewhere beyond, forever moving, never found by those who sought it. Inside the reed-thatched hall, Lyanna slumped beside her son, exhaustion crashing over her. Howland's people brought broth and dry clothes, fussed over Aemon, tended the wounds of those who had survived the ambush. Blackwood arrived hours later, bloody but alive, a grim smile on his lips. "Lost 5 good men," he said. "But we scattered the rest. They'll think twice before chasing us again." Howland Reed sat across from Lyanna, fingers steepled. "Your brother sends his greetings, my lady. He awaits you at Moat Cailin with 500 men. The north is rising, slow but certain. The bannermen gather at White Harbor, the Umbers march south, the Manderleys pledge ships and swords." Lyanna felt the knot in her chest loosen. "We'll ride as soon as Aemon can travel." Howland nodded. "You're safe here. Greywater is not easily found. My men know every path, every trick of the bog. Rest and heal. War is coming, but there is still time." Nah. That night, Lyanna stood at the edge of the water, watching the moon rise over the reeds. The world was vast, uncertain, and she was small within it. But for the first time in years, hope burned steady in her heart. She thought of Robert Baratheon, sitting in his hall of stone and lies, surrounded by flatterers and sycophants. She thought of Eddard, waiting at the edge of the world, the wolf banners flying once more. She thought of Aemon, sleeping beside the fire, the future written in his blood. A future of fire and ice, of wolves and dragons, of old wounds healed, and new worlds born. And as the wind stirred the water, Lyanna Stark lifted her head and smiled, ready for whatever dawn would bring. Dawn in the neck was a secret thing. Greywater Watch, half fortress and half living myth, shifted silently in the mists, its woven towers and floating halls nearly invisible among the reeds. The fog rolled low over still black waters, cloaking all tracks, swallowing every sound but the distant croak of frogs and the rare wild calls of hidden birds. Lyanna woke to silence, broken only by the soft breathing of her son and the creak of green wood beneath her pallet. The taste of the air was cold and fresh, touched by peat and marsh. But it was safety she tasted most. A safety hard-earned and fragile as spun glass. She sat up slowly, stretching the ache from her shoulders, listening for voices in the hall. Aemon slept on, a faint flush of health returning to his cheeks, his dreams undisturbed at last by fever or fear. Lyanna let her hand rest against his brow a moment, quietly grateful for the stillness. In these brief mornings, when the world seemed to pause and the past could not claw its way forward, she found the last remnants of her peace. But the peace would not last, nor was it meant to. Greywater Watch was a refuge only so long as they remained hidden, and every hour they lingered the realm twisted further in Baratheon's grip. News came and went with the Reeds. Howland Reed's people passing on rumors plucked from riverside villages, scraps of talk traded for smoked eel and hard coin. Robert had not yet crossed the Trident, but his men harried every river, searching for wolf and dragon both. Lannister gold fueled fresh levies in the south, and now word trickled north that Tywin's banners had been seen on the King's Road, 1,000 lions marching as if for summer war. It was on the third morning, as Lyanna watched the sun struggle through the mist, that Howland Reed found her at the water's edge. He moved with the confidence of a man who belonged to this land, whose every footstep was claimed by mud and memory alike. "You have not slept," he observed, setting down beside her on a mossy root. She smiled faintly. "It's easier not to dream these days." Howland nodded, folding his long-fingered hands in his lap. "There's news from the north. Moat Cailin is secure. Your brother waits with the Manderleys, the Tall Hearts, the Umbers. More ride each day. He says you may come at your own pace, but not to tarry longer than needful." Babantines. Lyanna's breath hitched at the mention of Ned, old longing and worry mixing sharp in her chest. "And Robert?" Howland's face darkened. "He waits at the Trident. Lords Frey and Derry have bent the knee, and Sir Gregor leads Lannister men in the south. The king's message is plain. Yield the boy and receive the king's pardon or face fire." She did not speak, not at first. The riverlands were aflame, and the only way north was through water and treachery both. And Harrenhal, whence still holds. But he cannot much longer. Howland paused, watching her carefully. "Will you run, or will you fight?" Lyanna's jaw clenched, the answer sharp within her. I will not leave the realm to Robert's mercy. My son is the rightful heir. I will see him crowned, or die in the trying." Howland's gaze lingered on her face, as if measuring the truth of her words. At length he nodded. "Then we must move soon. My boats can take you to the causeway, but you'll need to ride the rest. The marshes will hide you no longer." She nodded, determined. "Tomorrow, then. At first, light. Bay." He stood, silent as the mist. "The old gods keep you, Lyanna Stark. You have the wolf's courage." She watched him disappear into the reeds, and for a moment she let herself remember Winterfell. Snow on the rooftops, the sound of Ned's laughter, the way sunlight glinted on Rob's red hair, on Benjen's sly smile. She thought of her father, and the promise she'd made him as he lay dying, to protect her son, no matter the cost. Her heart ached, but she would not falter. Not now. Aemon woke late, hungry and fretful but alive. Blackwood, already half-armored, checked the horses and packs. Reed's men drifted in and out of the fog, quiet as ghosts. By noon they were ready, a small company, battered and tired, but determined. They traveled by boat first, slipping through green-brown water and tangled reeds, paddles dipping without a sound. Lyanna sat with Aemon in her arms, watching the banks slide by, the world shifting from marsh to forest and back again. The land felt old, unchanged by war or king, a place where secrets thrived and memories lingered. At the causeway, horses waited, tall northern breeds brought by Reed's men from White Harbor. Blackwood mounted first, sword at his hip, eyes scanning the horizon for danger. Lyanna climbed up behind Aemon, her hands steady despite the tremor in her gut. The ride north was slow, the causeway little more than a ribbon of stone through sucking mud and wild water. Twice they spotted riders in the distance. Baratheon men, perhaps, or Sellswords hoping for a prize. Reed scouts led them off the path, circling through bog and bracken, always watching, always wary. At dusk, a flock of ravens passed overhead, black as spilled ink. The men muttered, crossing themselves. But Lyanna only watched, remembering a different flight, a different sky. One filled with dragons and dust, with hope and terror in equal measure. They camped that night in a copse of wind-bent willows, far from any road. The air was thick with the smell of water and rot, but the fire burned bright, and for a while the company found comfort in simple things. Bread and cheese, a story or two, the sound of Aemon's laughter as he listened to Blackwood's tales of the old days. Lyanna sat apart, tending her sword with a whetstone, watching her son with fierce pride and terrible fear. Howland joined her, silent for a time, then speaking low. "Will you tell him soon who he is?" She nodded, eyes never leaving the boy. "He knows enough. The rest, he will learn if he lives." Howland grunted, satisfied. "Good. He's a wolf, but he has fire. He'll need both." That night, she dreamed of the Tower of Joy, of Rhaegar's voice, soft and sad, of the scent of roses and the press of cold stone. She woke with tears on her cheeks, but she let them fall, unashamed. They rode at dawn, crossing into the north as the sun broke through the clouds in a blaze of pale gold. The air changed, sharper and cleaner, the trees taller, the sky wider. Lyanna felt the weight of years lift from her shoulders, replaced by a different heaviness, a sense of homecoming, of fate gathering itself for one final turn. At the edge of the barrows, Reed left them, his men vanishing into the mist with barely a word. Blackwood led the way, his men riding in a tight knot, Aemon at the center. Lyanna rode at her son's side, her hand always near the hilt of her sword, every sense straining for danger. The road to Moat Cailin was long and lonely. They passed ruined villages, empty fields, a land scarred by war, but still enduring. Ravens watched from the trees, and wolves howled in the distance, their voices mournful and wild. As they neared the ancient fortress, the first northern banners appeared, gray and white, wolf and bear, the blue of the Manderless, the black and gold of Barraton. Men stood atop the broken walls, their faces grim but not unfriendly. At the gate, a rider waited. Tall, broad-shouldered, cloaked in gray and black. His face was older than she remembered. The lines deeper, the eyes shadowed by grief and worry. But it was Ned all the same. For a moment, she could not speak. The years fell away, and she was a girl again, running across the yard, chasing dreams and shadows, both. Then he was off his horse and striding toward her, arms wide. "Lyanna," he breathed, voice rough with unshed tears. She slid from her horse, letting Aemon stand beside her, and ran into his embrace, clutching him as if he might vanish. They stood together in the cold wind, brother and sister, lost and found again. After a time, Ned pulled back, hands trembling as he cupped her face. I thought I'd lost you forever." She smiled, tears streaking her cheeks. "You did not. I found my way back." He looked at Aemon then, studying the boy with a mixture of awe and sorrow. "He has Rhaegar's eyes," he whispered. "But your spirit." Aemon met his gaze without flinching, something fierce and proud in his bearing. "Uncle," he said softly, and Ned nodded, emotion choking him silent. They entered the keep together, the lords of the north gathering to see the lost wolf returned. Manderly, tall and rotund, with a laugh like thunder. Umber, wild-bearded and loud, clasping Lyanna's arm in a grip that nearly broke bone. Lady Dustin, cool-eyed and clever, watching with undisguised interest. They ate in the hall that night, the fire roaring, the walls echoing with stories of old battles and new hopes. Lyanna sat beside Ned, Aemon between them, listening as the North weighed the truth and found it wanting in nothing. Later, in a private chamber, the council met. Ned spoke first, his voice steady but heavy. "Robert will not forgive this," he said. "He will come with fire and sword, and he will not stop until you are dead, Lyanna, and your son with you." Lyanna met his gaze, unyielding. "Then we will meet him, wolf to stag. The North stands behind us." Ned nodded. "It does. The bannermen are sworn. The Manderleys bring ships, the Umbers bring swords. We can hold Moat Cailin for months if need be. But the South is lost to us for now." Blackwood, his arm in a sling, spoke next. "The Riverlands are bleeding." Tully hesitates. "But if the North rides, he may follow. Went cannot hold Harrenhal, but he sends word. The small folk whisper of your return. They remember the old oaths." "Nay." Lady Dustin's voice was sharp. "And the Vale? Aaron sends only silence. The lords of the Eyrie wait to see who wins." Lyanna listened, measuring hope and fear. "We do not need the Vale," she said. "Not yet. If the North and Riverlands stand together, the South may waver. Robert's rule is not so strong as he thinks." The council debated deep into the night, weighing every rumor, every friend and foe. In the end, the path was clear. The North would march. Moat Cailin would hold as long as possible, buying time for Lords Blackwood and Dustin to muster more men from the west and east. Aemon's claim would be sent to every corner of the realm, by raven, by rider, by the quiet tongues of merchants and minstrels alike. That night, Lyanna stood on the battlements, watching the stars wheel overhead, her cloak pulled tight against the cold. Ned joined her, silent for a time, then speaking low. "Father would be proud," he said. "He always said you had more courage than any son." She smiled, tears prickling her eyes. "I only wish I'd seen him one last time, to say I was sorry." Ned took her hand. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Lyanna. You did what you had to." She nodded, letting the silence stretch between them, old wounds healing in the stillness. The next day, the banners of the North unfurled above Moat Cailin. Riders went out in all directions, calling the bannermen, spreading word of the return of the Wolf Maid and the Dragon Prince. Blackwood's men rode south, carrying messages to Went and Tully, to any who might yet rise. Aemon trained with the northern squires, learning sword and shield, the weight of armor and the shape of command. He grew quickly, the awkwardness of boyhood slipping away with every lesson, every word of praise from his uncle or the men of the North. The lords met daily, planning, arguing, building hope from the ashes of old grievances. Word spread that Baratheon banners massed at the neck, but the king himself did not appear, sending instead his brother Stannis, grim and tireless, to test the fortress, to look for weakness. The siege began as autumn deepened. Stannis' men built towers and engines, probing the marshes, searching for a way through. But Moat Cailin was ancient and stubborn, its stones thick and slick with the memory of 1,000 failed assaults. Reed's men harried the flanks, leading Baratheon scouts into bogs where they vanished without a trace. Inside the walls, food was rationed, tempers flared, but the North endured. Lyanna walked the battlements daily, her presence a reminder that they fought not for gold or pride, but for family, for honor, for a hope that could not be stamped out by fire or fear. One morning, as the mists burned away and the sun rose over the marsh, a raven arrived from the west. Went had fallen, his men scattered. Harrenhal lost. Tully held River Run, but the riverlands burned. Robert was coming north at last, the full fury of the realm at his back. The council gathered, grim-faced, as Ned read the message aloud. "He comes with 20,000 men," he said. "Lannister and Baratheon, Tyrell and Frey. All the realm save the North and her friends." Lyanna stood, every muscle tight with fear and determination. "Then we make our stand. Here at the neck. Let the world see that the North remembers and will not kneel." The lords cheered, swords raised, the old cry echoing off the stones. That night, Lyanna found Aemon alone in the godswood, staring at the heart tree, lips moving in silent prayer. She knelt beside him, pulling him close. "Are you afraid?" she whispered. He nodded, tears shining in his eyes. "A little, but I will not run. I am your son, mother. I am the dragon's heir." She kissed his brow, pride and sorrow mingling sharp within her. "Yes, you are Tor?" And as the moon rose over Moat Cailin, Lyanna Stark prepared to meet her fate. Not as a ghost, but as a mother, a wolf, a woman with a cause, and a sword in her hand. "Oh, ay, unshe." Rain swept down in cold, insistent sheets, drumming on the battlements and running in silver rivers down the ancient walls of Moat Cailin. The marshes beyond the stones had swollen, turning paths into bogs and causeways into treacherous ribbons of mud. Stannis Baratheon's siege lines were shrouded in mist, flickering with the dull orange glow of wet campfires that failed to warm or cheer the men huddled beside them. Across the field of standing water and dying grass, the banners of the stag, the lion and the sun drooped in the sodden air. In the long hall that served as the North's command, Lyanna watched the rain blur the world beyond the arrow slits. Her hair hung loose, dark as night against the gray of her cloak, and her eyes were drawn tight by exhaustion and worry. The siege had settled into a grinding contest of patience and will. Provisions dwindled. Every night, Lyanna lay awake, counting out supplies, listening to the wind keening through the stones, the whisper of old ghosts in her dreams. Aemon sat by the hearth, wrapped in a thick fur, bent over a battered volume of history. Ned had tasked the boy's education to the maester, a man sent from White Harbor with a sharp mind and a tongue quick to snap at idleness. Aemon had taken to his lessons with silent determination, but Lyanna saw how he drifted, eyes flickering from the yellowed page to the drawn sword at his hip. Mind already weighing the burdens of blood and throne. The door creaked open, and a gust of rain blew in. Sir Roderick Castle entered, his gray whiskers heavy with water, his face grim. He crossed the hall, stamping mud from his boots, and inclined his head to Lyanna. "There's movement in the southern camp," he reported. "More riders than before. Some say the king himself has come at last." Lyanna's lips pressed together. "Baratheon?" she asked. Roderick shrugged. "If not him, then his dogs. The men are anxious. They hear tales, giant catapults, wildfire sellsword companies, and the Lannisters bring gold wherever they go." Ned entered behind Roderick, shaking the rain from his cloak. His face was gaunt, the shadows deepened by lack of sleep, but his eyes were sharp as ever. "We hold the moat," he said, "and the causeway holds them. Robert cannot fight mud and stone with fury alone, but he can starve us." Lyanna answered, her voice rough. Ned nodded, coming to stand beside her at the window. I have sent ravens to River Run and White Harbor. Manderley's ships may yet bring grain up the coast, if the weather breaks. Lyanna turned to Aemon. Come, she said, beckoning him forward. It's time you learned what it means to hold a castle under siege. The boy rose, leaving his book behind, and joined her at the window. She pointed to the sprawling expanse of campfires, the lines of tents fading into the mist. You see there, she murmured, where the banners cluster thickest? That is the heart of their camp. The kitchens, the quartermaster's tent. If we could strike there. Aemon's eyes widened. We could break the siege. Ned smiled faintly. Not break, perhaps, but bleed. Every day we hold, Robert spends coin and men. Every day we stand, the realm remembers we are not broken. Aemon nodded, shoulders squaring beneath the wolf cloak. I understand. A knock sounded at the door. A young squire, cheeks flushed with cold, entered, bowing low. Riders from the east, my lord. A dozen banners, a blackwood among them. Lyanna's heart leapt. Escort them in, she said. The newcomers arrived not long after, their boots caked in mire, their faces pinched and pale. Lord Blackwood, haggard but unbowed, bowed before Lyanna and Ned. Behind him came Lady Barbary Dustin, her hair silvered, her gaze cool and clever. With them were a handful of western lords, Tallheart, Serwyn, Mormont, each bringing what men and news they could. The Riverlands are chaos, Blackwood reported as he warmed his hands by the fire. Tully sits tight at River Run, but Derry burns, Frey hordes, and the Lannisters bleed the land. There are whispers in the south. Small folk speak of your son, my lady, as if he were a new prince that was promised. The songs grow bolder every day. Manand. Lady Dustin's mouth curved in a half-smile. They say the Queen in King's Landing has taken to her bed with headaches, and the gold cloaks fight Lannister men in the alleys. The city is hungry. The king's treasury empties. Every eye is on the neck. Ned listened, weighing every word. If Robert breaks through, he'll have the north. If we hold, the south will bleed itself dry. Lyanna met Blackwood's eyes. And the Riverlands? Will you ride with us? Mount Daniel. Blackwood bowed. To the death, my lady. The Blackwoods do not forget. The council met late into the night, huddled around maps, candles guttering in the draught. They plotted sorties, swift attacks into the enemy's supply lines, feints and ambushes along the treacherous causeway. Reed's men slipped from the marsh, bearing knives and poisoned arrows, making the night a terror for Baratheon scouts. Each day brought fresh peril. Wildfire was rumored, great clay pots carted north, meant to break the walls in a sheet of green flame. Lyanna's sleep was broken by dreams of burning, her father screaming, her son vanishing into ash. She woke shaking, but she would not let the fear take root. Instead, she trained. She sparred with Ned and Roderick in the cold yard, sword flashing, breath white in the air. She drilled with Aemon, teaching him to read a foe's intent, to fight with honor but never to fight fair. The boy grew stronger, lean and quick, his face set with resolve. The siege wore on. Provisions shrank to hard bread and dried meat. Water rationed from the ancient wells. Sickness crept among the old and very young, but Maester Theomore kept the worst at bay. The people endured, as the North always had. At last, on a morning of sharp wind and high clouds, a new banner appeared atop the enemy camp. The crowned stag, gold on black, and beneath it, the royal tent with its billowing awning. Word spread fast. Robert was come at last. Lyanna watched him from the battlements, a distant figure astride a great warhorse, his hammer across his lap. Even from afar, he was unmistakable, broad and powerful, his beard flecked with gray, his cloak heavy with gold and black. He rode the lines, men cheering in his wake, and when he reached the causeway's end, he raised his hammer high. A voice boomed across the marsh, carried on the wind. Lyanna, Ned, open your gates. Give up the boy and take my peace, or burn with your pride. Lyanna leaned into the wind, her voice clear and cold. We do not yield, Robert. Not to you, not to any usurper. If you want the north, come and take it. A cheer rose from the men on the walls. Robert shook his head, slow and sad, then rode back into his camp. That night, the rain redoubled, thunder rumbling as if the gods themselves were at war. Fires flickered in the enemy lines. Ned joined Lyanna on the wall, the two of them silent as they watched the lightning shatter the sky. "He will attack tomorrow," Ned said. Lyanna nodded. "Let him. We will not break." Dawn brought a hush. No birds, no wind, only the distant groan of timbers as the siege engines lumbered forward. Robert's men formed in tight ranks, shields raised, pikes bristling. Banners streamed in the wet breeze. Baratheon, Lannister, Frey, even Tyrells rose. The first stones crashed against the wall, splitting ancient rock, sending shards flying. Arrows hissed from the battlements, Reed's men striking from hidden pools and holes. The north replied with boiling oil, with rocks and spears, with a fury born of cold and memory. Robert's vanguard reached the gate, rams battering the wood. Lyanna stood atop the gatehouse, bow in hand, loosing arrow after arrow, her heart a wild drum in her chest. Below, Aemon fought with the squires, sword flashing as he parried, then struck. A ram shattered the doors. Men poured into the yard, screaming, dying, slipping in the blood and rain. Ned led the defense, sword in hand, his men a wall of steel around the boy and his mother. Lyanna leaped down, slashing at the nearest foe. A Lannister knight, golden helm gleaming, eyes wild with fear and hate. She drove him back, blade to throat, then spun away as another charged. The yard became a blur, steel and screams, mud and fire. Aemon fought at her side, small but unyielding, his every move echoing lessons learned in fear and hunger. At the far end of the yard, the king appeared. Robert, his warhammer red with blood, smashed through Ned's line, roaring like a wounded bull. He saw Lyanna, eyes blazing with old love and rage. "Lyanna," he bellowed. "It's not too late. Give me the boy. End this madness." She faced him, bloodied and breathless, sword raised. "He is not yours, Robert. He never was." Robert hesitated, pain warring with fury. "I loved you, Lyanna. I would have given you anything. Except the truth," she answered, stepping forward. He lunged, hammer swinging, but she dodged, the weight of his grief and hate passing over her head. She countered, blade nicking his arm, drawing a line of red. Around them, the battle faltered, as men watched wolf and stag clash in the rain. Ned intervened, sword raised. "Robert, end this. You cannot win." Robert struck again, forcing Ned back, his face twisted. "You betrayed me, both of you, for a dragon's bastard." Aemon cried out, stumbling as a Frey soldier struck him from behind. Lyanna broke from the melee, slashing at the attacker, her heart in her throat. She pulled Aemon behind her, shielding him as Robert advanced. "Last chance, Lyanna," Robert gasped. "Yield and I'll spare the boy." Lyanna met his gaze. "You are not the man I loved." "The man I loved would not burn the world for a crown." With a cry, Robert charged. Lyanna ducked, driving her sword into the joint of his armor, twisting as he staggered. Ned and Blackwood joined her, pushing the king back, forcing him toward the shattered gate. Outside, Reed's men surged from the marsh, knives flashing, cutting off Robert's retreat. His men faltered, panic spreading as the north pressed forward. A horn sounded, a high, clear note. From the west, riders thundered, Tully's banners, Riverrun's colors bright in the rain. Lord Hoster had come at last, flanked by Mallister and Vance, men fresh and fierce. The enemy broke, Baratheon's men retreating in chaos as the gate fell to the North's fury. Robert was dragged away by his guard, blood streaming from his wounds, his eyes fixed on Lyanna. Love and hate mingled in equal measure. The battle ended as suddenly as it began. Rain washed the blood from the stones, the wounded groaning in the mud. Moat Cailin held. The king was gone, his army shattered. Lyanna collapsed to her knees, pulling Aemon close, tears mixing with rain on her cheeks. Ned knelt beside her, hand on her shoulder, his own face streaked with grief and relief. The lords gathered, battered, but alive. Tully clasped Lyanna's arm, voice thick. The realm will not forget what was done here. Blackwood raised his sword, his men cheering, the cry echoing through the ruin. The North remembers. In the days that followed, word spread. Robert Baratheon had been beaten, his power broken at the neck. The lords of the Riverlands pledged anew to Aemon Targaryen, the Dragon Wolf, true heir to the Iron Throne. River Run and White Harbor sent grain and gold. The Vale, seeing the tide turn, sent envoys, offering peace. Lyanna stood atop the walls as winter crept in, the land quiet, the future uncertain, but no longer without hope. She held her son's hand, watching the snow fall, the world remade in silence and white. Aemon pressed close, voice trembling. "Did we win, Mother?" She squeezed his hand. "We endured. That is enough. The rest will come in its own time." And as the first snows settled on the stones of Moat Cailin, Lyanna Stark looked south, her heart fierce and full. The war was not over, but her son's claim was written now, not in blood alone, but in memory, in loyalty, and in the hearts of a realm that would never forget the wolf who returned, and the dragon who rose beside her. Snow fell thick and silent across the ruined towers of Moat Cailin, blanketing the splintered yard and the battered walls, softening the scars of battle in drifts of white. The marshes beyond froze in strange glassy patterns, the reeds and causeways silent at last. The wind had turned, bearing the true edge of winter from the north, filling the ancient fortress with a hush that was more than cold. It was the silence after thunder, after the breaking of something that could never quite be repaired. Lyanna Stark walked the ramparts in a cloak of gray and black, her boots crunching in fresh snow. She watched her breath coil in the frigid air and listened for the distant sounds of the camps beyond. Voices steel, the low calls of sentries keeping uneasy watch. Moat Cailin held, battered but unbroken, and every day its defiance echoed further south. Yet for all the songs and tales that would come, Lyanna felt no victory in her blood. What remained was something harder and truer, a kind of endurance, a promise made bone and ice. In the yard below, Aemon trained with the North's young squires, sword flashing silver against the snow, hair damp with sweat and melting frost. His face had thinned with the siege, cheekbones sharp, eyes burning with a fire that was equal parts Targaryen pride and stark resolve. The boy had not asked to be a prince, much less the spark that lit a realm to war. But he carried it now, shoulders straight, words measured, his laughter rare and honest when it came. Lyanna watched him and saw both the child she had held through fever and the legend that strangers would whisper for generations. Ned joined her on the wall, gloved hands folded on the stone. His face was gaunt, beard flecked with white, but the lines of command sat easy on him now. Word from the ravens was all victory and uncertainty. Robert's army had fractured in retreat. The king himself wounded and silent at Harrenhal. Tywin Lannister falling back on the gold of Casterly Rock. The Riverlords splitting in bitter confusion. "We have bought time," Ned said quietly. "The South will need months to recover. The Riverlands bleed, but Tully stands with us now. The Freys keep to their bridge, cowards as ever. Lannister licks his wounds and watches." Lyanna traced a pattern in the snow with her glove. "And the Crownlands?" He shook his head. "The city is restless. Spies say the Queen and her Lannister kin bicker with Stannis over the succession. There is talk of riots, of food stores burned. The gold cloaks answer to no one. There are too many claimants and too few banners. Now," she considered this, "if we march south now, we risk everything. The North is strong, but the people are tired. Winter is here. If we hold, let the South destroy itself." Ned's mouth tightened. "Robert is not defeated. He will gather men again. And if the Lannisters and Tyrells make peace," she cut him off with a glance, "then we face them here, on our ground, on our terms. No king will ever cross the neck again with impunity." Below them, the squires finished their drills and scattered. Aemon lingered, cleaning his blade in the half-frozen trough, glancing up once to meet Lyanna's eyes with a steady look. Ned smiled. He is his father's son in some ways, Ned murmured. But he has your stubbornness. Lyanna laughed. This sounds short and rough. May the gods forgive him for it. They walked the wall together in companionable silence, the ancient stones holding their secrets. Every day, new messages came, petitions from riverlords, offers from ambitious knights, threats penned in the fine hand of southern scribes. Lyanna met them all with the same measured resolve, weighing every word, every promise. It was not long before the world changed again. The snows grew deeper, and the streams froze. Grain came north from White Harbor, escorted by Manderley's men in heavy blue cloaks, braving the storms and raiders on the King's Road. The Umbers arrived from the last hearth, loud and brawling, bringing laughter to the halls, and a sense of old certainty. From Bear Island came the Mormonts, led by Lady Meg, whose daughters fought and drank beside the men. Blackwood's riders slipped through the passes, carrying news from the war-ravaged riverlands. Houses Derry, Mooton, Mallister, Piper, all splintered, some offering quiet allegiance to the Dragon Wolf, others clinging to the old oaths out of fear or simple exhaustion. Frey sent sons to both camps, hedging his bets, waiting for the river to rise or fall. One evening, as snow fell in thick silence, Aemon found his mother alone in the godswood, beneath the great weirwood transplanted to Moat Cailin centuries before. Its face was worn nearly smooth, the eyes hollowed but still weeping sap. "Mother," he said softly, "why do the lords look at me so strangely? Why do they whisper when I leave the hall?" Lyanna patted the snow beside her, and he sat. She was silent a long while, then said, "Because you are their hope, and their fear." The realm was torn apart by the question of who should rule. Some lords lost everything to Robert. Some gained more than they deserved. Now you are here, and the world is forced to choose again. Desinter or tea. He frowned. "But I have done nothing. I am only—" She smiled, brushing hair from his eyes. "You are not only anything, Aemon. You are your father's son and your mother's, and the world will see what you make of that." He bit his lip. "If I am to be king, I must learn more. I must know the laws, the histories, the hearts of men." She pulled him close. "You must be just. The North remembers what justice means." Then they sat there in the cold, the hush of snow falling around them. The world narrowed to the heartbeat of blood, and the old god's silent witness. In the deep midwinter, Ned called council in the great hall. Lords and ladies of the North crowded the benches, the Blackwoods at the center, Manderleys and Umbers bristling with energy. At the high table, Lyanna sat with Aemon and Ned, flanked by Maester Theomore and Lady Mage. Ned rose, his voice steady and clear. "We have held the neck. The South is divided. The time has come to choose our path. Some urge we march, to claim the throne by right of blood and conquest. Others counsel patience, to wait for our foes to weaken." Dolmain, Manderley, all confidence and bluster, banged his fist. "The people cry out for justice. King's Landing is ripe for taking, my lord. The dragons once ruled all from the sea to the wall. Now the wolf and dragon may do so again." Maeg Mormont grinned. "Give me 100 bears and I'll storm the Red Keep myself." Lady Barbary Dustin was more cautious. "The Lannisters are not yet broken, and Tyrell sits fat and safe in Highgarden. If we strike too soon, we might lose all." "Done?" Blackwood's voice was low but firm. "The realm needs a king with a true claim. Aemon is that king, but we must not forget the lessons of war. Hunger and winter are fiercer enemies than any southern lord." The debate turned for hours, voices rising and falling. Through it all, Lyanna watched Aemon's face. How he absorbed every word, how he asked questions quietly of Theomore, how his jaw set in resolve. Finally, Ned spoke again. "It is for Aemon to decide," he said, voice quiet but carrying. "He is the king the lords have chosen. Let us hear his will." A hush fell. Aemon stood, trembling only a little, his voice clear and strong for all its youth. "I am grateful for the North's loyalty," he said. "I will not squander it in vain. Let the South see we are not aggressors. Send riders with offers of peace to every lord who will hear them. Offer bread where there is hunger. Offer justice where there is cruelty. Let the realm see that the dragon wolf is not a beast of conquest but of mercy." He looked to his mother. Lyanna nodded, pride burning in her eyes. "But if Robert Baratheon comes again or the Lannisters seek to cross the neck, we will meet them with steel." Aemon finished. The North remembers. The hall erupted in cheers, the old war cry shaking the stones. So began a new season for the North. Riders went forth, bearing Aemon's message to every corner of the realm. Some lords replied with cautious promises, others with silence or threat. Yet everywhere, the legend grew. The boy with silver hair and wolf eyes, raised in exile, who spoke of justice, not vengeance. The small folk whispered that the old gods watched him, that the snows parted where he walked. Through the long winter, Lyanna remained her son's shadow, teaching, listening, guiding his hand, but never steering it for him. When spring at last broke, they rode the length of the North together, from White Harbor to the Wall, meeting with every bannerman, holding court beneath the heart trees, making oaths that were older than the Iron Throne itself. At last Hearth, the Umbers pledged their strength. At Bear Island, Maeg Mormont gave Aemon a sword forged for her own daughters. At White Harbor, Manderly held a feast that lasted 3 days, pledging ships and silver and the undying loyalty of his house. In the spring thaw, word arrived that Robert Baratheon was dead, wounded at Moat Cailin, brought low by drink and grief, the last of the rebel kings gone. The realm shuddered. In King's Landing, Stannis claimed the throne, but his banners were few and his hand heavy. It was then, at the urging of Blackwood and Manderly, that Aemon marched south, not with conquest, but with peace. He sent ravens ahead, calling for parley, for trial by council, for an end to the ruin that war had brought. At the Trident, he met Lord Tully and Lady Arryn. At Harrenhal, the remnants of the Baratheons. In every hall, men came to judge him, and found not a conqueror, but a boy who bore the mark of dragon and wolf, who offered pardon and justice and hope. In the end, it was not steel that won the realm, but memory. The lords remembered Lyanna's defiance at Moat Cailin, the northern winter that had broken the South's might, the kindness of the young king who remembered both his mother's and his father's. The realm bowed at last, not in fear, but in weary relief. When Aemon was crowned in the Red Keep's ruined hall, the banners of the North and the dragon flew side by side. Lyanna stood at his right hand, Ned at his left, and the people cheered for the first true peace in a generation. Afterward, Lyanna walked the empty court, sunlight slanting through the high windows, her feet echoing on the ancient stones. Aemon came to her, his crown slightly askew, the weight of the realm resting lightly on his young shoulders. "Was it worth it?" he asked, uncertain, as every son asks his mother in the end. She smiled and drew him close, her voice softer than winter snow. "It was everything, my son. Everything we hoped. Everything we endured. The realm remembers." Not so. And in the hush of the new-made dawn, Lyanna Stark, who had survived love and loss, war and winter, who had carried hope across a land divided by blood, knew at last the peace she had fought so long to win. The Red Keep loomed crimson and gold in the late afternoon sun, its towers rising from the city like the bones of ancient dragons, burned and reborn by the memory of fire. The Blackwater glittered below, quiet now after years of blood and ruin. Ships bobbing with sails of every hue, Manderly blue and silver, Blackwood's ravens, Erin's crescent moon. Along the city walls, the banners of the North and the dragon, black and red, entwined with direwolf gray, snapped in a brisk wind. The city had known terror and famine, riot and siege, but now the air tasted of change, a cautious hope flickering in the shadows where fear had long reigned. Inside the solar above Maegor's holdfast, Lyanna stood at the tall window, looking down on the heart of the realm. Her reflection stared back. Older, her hair streaked with white, her face sharper than in the old songs, but her eyes still blue and clear as northern winter. She watched as the new king, her son, walked the garden paths with Ned at his side. Aemon's silver hair caught the light, his stride calm, measured. He wore the crown as if it were a solemn promise, not a prize. Lyanna's fingers traced the window frame, feeling the warmth of stone and the chill in her own blood. She remembered the Tower of Joy and the fevered nights after, remembered the sound of Rhaegar's voice, and the pain of the world broken open. She remembered the march north and the stand at Moat Cailin, the roar of battle and Robert's face, twisted with grief and fury. All of that suffering had brought her here, to this impossible dawn. The door opened and Ned entered, closing it gently behind him. He looked worn, but a quiet contentment softened the lines around his eyes. "He's meeting with the small council," Ned said, coming to stand beside her. "The lords of the city watch every word. Half of them hope to steer the boy, the other half fear he cannot be steered at all." Lyanna smiled. "Rye. He has more wolf than dragon in him, if they but knew it." Ned's eyes glimmered. "He's your son. He listens when it matters." "Man?" They stood together in silence, watching the garden where Aemon paused, his hand on the hilt of a sword not drawn. Around him, the city seemed to exhale, tension giving way to a kind of awed anticipation. There had been no riots since the day the dragon wolf entered the city. No executions, no fires. Lyanna knew peace would not last forever, but for now it was enough. A knock, and Maester Theomore entered, bowing. "Your Grace, my lady. The Queen Mother has arrived. She wishes an audience." Lyanna felt the old ice settle in her veins. Queen Cersei Lannister, last remnant of Robert's bitter dynasty, held prisoner for weeks now, her fate uncertain. There had been calls for her death, but Aemon had refused. "Justice," he had said, "is not vengeance." Theomore's message carried a sense of gravity. Lyanna nodded, brushing her hair back, and followed Ned and the maester into the cool stone corridor. They descended to a small chamber near the base of Maegor's Holdfast. Cersei waited within, flanked by silent guards. She wore plain velvet, her gold hair unbound, her posture proud but diminished by the weeks of confinement. She rose when Lyanna entered, lips twisted in a faint, mocking smile. "So the wolf comes south at last," Cersei said, voice brittle. "Is this the justice you promised?" Lyanna met her gaze. "Justice begins with mercy. You are not my prisoner, Cersei. You are the realm's." Ned remained silent at Lyanna's shoulder, his hand near his sword. The tension in the room was palpable. Even the maester seemed wary, as if afraid that any wrong word might ignite a new war. Cersei's green eyes flickered with something that might have been pain, or just memory. "Mercy," she echoed. "Robert would have killed every Targaryen left in Westeros. He would have burned this city to ash. You are not like him." Lyanna's mouth twisted. "No, and neither is my son." The queen's gaze sharpened. "He's too young for this. The court will eat him alive. The lords, Tyrell Redwine Lannister, will never accept him as king. They have no choice." Lyanna replied. "The city has chosen already, and the people remember who bled for them. Your house may keep its lands. You may live in peace at Casterly Rock if you swear fealty and trouble the realm no more." "Master," Cersei laughed, bitter and wild. "Peace? What peace will there be when every petty lord with a drop of royal blood dreams of the Iron Throne?" Lyanna's voice was gentle, but implacable. "The Iron Throne is a lie. What matters is justice and peace." Cersei's facade cracked for just a moment. She looked down, hands clenched in her skirts, then up, something like hope or resignation in her eyes. "If I go to Casterly Rock, will you let my children come?" Lyanna nodded. "Tommen and Myrcella will be safe. They are innocent of your wars. You have my word." Cersei swallowed, and something in her stiff posture broke. She sank back onto her chair, her voice small. "Then let it be done. I am tired of fighting." Lyanna left the chamber with Ned, both of them silent as the door closed behind. The corridors were cool, the stones bearing the hush of waiting for the future, for the past to settle into memory. Outside, the bells of the sept began to ring, high and clear, echoing across the rooftops, calling the city to witness a coronation unlike any in living memory. In the throne room, the lords and ladies of Westeros gathered in a riot of color. Manderley and Blackwood, Arryn and Tully, Tyrell and Lannister, and Martell. The South and North united by fragile hope. The Iron Throne itself, that great black beast, loomed above all, its blades dulled by years, its legend undiminished. Aemon entered in a cloak of black and crimson, the crown of Aegon the Conqueror in his hands. He mounted the steps without fear, his movements steady, every eye fixed upon him. Lyanna watched from below, pride and anxiety knotted in her heart. Maester Theomore intoned the ancient words. Aemon bent his head. Ned placed the crown upon his brow. The lords knelt, one after the other, their voices blending in a solemn oath. The king in the realm, the king on the throne, the king in our hearts. For a moment the world seemed to tremble. Aemon raised his eyes, meeting Lyanna's gaze through the forest of banners and steel. He smiled, not the careful smile of kings, but the wild, unguarded smile of a boy who had survived the fire. Lyanna felt tears sting her eyes, and she did not look away. Later, in the quiet of the godswood, Lyanna walked beneath the heart tree, her thoughts drifting. Ned found her there, snow beginning to fall in silent flakes. "Will it last?" she asked him, voice barely more than breath. Ned shrugged, his face softening. "Nothing lasts, but peace is a beginning." She nodded. "He will need you." "I am not leaving," Ned said. "Not now. He is kin, and kin is all." The snow deepened, muffling the world. Lyanna knelt by the tree, pressing her palm to the cold bark. "Mother," she whispered to the wind, to the memory of all she had lost. "I am home." Spring came slowly, unfolding first in the south. Fields green with new barley, orchards thick with blossom, the city humming with work and laughter. Aemon ruled from the Red Keep, but he ruled by counsel, by listening. The small council grew to include voices from every corner of the realm. Blackwood and Manderley, Arryn and Martell, even representatives of the free cities who came to offer peace and trade. Justice was done in quiet ways. The cities hungry were fed. The docks were rebuilt. The gold cloaks, under Sir Harwin Strong, became a symbol of fairness, not corruption. Bandits and brigands were put down, but with mercy shown to those who surrendered. Aemon rode often into the city, Lyanna at his side, Ned sometimes behind. He listened to the fishwives at the mud gate, the smiths at their forges, the children who raced after his horse, laughing and calling his name. In the great septate, he lit candles for the dead. In the crypts below the Red Keep, he wept for his father, for a history not yet written. News came north with every ship. The Night's Watch restored, the wall rebuilt, wildlings given land to settle in the gift. The North grew strong, untouched by the old hatreds, united by the memory of what it had lost and gained. In time, other claimants appeared, distant Targaryen cousins, a bastard of Robert's raising men in the Reach. But none gained more than a few swords, and none could stir the people to blood again. The realm, weary of war, found strength in peace. Years passed. Lyanna's hair turned white. Ned's children came south, Arya wild and laughing, Bran quiet and wise, Sansa beautiful and clever. Aemon grew into his crown, his council, his legend. Children were born, and named for wolves and dragons both. Sometimes, at sunset, Lyanna would walk the gardens, her hand on Aemon's shoulder. She would look across the city and remember Rhaegar's song, the Tower of Joy, the snow falling at Moat Cailin, Robert's last charge, Ned's fierce loyalty, her own silent oaths. Was it worth it? Aemon would sometimes ask. Lyanna always smiled, her heart full of memory and hope. It was what we could do, with the life we were given. It was enough. Mundoatan. And in the quiet years that followed, as the realm healed and the snows fell only in the north, the name of Lyanna Stark was spoken in every corner of Westeros. Not as a ghost, not as a victim, not as a queen, but as the woman who brought the realm through darkness into the first true peace it had ever known. Above the city, the wolf and dragon banners flew side by side. The bells rang for weddings, not for war. The small folk sang new songs. The heart trees bloomed, and the land remembered. And Lyanna, who had once run wild in the godswood of Winterfell, who had loved and lost and dared the wrath of kings, who had brought a king into the world and guarded him to his throne, found peace at last in the stillness of evening and the laughter of children, in a realm that would not soon forget her name. Cailin. The years moved in slow, rippling circles, the city changing with the seasons, but never quite losing the marks of siege and hope. King's Landing healed, but scars remained, woven into the stones and in the minds of all who had survived the long winter and the coming of the dragon wolf. Even peace had a weight, Lyanna discovered. An ache that was gentler than war, but no less real, especially as age crept through her bones and the world around her kept turning. She awoke each morning in the queen's chambers that had once belonged to Cersei, the light slanting through high windows onto red and gold tapestries, the scent of lemon and rose drifting from the gardens below. Her gray hair, unbound, fell to her shoulders as she stood and drew back the curtains. King's Landing in spring was a marvel of color and motion. Barges loaded with fruit and flower, nobles in bright silks parading up the hill, children racing on cobbled lanes while mothers called warnings from stoops and vendors hawked pies and sweet cider at the gates. Aemon had grown in both stature and legend, no longer the uncertain boy who had held to her side through siege and flight. He now moved through court with the easy confidence of a ruler born. Yet Lyanna knew that confidence was not armor. Her son still wrestled with doubt and the lonely ache of command, especially when the problems of Westeros gathered in council and refused to scatter. The lords and ladies who had bowed in awe at his crowning were now more subtle, their ambitions running beneath the peace like hidden rivers. Not all old wounds healed. Not all hearts could be won with gentle words. This day dawned with a delicate tension. Ravens had arrived in the night, one from River Run, bearing word of Tully unrest, one from Old Town, warning of trouble among the faith, and one from White Harbor, sealed with manderly blue, marked urgent. Lyanna broke her fast in the solar with Ned and Aemon, the three of them speaking in quiet tones as sunlight crept across the maps. Hoster's health fails, Aemon said, reading from Tully's hand. His sons quarrel in the shadows. Blackwood and Bracken each accuse the other of plotting treason. Sir Brynden asks for advice, or perhaps an army. Lyanna nodded, sipping her tea. No army, not yet. The Riverlands remember blood. If the king sends swords, they will rise in fear. A letter perhaps with promises, and a quiet envoy, someone the Tullys will trust. Ned considered. Blackfish himself might keep the peace, if he knew he had your blessing. Or send Lady Sansa. She is gentle, but she can be steel when she wishes. She'll remind them of the North's justice. Aemon smiled, the tension easing from his face. Very well. Sansa will go with a company and a letter in her own hand. The faith? Lyanna raised the Old Town raven. Trouble among the High Sparrows. Too many hungry, too many memories of the war. The faith wants grain, coin, and a voice in council. They want the North's new gods to bend a little, perhaps. Aemon's eyes glinted. Stubborn. The gods must share the city, not rule it. I'll summon the Septons, listen to their grievances, but I will not bend the knee to the Seven. I am king for all. Ned's smile was rueful. That may be the harder battle. Aemon clapped his uncle's shoulder. You won the last for me. I'll win this one for you. Merci. The White Harbor message was simplest, and perhaps most urgent. Pirates along the narrow sea, raids on manderly ships, a new Lysine fleet gathering in the Stepstones. Aemon grimaced. There's always another storm, is there not? Lyanna reached for his hand, squeezing gently. Storms will always come. The king must ride them, not run. Send Gendry Baratheon and Lord Davos with the fleet. They will remind the pirates that Westeros is not for the taking. Aemon nodded, and the three sat in silence as the sun rose higher, lighting the red keep with a golden fire. By midday, the city was alive with rumor. Sansa and her small retinue rode out the river gate, banners fluttering behind, courtiers whispering of wedding alliances and secret promises. In the harbor, Davos ships loaded grain and men, black sails ready to catch the rising wind. Word spread that the king would address the people on the morrow, in the great sept. And ancient custom, renewed with the dragon wolf's reign. Lyanna spent the afternoon walking the outer gardens, pausing to listen to the gardeners' gossip about the cost of lemons and the arrival of Dornish oranges, the best in a generation. Small folk bowed as she passed, some old enough to remember her in war, others children wide-eyed with wonder. She greeted each in turn, her smile gentle, but her mind ever restless. She paused at the rose arch, where Arya's voice called out, sharp and wild. Arya was grown now, a woman of 20, her hair cut short, her arms strong from training with swords and bows. She sparred with Jon Snow, Ned's son, who had returned from the wall to take a seat on Aemon's council. Their laughter rose above the clatter of steel. "Aunt," Arya called, tossing her blade to Jon and wiping sweat from her brow. "Come, tell Jon who truly taught you to fight. Was it our father or old Roderick Castle?" Lyanna laughed, the sound carrying through the garden. "Roderick taught me the forms, but your father taught me stubbornness. You have both, Arya. Use them wisely." Jon grinned, stepping forward to bow. "My lady queen, I see Arya learns humility last." Lyanna ruffled his hair as she had when he was small. "You would do well to teach her a bit of it, Lord Snow. Or at least try." They talked and laughed until the bell for council sounded, and Arya slipped away, arm in arm with Jon, leaving Lyanna standing in the dappled shade, her heart full and aching. The council chamber was full when Lyanna entered. Aemon presided at the high end, Blackwood and Manderley to his right, Martell and Tyrell to his left, Davos and Jon seated near the center. Lady Brienne of Tarth stood guard by the door, her blue armor gleaming, her sword as much a symbol of peace as a warning. The talk was of grain, of pirates, of the Tully's unrest and the simmering faith. Aemon listened, offering judgment where needed, compromise where possible, but Lyanna saw the strain in his eyes. Too many battles, too many hungry mouths, too many scars from an old war not fully healed. When the council ended, Aemon lingered, looking out at the city as dusk painted the sky with red and gold. Lyanna stood beside him, their shadows long on the tiled floor. "You did well today," she said softly. "You do well every day." Aemon shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. "And yet, it is never enough. For every peace I forge, 2 new quarrels arise. For every mouth fed, 2 more are hungry. Am I failing, mother?" She laid her hand on his shoulder. "You are not failing. You are ruling. It is not the same thing, but it is what kings must do. Your father believed the world could be remade with a song. I learned that it must be rebuilt, one stone at a time." He closed his eyes, leaning into her touch. "Will it ever be enough?" She smiled fierce and soft. "It is enough now, and will be more tomorrow. You have given the realm something it has never known. A chance." They stood together as the bells rang out the hour, the sound deep and clear, rolling over the rooftops to the fields and hills beyond. Night brought a hush to the palace, broken only by the murmurs of guards and the calls of night birds in the gardens. Lyanna sat by her window, writing letters in her careful northern hand, to Maegay Mormont at Bear Island, to the Reeds in the Neck, to Blackwood at Raventree Hall. She sent gifts to old friends, condolences to the kin of those lost in the last battles, and quiet warnings to lords whose loyalty was less than certain. As she finished the last, Aemon entered, his hair damp from a late walk, the crown tucked beneath his arm rather than on his brow. "I saw Arya and Jon by the gate," he said, settling into the chair opposite. "They mean to ride north together before the first snows." Lyanna smiled, her heart tightening. "Let them go. The north must remember the wall and its ghosts. The realm is stronger for it." "Nee." Aemon hesitated, then asked, "Will you come to Winterfell with me when the spring is green? I wish to see the snows. I wish to see where you once ran wild." She reached across, taking his hand. "I would go anywhere you wish, my son. But my home is here now, where you are, where you rule." He squeezed her fingers, voice low. "And when I wed, when I have sons and daughters, Will you stay then? Lyanna's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I will stay until you do not need me, and perhaps even then. He kissed her brow, the old gesture from his boyhood, and left her to the dark and the soft glow of candlelight. So the years turned, and the peace held. The riverlands calmed, Sansa's diplomacy winning back the confidence of old houses. The faith found its place. Neither ruler nor servant, but an ally to mercy. The pirates were scattered, Lysine ships burned by Davos and Gendry and their fleet. In time, even the Lannisters sent word from Casterly Rock, seeking alliances instead of vengeance. Aemon wed, choosing a bride from Dorne, a princess clever and kind, who brought laughter to the court and a promise of peace with the sands. Children were born. A daughter first, with her mother's dark eyes and Lyanna's wild hair. A son next, pale as moonlight, stubborn and willful as any wolf. Lyanna's days grew quieter, her steps slower. She walked the palace gardens, listening to her grandchildren play beneath the roses, her mind drifting back over years and loss, over hope and the miracle of survival. Ned grew old beside her, his hair white as frost, his eyes as sharp as the first snow. On a spring morning, with the city blooming below, Lyanna stood once more at the window. The bells rang for a wedding. Her granddaughter, fierce and laughing, was to wed the Lord of White Harbor, uniting North and South in a celebration that echoed through the city. Aemon came to her, tall and kingly, gray at his temples, pride and worry balanced in his gaze. "Mother, are you happy?" he asked, as if he were a boy again. Lyanna drew him close, her arms around him, her voice full of memory and peace. "I am more than happy. I am content. I have seen the realm in darkness, and I have seen it heal. I have held you in my arms, and I have watched you become a king the world will not forget." Berwast. He smiled, the old light in his eyes. "The North remembers," he said. "And the realm remembers the wolf," she replied, resting her head against his shoulder as the bells rang and the city cheered. And peace, hard won, long kept, unfolded beneath the banners of dragon and wolf, for all the years to come. Gay. Autumn deepened across the city, gold and scarlet leaves spinning through the broad streets of King's Landing and collecting in drifts against the walls of the Red Keep. The salt wind off the Blackwater bit sharper now, carrying the cries of gulls and the distant clatter of shipyards. The capital had never known a peace so long or so strange, a hush in which wounds closed, slowly and sometimes imperfectly, and hope learned the language of patience. Lyanna found herself grateful for it every morning, waking to the muffled song of the city below, the sun splintered across her chamber by latticed glass. In these days, she woke with aching limbs, but a mind keen as frost. The aches she greeted with stubborn indifference, the sharpness she fed with letters and audiences, with the business of a realm grown less bloody but no less complicated. It was strange, he thought, to be both legend and old woman, to walk the halls as the Wolf Queen, and yet to listen for the sound of her grandchildren's laughter, or worry over the cough of a kitchen boy, or the tremor in Ned's hands as he reached for a cup of wine. Ned's years had caught up with him at last. He walked with a cane now, the limp from an old wound more pronounced as the weather cooled. But his eyes remained bright, his humor as dry as autumn leaves. The court, which had once looked on him as the iron hand behind the king, now saw him as its conscience, a man whose word could sway the small council, even when his voice trembled. Lyanna spent her mornings with him, sitting on the terrace above the city, watching the sun rise over the sprawl of domes and roofs. They spoke of old battles less now, and of family more. Jon rode north each winter, returning with news of the Wall, of wildlings farming the gift and children born of strange marriages. Stark blood mixed with Thenn and Crow, a new people forging their own traditions at the edge of the world. Arya remained untamed, wandering the Seven Kingdoms in search of stories and justice, sending only brief letters and gifts from distant places. A feather from Dorne, a pearl from Bravos, a blade of glassy ice from the mountains of the Vale. Sansa ruled in the Riverlands, her own children growing tall and sharp-tongued as reeds. It was in the late months, as the winds grew colder, that Aemon summoned Lyanna to council at sunset. The great hall was quieter than in years past. No urgent talk of war, fewer banners, more gray heads nodding in the candlelight. The king stood at the head of the table, his silver hair shorn close, lines about his mouth that spoke of sleepless nights. His queen sat beside him, her Dornish grace undimmed by age or the cares of court, their children gathered behind in a cluster of nervous excitement. "My lords, my ladies," Aemon began, voice calm but resonant, "I have called you to speak of the future. For 20 years the dragon and wolf have kept the peace. But peace, like all things, must be tended, lest it rot from within." Blackwood, older now, his beard streaked with white, leaned forward. "The Riverlands are quiet, your grace, but the old feuds linger. Bracken and Blackwood still quarrel. Tully's sons bicker over the lordship. There are whispers that the Vale eyes the bloody gate, that the Tyrells hunger for more land." "Nati," the queen spoke, her accent still marked by the sands of Sunspear. "It is not only the great houses. The small folk grumble of high taxes, of mercenaries in the stepstones, of Lysine traders who bribe the dock captains. Our children grow restless. They long for adventure, for glory. I fear the bards will soon turn from tales of peace to songs of rebellion, if we do not give the realm something to believe in." Lyanna looked from face to face, seeing the worry in the lines and shadows. "We cannot buy peace with gold forever," she said quietly, "nor with fear. We must root it in justice. Let the small folk see the king's justice in every village. Let the lords see honor rewarded and pride humbled." Aemon nodded. "We will ride a royal progress in the spring. Not only to the great castles, but to the market towns, the villages. I will sit in judgment beneath the heart trees of the north, in the courts of the Reach, in the squares of Dorne. I will see my people, and let them see their king." Ned smiled, thin but true. "Your father would have approved. And your grandfather." Memi Durawa. The council agreed, each lord and lady giving their word to prepare the roads and halls, to spread the news among their bannermen. The meeting ended, but Lyanna lingered, walking with Aemon through the echoing halls as dusk deepened and torches were lit along the galleries. "You are tired," she said, linking her arm with his. "You dream of war, even now." He laughed softly. "I dream of holding what I have gained. It is a different kind of war, but no less wearying." Lyanna squeezed his hand. "You are your father's son and mine, but you are also your own. Remember that when you ride." Mainda. Winter came early in the high places, snow falling in the passes and icing the pools of the godswood. Lyanna felt its approach in her bones, a heaviness that settled deeper each year. She prepared for the progress in her own way. Letters to Mormont and Reed, reminders to Sansa and Arya, lessons for her grandchildren in the old ways of the North. She walked the crypts beneath the Red Keep, reading names and running her fingers across stone wolves and the faded sigils of Targaryens long dead. She prayed, not to the gods of stone or fire, but to her own stubborn hope, that her family would endure, that peace would outlast memory. When spring broke, the city erupted in color. The royal company set forth with banners bright against the green, trumpets calling across the river, and the city's cheers echoing along the King's Road. Lyanna rode in a litter, draped in northern furs, Aemon at her side on a great black stallion, his queen resplendent in Dornish orange and gold, their children waving to the crowds. The progress moved slowly, stopping in every town and village, each holding its own festival, offering bread and salt, song and wine. In the Reach, the Tyrells hosted a feast beneath flowering apple trees. In the Westerlands, the Lannisters displayed their mines and their gold, but also their new schools and grain stores. In the Stormlands, Gendry Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End and Warden of the South, welcomed the king with open arms, his own children racing with Aemon's through fields thick with clover. Lyanna watched it all with a quiet awe, recalling the years of hardship, the hunger and the terror, the long ride from Harrenhal to Greywater Watch, from Moat Cailin to Winterfell, from Winterfell to this unlikely peace. The people cheered for Aemon, but they called her the Wolf Queen with a reverence that made her smile. No longer a legend, but a living memory, proof that the world could change and endure. In the north, the progress was a homecoming. The company rode through the moors and forests, crossing the White Knife, climbing the snowbound hills. The heart trees waited, silent and ancient, in the godswoods of Bear Island, Barrowton, White Harbor, Winterfell. At each, Aemon sat in judgment, settling old quarrels, granting pardons, naming new knights. The people brought gifts of smoked fish, pine nuts, bolts of wool, stories and songs. At Winterfell, the great hall filled with kin and friends, Sansa and her children, Arya with dust on her boots, Jon Snow at Aemon's right hand. On the last night, Lyanna sat by the fire in the solar, her grandchildren at her feet. Arya and Sansa laughing nearby, Aemon and his queen drinking mulled wine with Ned. The wind howled outside, snow thick against the windows, but inside there was warmth and light. "Tell us a story, grandmother," her eldest granddaughter pleaded, eyes bright as spring. Lyanna smiled, drawing the child close. "What story, little wolf?" "The one about the Tower of Joy," the girl whispered. "Or the battle at the Moat. Or how you rode with the king and the wolf." "Let's read our Simo." Lyanna's gaze drifted to the fire, to the faces gathered around her. She told the story softly, her voice carrying over the crackle of logs. Of love and loss, of courage and defiance, of a realm torn and remade. She told them how she had ridden with Rhaegar, how she had fought for her son, how she had crossed frozen rivers and walked in the shadow of death. She told them not to seek glory, but to seek honor, not to hunger for power, but to remember those who had none. She told them the North remembered, and so must they. As the fire burned low, Lyanna's voice grew softer, trailing into the hush. Her grandchildren nestled against her, heavy with sleep. Arya and Sansa sat shoulder to shoulder, memories and peace between them. Ned raised his cup, eyes shining. "To Lyanna," he said quietly, "who brought us home." The others echoed the words, and for a long moment, the room was filled with nothing but warmth and belonging. The years slipped by, the royal progress returning each spring, the realm learning the rhythm of peace. Old wounds closed, new alliances formed. Children grew, married, had children of their own. The North and South were never truly the same, but neither were they enemies. The godswoods bloomed, the rivers ran clear. The songs of the bards changed from lament to celebration. When Lyanna's time came, it was as she had wished, not in war nor in exile, but in the heart of her family, in the home she had remade with courage and stubborn hope. She passed in her sleep, the sound of laughter and music drifting through her dreams. Aemon mourned her as both son and king, but his grief did not unmake him. The realm remembered her, wolf and queen, legend and mother, the stubborn spark that had lit the long night and seen the dawn come true. Her statue stands in the crypts beneath Winterfell now, carved in silent stone, a direwolf at her side and a rose in her hand. In the south, the children of the city still run wild beneath the dragon and wolf banners. In the north, the old gods keep watch, and the heart trees whisper of Lyanna Stark, who defied kings and death, who changed the world with love and will, who taught a kingdom to remember and to hope. And under every banner, at every hearth, in every tale told on a winter's night, the realm is reminded. Peace was not a gift, but a fight hard won, and in that fight, the wolf never yielded. Tonya, Daddy, Heir. Spring returned to the realm as if by miracle, its touch gentle and green, threading the cracks in King's Landing's ancient stone and coaxing the first buds from the white branches of the godswood within the Red Keep. The capital was alive with color, banners of dragon and wolf rippling from every tower, laughter tumbling from gardens and squares. The Red Keep itself had become both home and legend, its halls echoing with the footsteps of children, the low voices of the council, the clink of wine cups at dusk. For Lyanna Stark, no longer young, but far from frail, the world was a quieter place. But every day was precious, heavy with memory, promise, and the steady ache of love. She took her mornings in the Queen's garden, her lap covered in correspondence from lords great and small. The old maester brought her letters as she broke her fast, news from Bear Island and White Harbor, from the Trident and the far-off Dornish sands. Most were full of little troubles. A grain levy too harsh in the Reach, a border dispute in the Westerlands, complaints from merchants along the narrow sea that Lysine pirates harried trade despite Davos' best efforts. Some few were celebrations. A birth among the reeds, a marriage in Barrowton, a new sept opening in Sunspear. Lyanna read every word, responding in her careful, bold hand, her seal, wolf and rose, stamped in dark red wax. Often, one of her grandchildren would join her as she wrote. There was Elia, Aemon's eldest, with her storm-dark hair and direct gaze. Rhaenys, sly and laughing, forever plotting some jest with Arya. Little Robb, a whirlwind in furs, forever tugging at her sleeve to tell one more story of the old days, or to ask for just a single fencing lesson. Lyanna told them all that glory was fleeting, but that honor and laughter endured. She had learned both lessons at cost. In the coolness of the afternoon, Lyanna made her way down to the training yard. The clang of steel rang beneath the banners, echoing in the marbled courts. Here, the next generation of knights and ladies sparred beneath the watchful eyes of Sir Brienne and Sir Podrick Bane. Arya trained with them when she was at court, as wild and quick as ever, her laughter sharp as swordplay. Jon Snow, called Lord Crow by the small folk, though he was no longer of the watch, helped instruct the youngest, his voice patient, his praise rare but meaningful. Lyanna watched her grandchildren wrestle and clash and tumble, each with their own strengths, each with the same fierce heart she remembered from Winterfell's snowy yard. She saw in them the promise she had once fought so hard to protect, a future that was neither wolf nor dragon alone, but both united in the blood and memory of a realm remade. Each week, the small council gathered in the solar above the city, sunlight slanting through colored glass. Aemon presided with the calm that had come with years, older perhaps, but his silver hair and clear eyes lent him the air of a legend. His queen sat at his right, her smile gentle but shrewd. Sansa attended from time to time, bringing tidings from Riverrun and the Tullys. Arya and Jon had seats of their own, north and south forever joined at the king's table. The business of rule was seldom dramatic, but always important. This day, Sir Davos brought news that the Stepstones were at last quiet, pirates broken, trade flowing again. Lady Sansa reported peace in the Riverlands, though she cautioned that the Blackwoods and Brackens would never stop quarreling entirely. Lord Manderley sent word from White Harbor that his ships would soon bring a cargo of amber and silver from the far north, a gift for the crown. But there were always whispers of trouble. A golden-haired sellsword gathering mercenaries in Pentos, a scion of House Dane with ancient claims, a southern lord who grumbled too loudly about Dornish justice. To these, Aemon listened gravely, never quick to anger. He answered with patience, and when required, the promise of swift justice. Lyanna's voice carried weight in council, though she never sought it. She spoke for the small folk in the north, for the voices often drowned in the roar of lords. When a young noble complained that the city's new orphan schools wasted coin on beggars, Lyanna's reply was sharp and cold. A beggar may become a knight, if the realm has the courage to raise him. The room fell silent. The king smiled. When business ended, counselors would linger in the gardens, their talk lighter. Sansa and Arya strolled together beneath the lemon trees. Brienne sparred with Elia, who had a knack for slipping past even the tallest knight's guard. Rhaenys played at crowns with Robb and a flock of other children, ruling her tiny court with a fairness that brought laughter and sometimes tears. Ned, slower now, sat in a patch of sun, watching them all with a contented, weary pride. Lyanna would join him, offering her arm, and together they would walk the paths they had once known in darkness and fear, now full of light and the promise of new days. When Aemon's second son was born, named Rickon, in memory of the brother Lyanna still missed, bells rang across the city. The realm rejoiced. Dragon and wolf ever entwined, a promise renewed with every new life. There were 7 days of feasting, banners flown from every wall. The Red Keep's great hall open to all, noble or small folk, knight or baker, septon or merchant. In the midst of it, Lyanna slipped away to the godswood, seeking the hush beneath the heart tree. The city's noise faded behind her as she knelt in the grass, hands pressed to the ancient trunk. She prayed in silence, remembering those lost. Her father and mother, Rhaegar and her brothers, even Robert, fierce and doomed. She prayed for her son, for his queen, for the children who would one day bear the realm's hope. A rustle behind her. Arya, all wild grace, slipped through the leaves and knelt beside her, wordless. For a long time they shared the silence, until Arya finally said, "You never speak of the tower anymore. Do you remember?" Lyanna nodded, tears unshed in her eyes. "I remember, but memory is like a blade. It must be sheathed sometimes, or it will cut you to the bone." Arya took her hand, strong and calloused. "Thank you for never letting go of it, though. If you hadn't, I would never have come home." "Now," Lyanna smiled through tears. "Home is the fight we choose, little wolf, and the peace we win." Seasons passed. The city grew and changed. New roads built, new markets opened, the riverfront reborn in marble and colored glass. The realm knew peace, never perfect, sometimes fragile, always won and held with vigilance. The North and South no longer eyed each other with suspicion, and Dorne sent gifts of oranges and silk. Across the narrow sea, the free cities sent envoys, their ships docking in peace beneath the banners of the dragon wolf. Lyanna slowed but did not fade. She read to her grandchildren, walked with Ned in the mornings, counseled Aemon and his queen at dusk. When Jon rode north to the wall, she gave him a letter for the Lord Commander. "Keep the watch, and remember, the wall guards us all." When Arya sailed again for the east, Lyanna gave her a ribbon and a prayer. "May you always find your way back to those who love you." The realm changed, but Lyanna's legend only grew. The bards sang of the Wolf Queen who had defied 2 kings, of the Dragon Wolf who brought peace to Westeros, of a woman who rode through war and winter and built something lasting from the ashes of loss. When Ned passed in the autumn of his 83rd year, the city mourned for a full month. The bells rang for days, and people lined the streets for his final procession to Winterfell. Lyanna rode with her children and grandchildren, the banners streaming overhead, the air filled with the scent of pine and the crackle of the first frost. At Winterfell, Ned was laid to rest in the crypts beside his kin, his memory a flame that would not go out. Lyanna spent a season at Winterfell after, walking the halls of her childhood, feeling the echo of every memory. Laughter in the godswood, the smell of bread from the kitchens, the sound of Robb and Benjen's voices at play. She visited her statue in the crypts, her own face carved with wisdom and grief, a dire wolf at her feet, and left a single white rose at its base. When she returned to King's Landing, she found her family waiting. Aemon, his queen, their children, Arya with dust on her boots, Sansa in her river blue gown, Jon with his quiet smile. They welcomed her with open arms, and Lyanna knew at last that she was not only legend, nor merely survivor, but truly home. In the years that followed, she lived gently and well. She saw great-grandchildren born and named, saw the Red Keep filled with music and light. She watched the city rebuild after a fire, saw the snows fall and melt, saw a harvest festival lit by thousands of lanterns on the Blackwater. She listened to the bards sing her name, and sometimes laughed to hear how the truth grew into legend, and legend into myth. On the eve of her last day, Lyanna stood at her window as dusk fell. The city spread below in gold and shadow. Bells rang in the sept, and the banners rippled in a cool spring breeze. She closed her eyes and whispered a prayer, not for herself, but for the world she had helped make, for the family she had fought so hard to protect, for the future she now entrusted to their keeping. In the morning, she was gone. Peaceful, surrounded by kin, the Wolf Queen slipping quietly from a world remade by her hand. The realm remembered. The North remembered. And as dragon and wolf banners flew together above a city reborn, Lyanna Stark's name lived on in every song and every silent vow, a promise that hope, like honor, like love, endures. A.K. The city awoke to a hush, as if even the bells and doves and bakers of King's Landing paused in their daily labors, listening for something long promised and at last, quietly fulfilled. News of Lyanna Stark's passing traveled through the streets like a soft wind, as gentle as the new spring rain. It was not the shock of a ruler's death in war, nor the silence of a realm cowed by dread. It was the grief of children for a mother, of a realm for a queen who had worn no crown, but had ruled them all the same. The Red Keep's towers stood adorned in gray and white. Wolf banners hung alongside the black and red of House Targaryen. The queen's garden was filled with fresh blooms, white roses, snowdrops, lilies, every flower of the north mingling with the gold and scarlet roses of the Reach and the rare blue orchids sent by the Martells of Dorne. Maids and matrons wept openly. Knights and squires bowed their heads in passing. And in the kitchens, old women told stories of the Wolf Queen to clusters of wide-eyed scullions. Aemon moved through his day as if in dream, every room he entered pausing around him, every voice dropping to a hush. He gave audience in the solar, heard petitions from his council, nodded at problems that would have once drawn long debate, but now felt small, unworthy of noise. Elia, his eldest, stood at his side, her hands cool and strong. His queen wept in the privacy of her own chambers, her youngest son tucked in her lap, and for a time, the laughter that had filled the royal apartments was stilled. By custom and decree, 7 days of mourning were observed. The city's gates stood open but unadorned. The bells and the seps tolled at dawn and dusk. Every morning, Arya rode through the market with her hair unbound, silent in the saddle, the people parting in respect. Sansa arrived from the Riverlands with her children, bearing garlands of winterberry and pine. Jon came down from the north, his black cloak lined in white, bringing news from the Wall and wild tales to comfort his younger cousins. On the second day, the lords of the realm gathered in the throne room, its great doors flung wide to the air and light of spring. The Iron Throne, draped in shadow, sat behind a forest of banners. Wolf and dragon, trout and sun, stag and rose, kraken and falcon. The assembled lords and ladies bowed as Aemon entered, but their eyes were drawn not to the throne, but to the memory of the woman who had made it a seat of mercy and peace. Lord Blackwood, voice raw with loss, recited the old words. Here stands the north, undivided. Here stands the river, remembering. Lady Mormont declared, the island endures. From Dorne, a Martell prince spoke softly of Lyanna's kindness to his mother when she first came to court. Even the Lannisters sent words of respect and gifts of gold and glass, reminders that old enemies could become friends if peace was tended like a fire. The city septons led a ceremony beneath the open sky in the square before the Red Keep. A heart tree, grown from a cutting brought years ago from Winterfell, stood in a raised bed of pale earth and wildflowers. The small folk crowded the square, pouring in from every ward, every alley, every shop and tavern and wharf. The king and his sisters and brothers and cousins walked at the front, their banners trailing, their faces open and unguarded. Aemon spoke, voice strong but breaking with feeling. My mother was no queen in title, but her courage crowned us all. She taught me to seek justice, not vengeance, to show mercy, not weakness, to remember that peace must be guarded, not simply wished for. She walked through fire and storm and winter for her family and her realm. Let the world remember her as she truly was, not a tale or a ghost, but a woman who loved and fought and endured. Arya placed her sword at the base of the heart tree, the blade she had carried from Bravos to the Wall and back. Sansa laid her garland among the roots. Jon knelt and spoke words in the old tongue, the North song rising and falling on the spring air. Children tossed white petals into the wind, and for a moment, it seemed as if snow fell in King's Landing. That night, the city's lights burned late. Bards played quiet songs in the squares. Old knights recalled the days of siege, of the long winter, of the queen who had shamed kings into honor. Small folk, who had never seen the halls of power, told stories of Lyanna's laughter in the markets, of her presence at every festival, of the way she knelt to listen to a child or an old man's prayer. For every highborn tale there were 100 such moments, scattered like seeds across the realm. When the 7 days were done, The royal family rode north with Lyanna's body, the city pouring into the streets to see her off. The banners of wolf and dragon led the way. Sansa and Arya rode with Aemon at the head of the column, their children riding close. Jon rode beside them, and the queen and her daughters, and a river of knights and lords followed, their numbers swelling with each league northward. The journey took longer than it once had. The progress wound through the riverlands, where the Tullys welcomed their kin with feasts and songs, through the neck where Howland Reed stood at the ford, head bowed, his own grandchildren watching in awe. At every stop, the people gathered, to pay respects, to offer flowers, to touch the coffin, to whisper blessings. Lyanna's legend was not only one of war, but of hope, of justice remembered and carried forward. Winterfell waited at last, its gates open, the stones clean and shining in the pale sun. The crypts beneath the castle were swept and lit with lanterns, the statues dressed with new cloaks and garlands. In the godswood, the heart tree was in bloom, the white petals tinged with pink, the air filled with the scent of growing things. The people of the north lined the paths, silent and proud. The service was simple. Aemon spoke few words, words of love and gratitude, of promises kept and debts owed. Arya sang a song she'd learned in the wilds, low and haunting, about wolves and lost sisters, about winters passing. Sansa read a letter Lyanna had written to her in girlhood, full of laughter and gentle advice. Jon laid a single snow-white feather at Lyanna's feet and spoke the old words. The North remembers. Her statue was placed at the center of the crypt, between Eddard and Catelyn Stark, her likeness carved by northern hands. A woman standing, not sitting, her hair wind-blown, her face kind and fierce. At her feet, a dire wolf curled in sleep, a rose and a crown of winterberry in its jaws. As dusk fell, the family sat in the great hall, fire crackling, stories weaving through the candlelight. Children darted beneath the tables, laughter chasing away the last of the grief's shadow. Aemon listened to the tales and then stood, raising his cup. To Lyanna, he said, who showed us all the meaning of honor, who gave us peace, who was the first queen of her name and the last of her kind. May we remember not only her deeds but her dreams, and make them our own. Spring ripened into summer. The north bloomed, wild and bright. The royal company lingered at Winterfell, hunting and feasting, walking the godswood paths. Elia and Rhaenys rode out with Arya and her daughter across the moors, learning the wildflowers and the call of every bird. Robb and Rickon spent their days in the yard, their swords clashing with Jon's boys, their laughter echoing to the walls. Sansa tended the castle gardens, teaching her children the ways of the old gods, the names of every herb and tree. In time, the company returned south, but the north was never far from their hearts. Elia wrote letters every week to her cousins in White Harbor and Bear Island. Rhaenys sent wildflowers pressed in parchment to Dorne. Robb and Rickon returned to the north each winter, hunting with the Umbers, skating on frozen lakes. The realm held its peace. Aemon reigned in King's Landing, his council full of voices from every corner of Westeros. The old lords faded, their children rising in wisdom and patience. Arya's daughters sailed with the fleet to Braavos, bearing the wolf banner and a promise of friendship. Sansa's youngest wed, a knight of the Reach, bringing new ties of blood and hope. The years moved forward, slow as rivers and sudden as summer rain. Lyanna's memory endured, not in the statues or the banners, but in the choices of her kin, in the laughter of children, in the stubborn resolve of a realm that remembered both winter and hope. Her story became a touchstone, a lesson whispered on cold nights. Honor must bend, but never break. Love is both shield and sword. Peace is not a gift, but a fight, hard won and gently kept. So it was that the Wolf Queen's name echoed through the halls of Winterfell, across the snows of the Wall, down the broad streets of King's Landing, into the green hills of the Reach and the red sands of Dorne. Lyanna's legacy was not a crown or a war, but a realm transformed, a world in which mothers and daughters, sons and lovers, could find home and hope and peace, together beneath banners of dragon and wolf. Summer deepened, laying golden warmth across the fields of the Crown lands, and setting the city's red rooftops aglow beneath the sapphire sky. King's Landing, so long battered by war and famine, flourished like a city reborn. The fish market brimmed with laughter. The docks swarmed with ships flying banners from Old Town, Bravos, even far Corth and the Summer Isles. Gulls wheeled above the Blackwater, their calls mingling with the bells of the Septs and the distant peal of children's laughter from the palace gardens. Yet the memory of Lyanna Stark's passing lingered like the cool of morning in every corner, gentle but never absent, a breath of north on each southern wind. In the Red Keep, where once fear had stalked every hall, peace dwelled now. A peace worked for, held tightly, not a thing given, but a thing earned. Aemon Targaryen, king of Westeros, met the season with a new gravity, his face leaner, lines deepening at his mouth and eyes, but his step as sure as it had ever been. Each day he rode through the city, accompanied by his kin. Elia and Rhaenys, Jon and Arya, Robb and Rickon and the younger children. His presence a promise, that the realm belonged not to one blind, but to all. His queen, in her silks of gold and sunset orange, oversaw the palace with kindness and wit, holding feasts for the poor and reading with her daughters beneath the lemon trees Lyanna had planted years before. Elia grew into womanhood beneath the gaze of city and realm alike. Her hair a dark river, her bearing both proud and gentle. She listened more than she spoke, but when she spoke, even the oldest knights listened. Rhaenys was her opposite, quick with jest, the darling of the court, often vanishing at dawn with Arya and returning after dusk with wild tales and rare trinkets. Robb and Rickon, inseparable, led games and mock battles among the pages and squires, their laughter echoing up the marble stairs. Jon Snow, though older, remained as steadfast as ever. He spent summers in the city and winters in the north, carrying word between wall and capital, bridge and shield for the two worlds that had once seemed irreconcilable. Arya, no less wild, ranged across the kingdom and beyond. 1 year in the Reach, another in the islands, always returning when her heart called her home, always welcome at Aemon's council. On one bright morning, Aemon summoned his family and council to the gardens, the very spot where Lyanna had so often read and ruled, her lap full of letters and her arms full of children. The council assembled in a circle of shade and sunlight. Elia and Rhaenys, Sansa from the Riverlands, Jon and Arya, Davos and Brienne, Lord Manderley from White Harbor, Lady Mormont from Bear Island, and the new Lord of Sunspear, Sundark and Smiling. Aemon looked to his kin first, his gaze lingering on each beloved face. The realm stands at peace, but peace is never still, he began. We have old wounds yet to heal and new hopes to tend. In the east, the free cities send word that they wish alliance and trade, but there are whispers of slavers growing bold again. In the Reach, a new Harvest Lord is crowned, and I would send kin to honor him. In the west, the Lannisters' minds run deep, but their hearts are slow to trust. Elia spoke, her voice as clear as a bell. Send me to Highgarden, father. I will go with gifts and words and bring back the new Lord's oath. Rhaenys leapt up, laughing. I'll go to Bravos and Pentos. Let them try their riddles on me. I'll bring back a ship full of silk and a pocket full of secrets, see if I don't. Nestor. Sansa smiled, her calm undimmed by years. I will return to Riverrun and keep the Tullys in good heart. The Riverlands are restless but loyal, so long as the realm does not forget them. Jon spoke softly, but all listened. The Night's Watch flourishes, but wildlings seek to range further south each year. I will ride north again before the snows, to remind them of our peace and our strength. Arya grinned, all teeth. I'll ride with Rhaenys if she'll have me. There are always more wonders to see, and Bravos owes me a few coins and a dozen secrets besides. The king's heart warmed to see them, all the fruits of Lyanna's labor, her stubborn love, made flesh and hope and laughter. He nodded, approving each mission. Go, but return soon. The realm is strongest when we stand together, not scattered. He turned to his council, giving new orders. Davos to oversee trade with the east, Manderley to prepare the fleet, Lady Mormont to train new knights in the north, Brienne to ride circuit through the Stormlands and Dorne. After, the family lingered in the garden, memories drifting like the scent of blooming roses. Sansa told stories of her children in the Riverlands, Arya of her adventures in the east, Jon of the snows and the wild folk beyond the wall. Rhaenys taught Elia a new song, one of the old tongue, her voice rising to join the birds. Even Aemon, so often burdened by cares of state, laughed long and hard at a jest from Robb. In the heat of the afternoon, Aemon and Jon walked the garden paths, their voices low. "She would be proud of you," Jon said, pausing by the lemon tree. Aemon was silent for a time. "I hope so. Sometimes I dream of her, her voice, her hands, her laughter. I want to ask her, am I doing it right?" Jon smiled. "You're doing it your way. That's all she ever wanted for us." They paused beneath the heart tree, the white branches trembling in the warm breeze. Aemon pressed his palm to the trunk, whispering a prayer for guidance. Jon stood watch, a quiet guardian. Together, they remembered the woman who had taught them both, that honor was not the sword you carried, but the hand you held out, even to an enemy. The season rolled on, each day bright with life and work. The royal kin set forth on their missions. Elia and Sansa's progress through the Reach was marked by song and feast, the lords of Highgarden awed by the dragon wolf's Heir and the queen of the rivers. Rhaenys and Arya vanished into the east, their letters arriving in fits and bursts, tales of masked revels in Pentos, a sea battle on the stepstones, a wedding in Lys where Arya won a foot race against a prince of Myr. Jon rode north. His retinue met at every keep and croft by cheers. His name, a password for peace. The wall stood proud, the wildlings allied, the long winter truly over. In the capital, the city thrived. New bridges rose across the Blackwater. New fountains sparkled in the markets. The orphan schools Lyanna had founded swelling with clever, laughing children. The queen and her youngest son spent afternoons in the queen's garden, telling tales of the north, the wildings, the old days. Brienne's circuits kept the lords honest and the small folk safe. Manderley's fleet grew, bringing wealth and news from distant lands. Yet there were shadows too. Not all lords were content with peace. Ambitious men in Old Town and Lannisport plotted, whispering that the realm grew soft, that the North's pride would someday overreach. A few tried to stir the old hatreds, but found themselves checked by Davis' shrewd trade, by Lady Mormont's stern justice, by Sansa's gentle firmness. The council met every threat with the memory of Lyanna Stark, a reminder that the realm would bend, but never break. In late summer, the royal family returned to Winterfell for a gathering that would be remembered in song for 100 years. The north was green and wild, the air sharp with pine and moss, the sky endless. Every house sent kin and banners. The feast hall glowed with torchlight and laughter. Songs of the Wolf Queen were sung by bards from every corner, old and new verses blending tales of battle, of peace, of a mother's stubborn will. On the last night, the kin of wolf and dragon gathered in the godswood beneath the stars. Elia, her hand in Rhaenys's, spoke softly. Grandmother's hope was that the world could change, that our hearts could change. She was right. Jon raised a horn of mead. To Lyanna, who brought us through winter to summer, who taught us to fight for peace as hard as for love. They drank, laughter and tears mingling. Arya lay back on the grass, gazing up at the wheeling constellations. Do you remember the night she told us the tale of the tower? How she made us promise to never seek glory, only honor. Sansa smiled, tears shining. She made me promise to forgive, even the unforgivable. Aemon's voice was quiet, certain. She made me promise to hope, even when it was foolish. The children listened, their eyes wide, their hearts full of tales that would shape their own years to come. As the fire burned low, Aemon stood before the heart tree, his face shadowed in the moonlight. "Mother," he said, voice steady, "we are still building the world you dreamed. We have not lost our way." He looked to his kin, to his friends, to the children gathered close. "We will keep this peace. We will remember." And so they did. The wolf and dragon banners flew together, season after season, through peace and trouble, through loss and plenty. The realm endured, guided by the lessons of the woman who had crossed war and winter for love, whose name was spoken not in dread, but in gratitude and hope. In every corner of Westeros, from the highest keep to the humblest cottage, the stories passed from mother to child, from lord to swineherd, of Lyanna Stark, the Wolf Queen, who had changed the world not with fire, but with patience, not with pride, but with mercy. And as the years turned, and the world changed, her memory blossomed in every heart that cherished peace, in every child who dreamed of a kinder world, in every king and queen who dared to rule for the sake of love. Okay. Women. Autumn again, and the kingdom's colors burned from the wall to the sea. Fiery red and burnt orange in the woods, sun-bleached gold in the fields of the Reach, deep umber along the winding rivers of the south. From the towers of Winterfell, banners of wolf and dragon flew together, snapping above stone and snow. Ravens crisscrossed the sky with tidings from every corner of the realm. A fair harvest, a new peace between houses long at odds, the safe return of travelers from far Essos and the Summer Isles. It was a Westeros Lyanna Stark had never dared dream in her youth, a tapestry woven of 1,000 reconciliations. The memory of her loss had softened, but not faded. Her name lingered in the air as children played among the root-cloaked crypts, and old knights walked the battlements in the last warmth of the year. At Winterfell, every room bore some trace of her. A carved wooden rose on a doorframe, a faded portrait on a stair, a snatch of song hummed by Arya as she drifted down a corridor, thoughts lost in a past that was no longer only grief. In the great hall, a feast was being laid for the coming of the harvest moon. Aemon sat at the high table, his queen beside him, their children, grown or nearly grown, arrayed in honor beside them. Sansa had come down from Riverrun, her own brood in tow, her calm a quiet balm amid the revelry. Arya was newly returned from the east, wild tales and new scars alike marking her face. Jon Snow, older and more reserved, lingered at the edge of the hall, one hand on the shoulder of his son, the other tracing the wolf's head at his belt. The hall was filled with light and warmth, a world away from the days when such gatherings were tinged by fear and want. Minstrels sang of old wars and new peace. Mormont and Manderley, Dustin and Reed, Umber and Karstark, all sat together, laughter rolling across tables, heaped with bread and roast and autumn fruit. Here and there, southern voices mingled with the north, Dornish laughter, the soft vowels of the Reach, even a Lannister bannerman in gold and crimson, breaking bread with men whose fathers he might once have killed. Aemon looked down the hall at his family, at Elia, her hair woven in autumn leaves, at Rhaenys, eyes dancing in the torchlight as she recounted a Braavosi duel to a half-dozen eager cousins, at Robb and Rickon, sparring with Sansa's eldest beneath the banners. He felt the absence of Lyanna as a presence, not an emptiness, as if she watched from the shadows beside the great hearth. He lifted his cup in a silent toast and smiled when the youngest, his daughter Lyra, ran to him, cheeks flushed with excitement. "Father, tell us the story again," she begged, pulling at his sleeve. "The one of the White Wolf and the Rose Queen." He scooped her into his lap, drawing the attention of the tables near. "You know it better than I do," he teased. "You tell it." Lyra grinned, her eyes as blue as the far northern sky. The White Wolf ran far and fast, all the way from the snows to the sea, looking for the rose that would never die. And when she found it, she glanced shyly at Sansa and Arya. She brought it home, so everyone could remember that hope is the bravest thing. The hall stilled. For a moment, all were silent. Then Arya clapped, and the spell broke, laughter and cheers washing over the tables as minstrels took up the refrain, weaving Lyanna's name into their new song. Later, as the fire burned low and the feast gave way to stories, Aemon walked the godswood with Sansa and Aryade. The heart tree's face was pale in the moonlight, its eyes streaming slow sap. "She would have loved this night," Sansa said quietly. "Peace at last, all her children beneath one roof." Arya nodded, picking a leaf from the ground. "She would have made us dance." Jon joined them, hands tucked in his cloak. She would have challenged me to a race and let me win. Aemon smiled. She would have made us promise something impossible, then made us believe it could be done. They stood in companionable silence, watching the stars glint through bare branches. Sansa turned, voice soft. How do we keep it, Aemon? All of this peace, how do we keep from forgetting what it cost? Nay, nay. He looked to his sisters, his cousin, the only kin who could understand the weight he bore. We remember her, he said. We remember the hard choices, and we teach our children why we made them. We do not let the old wounds fester, but we do not pretend they never happened. We walk forward, but we leave markers behind, so no one loses the way. Arya's arms slipped around Sansa's shoulders. We live, and we laugh, and we fight for what matters. That's all she ever wanted. That winter, the realm was blanketed in frost, the north glittering under blue-white snow, the south shivering in the coldest months anyone could recall. The roads from King's Landing to the Wall were kept open by teams of riders and wildling allies, the small folk marveling at the fair and honest trade that moved even in the depths of snow. In every holdfast, bards sang Lyanna's name, not as a ghost, nor merely as queen or mother, but as the hope that had carried the world through war and into peace. Jon returned to the Wall once more, now more a guest than a watcher, the Lord Commander, an old friend, and his son, a favorite among the wildling children. Arya vanished east, word coming by Raven that she was seen in Mar and Volantis, in the Stepstones and beyond, chasing a rumor of a lost sword or a hidden friend. Sansa governed Riverrun with a steady hand, her sons and daughters often visiting Winterfell, carrying tales of Tully rivers and stark snow. At court in King's Landing, Elia was betrothed to the new Lord Tyrell, her journey to Highgarden a celebration of peace and alliance. Rhaenys traveled to Dorne with her mother, forging friendships with Martell kin and learning the ways of the sands. Robb and Rickon, when not sparring or hunting in the Wolfswood, studied with Maester Samwell, learning letters and history by heart. Through it all, Aemon reigned with patience. He spent his mornings in the solar, reading petitions and letters, sending gifts to distant houses, and ordering judgments in disputes great and small. In the afternoons, he would walk the city with his children and kin, making himself seen, listening to complaints and laughter alike. In the evenings, he presided over council with a steady hand, but never ruled by fear or favor. His mother's lesson, that power wielded with mercy endures, never forgotten. The years unspooled, each season marked by new births, new alliances, and the rare but inevitable loss. Lady Mormont died defending a village from a wildling raid, her funeral a gathering of every northern house. The Martell prince passed quietly in his sleep, mourned in Dorne and by the royal court alike. Arya returned at last with a weathered smile and a new blade, whispering stories only her nieces and nephews would ever hear. When Aemon's eldest son was born, named Eddard in memory of his grandfather, the realm celebrated for a fortnight. The Red Keep's towers wreathed in banners, and the streets alive with song. The child was given a direwolf pup by the Manderless, and a dragon-shaped rattle carved from old Valyrian glass by a brave Ossi smith. Lyanna's statue in Winterfell's crypts was draped in fresh roses and pine boughs. On the 20th anniversary of Lyanna's death, the family gathered once more at Winterfell. The air was sharp, the godswood silent beneath heavy snow. Aemon stood with his sisters, his queen, his children, and the lords and ladies of every corner of the kingdom. "We stand here not only for the dead," he said, voice echoing off ancient stone, "but for the living, and for those who will come after. My mother taught us that every piece must be guarded, every choice weighed in memory. She asked only that we try to be worthy of the world she hoped to make. Let us not fail her." The old words were spoken, the prayers sung, and the night was filled with the howl of wolves and the bright, wild laughter of children playing in the snow. In the decades that followed, the realm endured, sometimes battered by storm or threat, sometimes shaken by loss, but always returning to peace. New kings and queens sat the throne. New lords and ladies guided the fate of their houses. But the story of Lyanna Stark was never lost. It was carried in the heart of every Stark, in the songs of every bard, in the laws and customs shaped by her hand. Her legacy lived on in the laughter of children in palace gardens, in the wise judgments rendered beneath heart trees, in the banners of dragon and wolf flying side by side. She became more than legend. She became the measure of every hope Westeros dared to name, of every peace not simply dreamed, but won and kept. And so it was, as the years folded into one another, that the world Lyanna Stark fought to build endured, a tapestry of honor and mercy, memory and laughter, a kingdom reborn every season in the eyes of those who remembered what truly mattered. The rains came late that year, sweeping down from the east in long veils, turning the hills beyond the city to emerald and filling the cisterns and rivers to their brims. In King's Landing, summer's heat was washed away and the stones of the Red Keep glistened clean, the banners, wolf and dragon, rose and sun, snapping bright and unblemished in the freshened air. All across Westeros, the realm braced for autumn, the long days of feasting and peace, of weddings and song, slipped toward harvest and memory, as surely as the leaves would soon slip from their branches. The city's heartbeat was steady, pulsing with a confidence that had once seemed impossible. The market squares overflowed with grain and fruit, with laughter and haggling, with the voices of Northmen and Dornishmen, of Tyrell knights and ironborn traders, the free mingling of old rivals a testament to a peace hard won. The orphan schools Lyanna Stark had founded now educated the daughters of cobblers and the sons of bakers, the children of nobles and small folk together, learning their letters beneath murals of direwolves and dragons. In the temples and the septs, prayers were offered not for deliverance but for gratitude and gentle seasons. It was, as the bards sang in every inn, the summer of Lyanna's will. Aemon held court each morning in the solar above the gardens, his hands marked with ink and his smile creased with the lines of care and satisfaction. His queen joined him, her eyes ever watchful, her voice a counterpoint of reason and comfort. Davos, now aged but sharp as salt, sat at his right hand, Sansa at his left, her counsel prized by North and South alike. Arya was rarely present. She had sailed east again, chasing the faint rumor of a shipwrecked friend or a new song. But her letters came every moon, brimming with adventure and wisdom. Jon had taken up a seat on the small council, his title, Warden of the North and Wall, and it was whispered that his word was law from the Frostfangs to the green fields of the Vale. On this morning, the court gathered for a different purpose. The Queen's youngest daughter, Nyra, would be leaving for Dorne, betrothed to a Martell cousin, a union celebrated as a symbol of the realm's new unity. The palace was full of guests, Martells and Manderlys, Blackwoods and Tyrells, the corridors alive with laughter and the clatter of boots and silks, the kitchens working from dawn to dusk. In the gardens, Lyanna's grandchildren gathered for a farewell. Elia, now a lady in her own right, stood with Rhaenys beneath the lemon tree, speaking softly of marriage and travel. Robb and Rickon, taller and broader than ever, clapped each other on the back, arguing good-naturedly about who would win the next melee. Sansa's daughter Marna, red-haired and willowy, twined garlands of flowers for Nyra's hair, while the younger children darted among the fountains, shrieking in delight. Nyra herself was poised and unafraid. "I'll miss the cold," she said to Elia, "but not the snow in my boots." Elia smiled, tucking a spray of myrtle behind Nyra's ear. "You'll make Dorne bloom, sister. Write to us. Tell us if the sand is as soft as they say." Rhaenys grinned, mischief in her eyes. "And if your Martell grows dull, I'll send Arya and a ship full of pirates to rescue you." Nyra laughed, the sound as bright as the Cidian sun. "I would rather face pirates than a council of Septus and old uncles. But I will do as grandmother taught. I will remember, and I will hope." The farewell feast filled the great hall that night. Musicians from every corner of the realm played side by side, harp and drum, lute and pipes. The queen wore Dornish orange, her daughters in blue and silver, her sons in cloaks of wolf gray. Aemon presided in a tunic stitched with both Stark and Targaryen sigils, his eyes full of pride. Lord Blackwood toasted the new union. Lady Mormont offered a gift of furs. The Martell envoys praised the Wolf Queen and pledged friendship, so long as the sun rises and the wall stands. Even the Lannisters sent a golden cup, its rim engraved with a new verse: "No lion but honors the wolf who brought the dawn." As the feast waned, the family slipped out to the terrace above the gardens, where the moon hung low and full. Sansa took Nyra's hand, her voice warm. "You are the hope of 2 realms, sweetling. Go with an open heart and a sharp mind. Remember that peace is not something given, you must make it, day by day." Jon knelt to hug his niece. "If you need the north, call and we will come." Elia pressed a letter into Nyra's hand. "A list of every cook and healer I trust between here and Sunspear, and a recipe for lemon cakes. You'll need them." Rhaenys tucked a knife into Nyra's belt, in case the sand snakes bite. Aemon hugged his daughter last, whispering words that only father and daughter could share. And as Nyra's carriage left the palace at dawn, the city watched in silence, then burst into cheers and song. She waved from the window, her face alight, and the dragon wolf banners streamed above her head, a promise to the world that the future, like the road to Dorne, was open and bright. The days passed, each one marked by work and celebration, by the rhythm of harvest and the first hint of frost. The city's poets composed a new epic, the Ballad of the Wolf Queen, and every girl and boy in the orphan schools learned the chorus by heart. Farmers brought their grain to market in wagons garlanded with wildflowers, and the bakers' festival saw pies shaped like deerwolves and dragons, each child given one to take home. Jon left for the north as the first snow fell, carrying letters and gifts from the royal family. He rode with a train of knights and wildlings, the bond between wall and realm unbroken. Arya's letters arrived from Braavos, one bearing a sketch of a dancing bear, another a lock of golden hair, from a sellsword who tried to steal my purse, but not my pride. Aemon and his queen oversaw the council, their judgments fair and open, their evenings spent in the queen's garden or among their grandchildren. The children of the Red Keep were fearless and loud, racing the halls, climbing the lemon trees, making up stories about the statues in the crypts. One night, as winter settled, Elia found her father in the godswood, silent beneath the heart tree. She sat beside him, the hush of snow and wind wrapping them in solitude. "Do you ever tire of ruling, father?" she asked. Aemon's eyes were distant, his voice soft. "I tire sometimes of the weight, but never of the people, never of the hope your grandmother taught me to hold. She made this possible, she and my uncle, and your mother, and every soul who chose mercy instead of hate. I only try to be worthy of it." Elia leaned against him. "You are." She would be proud. He smiled, brushing snow from her hair. "And you? Are you ready to lead when your turn comes?" "Nams." She nodded, sure and steady. "I will remember her. And you." Winter passed. Spring returned with crocuses and new green, the city's spires gleaming. Nyra wrote from Dorne of laughter and learning, of sand and oranges, of a love that was gentle and surprising. Rhaenys and Arya returned from the east with ships full of stories and rare wares. Glass beads from Lys, books from Volantis, a box of dragon eggs painted in 1,000 colors. Robb and Rickon won honors at the Grand Melee, the city's cheers ringing out for the sons of the Wolf Queen. The realm was not without trial. A summer sickness struck the west, but healers and maesters traveled from every corner, sharing lore and medicine. A river flooded, and the queen herself led the effort to build new levees, her gown muddy, her hands calloused but strong. Each time, the bard said, the people remembered Lyanna, and hope held fast. Aemon grew older, but did not fade. When he took ill for the first time in years, the city held its breath. But he recovered, riding again through the streets, nodding to every merchant and baker, every orphan and knight. When his eldest grandson was born, silver-haired, fierce-spirited, with Lyanna's eyes, the city rang its bells for a week. The Red Keep's towers wreathed in garlands. In time, the world spun on. Aemon called his kin to him one last time. A feast on the eve of his 70th name day. The godswood was lit with lanterns, the tables filled with friends and family, the music sweet and wild. He raised his cup, his voice strong. To Lyanna, who taught us to endure. To the north, who taught us to remember. To peace, that fragile, stubborn dream. May it never die. Ninan. They drank together, and the stories flowed until dawn. When the first light crested the city walls, Aemon knelt at his mother's statue, pressed his hand to the cold stone and whispered, "We remember, always." The legacy of the Wolf Queen was not written in books alone, nor in banners or marble, but in the living hearts of her kin, her city, her realm. Every new child was told the story of the wolf who would not bend, the queen who led without a crown, the mother who built a world from patience and hope. And as the years unfolded, as new faces rose and old ones passed, Westeros did not forget. Beneath the flying banners, in the laughter of children, in the wise and gentle rule of those who followed, Lyanna's will endured. A song for every season, a promise for every dawn. Kai. As the years turned and the seasons circled, the realm Lyanna Stark had shaped through fire and patience became something more enduring than even those who loved her most could have dared to hope. The city and countryside bore the stamp of her passing. New roads were paved, villages rebuilt, ancient castles restored, and halls once emptied by war again, full of song. In the north, her name was whispered with reverence. In the Reach and the Riverlands, with a respect that time could not diminish. In Dorne, children carried stories of the Wolf Queen who had bent the sun to peace. And in King's Landing, her likeness, carved from pale marble, wolf and rose entwined, watched over the city from the square below the Queen's garden, where once she had walked. Aemon reigned through the gentle winter and into a bright, long spring. The years had etched wisdom in the lines of his face, his hair all silver now, but his eyes retained the clarity and purpose that Lyanna had sparked in him as a boy. His queen moved through the city with a smile for every child, a kind word for every matron. Her letters to Dorne and the Stormlands wove a net of peace and promise. Their children were grown, Elia and Rhaenys, Robb and Rickon, and each bore the stamp of both wolf and dragon. Pride softened by mercy, ambition tempered by memory. Jon Snow's hair, once black, was streaked with frost, but he was still the quiet center of the North's strength. The wildlings called him friend. The Starks called him brother. Arya wandered still, as restless as a gull on the wind, sometimes returning for a season to the capital or Winterfell, always bringing news of the wider world and some new joy for the children. Sansa held Riverrun in quiet strength, her wisdom recognized from the neck to the sea. In the Red Keep, life was measured in generations now, not crises. The schools Lyanna had founded were filled with music and debate. The city's orphanages overflowed with laughter and the smell of baking bread. Bards sang her ballads in the market squares, new verses written for every turn of the moon. Each year on the eve of her death, the city remembered her in silence and candlelight. Children carrying lanterns to the Queen's garden, their voices rising in the chorus she had taught them long ago. That hope, not blood, made a house. That mercy, not steel, made a realm. It was in the 30th year of Aemon's reign that a new shadow fell across the seas. In the Far East, the free cities rumbled with unrest. Bravos and Pentos quarreled, Lys and Mar conspired, and rumors grew of a fleet of exiles, lords and sellswords and pirates, gathering beneath a banner not seen since the old wars. The tales were vague, yet in every port from White Harbor to Dorne, there were whispers. Someone called Blackfire, a pale man with a silver sword, gathering those who dreamed of the old order, of dragons who ruled by fire. The small council convened in the newly rebuilt Tower of the Hand. Elia, grown tall and wise, presided in her father's absence, her voice a steady balm to restless lords. Rhaenys returned from Dorne with reports of unrest in Sunspear. Jon sent word from the Wall. Traders had seen strange sails off Skagos, and wildlings spoke of gold for any who would turn raider. Sansa wrote from Riverrun, warning that the Tully bannermen were uneasy, their sons tempted by the promise of glory and plunder. Aemon listened, silent and grave. When all had spoken, he looked to Elia and said, "It is time the realm remembers why we chose peace, and why we keep it." Nansel. He summoned his kin to him. Elia and Rhaenys, Robb and Rickon, Sansa and Jon and Arya, their children and their children's children. The great hall was filled with every color and banner, the torchlight dancing on faces old and young. "My mother gave us a kingdom," Aemon said, "not through conquest, but through sacrifice and patience. She asked that we remember what war truly costs. Now there are those who would bring back the old world, with its thrones of fire and its dreams of blood. I ask you, will we answer with fear or with the same hope she taught us?" "Amen," Elia answered first, voice strong. "We will answer as she did, with unity, with mercy, with the strength to defend what we have built." Robb and Rickon pledged the swords of the north. Sansa promised River Run's rivermen and the loyalty of the Tully blood. Rhaenys sent ravens to Dorne and the Stormlands. Jon rode the long road north, his sons and daughters at his side, the wildlings gathering to the wolf banners once more. Across the summer, the kingdom prepared. Ships patrolled the narrow sea, the ports of King's Landing and White Harbor bristling with new-built galleys. Sellswords who arrived with honeyed words found themselves met with the quiet discipline of Sir Brienne's guards and the silent watchfulness of Arya's eyes. Spies sent from Pentos and Tyrosh vanished as quickly as they had come, the city's shadows loyal to the memory of the Wolf Queen. The threat gathered, but did not fall. The fleet of the East clashed with Braavosi warships, their banners burned and broken before they ever touched Westeros' shore. The exiles found no welcome on Skagos or in the Sisters, and when a handful of Blackfire men landed in the storm-racked lands near Duskendale, they were met by Lord Davos and the royal fleet, and sent back to the sea with mercy for the small folk and justice for the ringleader. In the midst of it all, Lyanna's legend grew. It was said her statue's eyes wept tears of joy when the city was safe, that her rose never wilted, even in the fiercest drought. Her grandchildren told new stories, of the time she outwitted a Braavosi banker, of how she dared Robert Baratheon to dance with her before the walls of Moat Cailin, of the night she held a fevered child and refused to let him die. Every tale made the realm stronger, its unity surer. One evening, as peace settled again over the land, and word came that the threat from the east had faded, Aemon called a final gathering in the Queen's garden. The sky was violet with sunset, the air scented with roses and the salt of the distant sea. He stood at the base of Lyanna's statue, surrounded by children and grandchildren, by the sons and daughters of friends, long dead and new allies made in peace. "She taught me," he said quietly, "that a true king rules not with fear, but with memory. That our scars are not shameful, but proof that we survived. That what we build together, family, trust, hope, is stronger than any sword or crown." He knelt beside his mother's likeness, pressing his palm to the stone wolf at her feet. "We have made your dream real, mother, and we will not let it die." Messersto. The family knelt with him, and then the council, and then the knights and lords and small folk. The bells of King's Landing rang as dusk settled, their music joined by 1,000 voices, carrying the Wolf Queen's legacy into the night. Time passed, and new rulers came. The world changed. New inventions, new customs, new roads across the mountains, and new sails in the sky. But at the heart of it all, in the stone and soil and song of Westeros, was the memory of Lyanna Stark, who had chosen hope in the shadow of despair, who had taught a generation to hold to peace and build something that would last. And as long as children ran in the gardens of the Red Keep, as long as the snows fell at Winterfell and the rivers flowed to the sea, her name endured, gentle and strong, a story that never ended, a promise that no storm could break. Oh. The realm pressed onward, never ceasing, each generation echoing the last, yet adding its own timbre to the endless song of Westeros. The old wounds of war faded, replaced by new growth and the ever-widening tapestry of kin and allegiance. In King's Landing, the Queen's Garden, once Lyanna Stark's haven, stood at the heart of city and memory alike. Roses and wolf's bane bloomed beside lemon trees. Stone benches smooth with decades of use, children's laughter drifting from the leafy lanes. Her statue, pale and serene, stood where the sun struck it each morning, one hand resting on the head of a direwolf, the other outstretched as if in welcome. As autumn gave way to another mild winter, the Red Keep bustled with preparations for a feast, unlike any since the crowning of Aemon. This was not a wedding or a birth, nor even an anniversary of victory, but a gathering to mark 50 years of peace. Across Westeros, word spread. The king would welcome all who had cause for gratitude, all who carried memory of Lyanna, all whose lives had been changed by the long summer of her legacy. From the north, banners streamed down the King's Road, Stark gray, Manderley blue, Umber red, Karstark white. From the west came the Lannisters, old rivals now steadfast friends, bearing gifts of goldwork and casks of aged arbor wine. The Martells rode up from Dorne in a blaze of oranges and yellows, Dornish horses gleaming. The Night's Watch sent a small company, Lord Commander Snow's second son among them, tall and sharp-eyed, his voice gentle and sure. The Riverlands sent their finest minstrels, the Reach their harvest bounty, the Iron Islands a bark laden with pearls and fine-woven nets. The city itself hummed with anticipation. Bakers shaped breads in the likeness of wolves and dragons. The orphan schools staged plays retelling the story of the Tower of Joy, of Lyanna's ride through war and her courage at Moat Cailin, of the long peace that followed. Market stalls overflowed with sweet cider, roasted chestnuts, and pies bursting with autumn fruit. Nobles and small folk mingled in the streets. Old soldiers in battered cloaks stood beside city guards in shining plate. Septons and maesters and wise women all were welcomed at the palace gates. Inside the Red Keep, Aemon walked the halls with a steady gait. His hair, gone fully white, crowned a face lined but luminous. A ruler whose years had only deepened his grace. His queen, ever at his side, greeted each guest as kin. Elia, now princess of the realm, and soon to wear the crown herself, moved through the crowds with a poise and warmth that echoed her grandmother. Rhaenys presided over the arrangements for the feast, a sly smile playing on her lips as she orchestrated seating charts and entertainments, ensuring no ancient grudge would sour the night. Jon Snow arrived at dusk on the eve of the gathering, his black and gray cloak swirling, the wolf and crow sigils gleaming at his throat. He bore news of the north. A fair winter, the walls still strong, wildlings and Northmen sharing the work of the land. His sons and daughters, grown now, followed in his wake, their voices filling the castle with talk of snow, ravens, and the lonely beauty of the far north. Sansa arrived from Riverrun with her children and grandchildren, stately as a queen, her hair silvered, but her eyes bright. Arya's return was more dramatic. She rode into the city at the head of a caravan from the east, bringing with her spices from Korth, silks from Yeti, a cadre of fierce Myrish swordswomen, and a half-tamed sand steed she had won in a race outside Volantis. The first night was given to memory. In the Queen's garden, as the sky purpled and lanterns swayed in the wind, the royal family gathered with kin and allies, friends and former foes. Aemon stood by Lyanna's statue, his voice carrying over the hush. 50 years ago, my mother gave this realm not victory, but peace. She taught us that every enemy could be made a friend. Every wound could heal if we dared to hope. Today, look around you. See who stands at your side. Remember the world that was, and the world we built together. Man. He knelt at the statue's feet and set a crown of wild roses upon the stone. We remember, and we are grateful. One by one those gathered added their own tokens. A feather from the Vale, a pearl from the Iron Islands, a stalk of wheat from the Reach, a lantern from Bravos, a black stone from the Wall, a single orange from Dorne. The children placed ribbons and painted pebbles, and the old warriors shed quiet tears. The days of feasting that followed wove a tapestry of celebration and remembrance. In the great hall, Elia presided with a steady hand, calling forth minstrels to sing not only of battles, but of harvests, reconciliations, and laughter. Rhaenys organized games on the tourney grounds, not just jousts and archery, but contests of wit, talispinners, and children's foot races. Sansa led the first dance of the opening feast, and Arya, with a bow and a smirk, stole the last. The council met each morning, not to debate war, but to resolve small disputes, to hear petitions from the far corners of the realm. The queen listened to complaints of drought in the arbor, of quarrels between fisherfolk and the sisters, of a feud over water rights in the hills above Duskendale. In each, she invoked Lyanna's name, asking, what would the Wolf Queen have done? And in each she chose fairness and mercy, knowing that every small kindness shored up the peace as surely as any alliance. At night, the family walked the city in disguise, listening to the laughter in the taverns, the songs drifting from open windows, the simple contentment of a people unafraid. Jon Snow, cloaked and hooded, was stopped by a boy who pressed a hand-drawn picture of a wolf into his palm. "For the Lady Lyanna," he said shyly. "My mother says she was the bravest." Jon smiled and knelt to thank him. "She was. And so are you, for remembering." On the final night, with autumn's first breath stirring in the air, the city gathered in the square below the Queen's garden for a pageant. Children from every corner of the realm, dressed in costumes of wolf and rose and dragon, acted out the story of Lyanna, her ride through the snows, her stand at Moat Cailin, her counsel to Aemon, her wisdom in peace. The youngest, a curly-haired girl from the Westerlands, knelt before the statue in the last scene and recited, in a voice clear and high, the words Lyanna herself had written. "Peace is not the end of the story. It is the story. It is the fight we wake to every morning, the hope we dare when all seems lost, the kindness we choose, even when pride would tempt us to hardness. Let this be my crown, not gold, but the memory of love enduring." "Man." The crowd cheered, and then fell silent, each person holding a lantern or a candle, the city awash in gentle light. Bells tolled from every septide and temple. Laughter mingled with quiet tears. And as the moon rose, families walked home arm in arm, repeating the story to the youngest, making vows to honor its memory. After, in the quiet that follows every great gathering, the realm returned to its work and its joys. Elia was crowned within the year, her reign marked by wisdom, her counsel drawn from every corner of the realm. Rhaenys sailed for the east again, forging new friendships, ever restless and brave. Jon, older still, retired at last to Winterfell, surrounded by grandchildren, the snows of his youth, a gentle memory. Arya came and went, her legend growing with every new adventure. Sansa ruled the Riverlands with a steady hand, her letters full of wit and gentle advice. Children were born, grew, and learned the story of Lyanna Stark from their first days. The orphan schools flourished. The bards wrote new songs for every festival and feast. In the Queen's garden, the statue's outstretched hand gleamed smooth with the touch of thousands, each visitor, each citizen, each lost soul who came to remember or to hope. And in every season, from winter's first snow to summer's greenest leaf, the realm remembered. Not with fear, nor with pride, but with the gratitude of a people who knew that every peace, no matter how long or sure, must be won and cherished, day after day. Lyanna's name lived on, a story, a prayer, a promise that Westeros at last had learned to keep. The years fell one after another, like the leaves in a patient autumn, each layering the realm with new memories, each deepening the roots of peace and kinship that Lyanna Stark had dreamed into being. Westeros entered an age so tranquil that minstrels called it the Dawning, an era when even the oldest could not recall the last time banners had been raised in anger or the last call for swords. The countryside was a patchwork of plenty, orchards heavy with fruit in the reach, grain fields golden in the riverlands, wildflowers painting the moors of the north and the valleys of the Vale. The roads were busy with merchants, pilgrims, and children at play, their games full of wolves and dragons, roses and suns, not for war, but for the joy of story. In the north, Winterfell's gray towers were alive with laughter and song. The godswood had grown wilder in the half-century since Lyanna's passing, its great heart tree sprawling white and ancient, its branches a sanctuary for birds and children alike. Jon Snow's children and grandchildren ran beneath those boughs, tall, bright-eyed, fond of riddles and races, their voices echoing into the crypts below. Arya was a legend now, her tales passed down from Bravos to Bear Island, her sword needle a cherished heirloom. Sansa, ever gentle and shrewd, ruled River Run in the quiet dusk of her years, her grandchildren scattering to the corners of the realm, and always coming home with new stories. At King's Landing, the Queen's Garden had become the true heart of the city. The statue of Lyanna Stark was never without some token. Fresh-cut roses in spring, berries in summer, apples in autumn, pine boughs and snow-dusted pebbles in the winter. It was said that the city's orphans, when lost or frightened, would find their way to the statue's outstretched hand and leave with a sense of peace. The garden was where the city's children were brought to be named and blessed, where weddings were held, where councils gathered when disputes threatened to grow hot. The old maester who kept the garden in his last years told the tale to every child who would listen. She chose mercy when the world chose war, and so the world was remade. Aemon lived to see all this and more. He walked the city in plain garb, a white wolf stitched at his breast, his silver hair grown long and tied back simply. The people called him the Peacemaker, and the children greeted him with, "Good day, Grandfather King." His queen was always near, her laughter as bright as ever, her hands deft in the kitchen or the council chamber, her counsel trusted by every lord. Their children grew into statesmen and scholars, travelers and guardians. Elia, now crowned, ruled with quiet resolve, her reign marked by wisdom, her court full of voices from every house and region. The 50th spring after Lyanna's death dawned fair and full of birdsong. The city made ready for the festival of dawning, now a tradition across the realm, a day for story and song, a night for lanterns and feasting. From the gates to the Red Keep, garlands of wolf's bane and golden roses hung in the breeze. Small folk and nobility mingled freely in the streets, children in wolf masks darting through the crowds, the air alive with the scents of spice and honey, roasting meat and new-baked bread. That morning, the festival began in the Queen's Garden. Elia presided, her hair bound with a crown of wildflowers. She welcomed the city's children first, orphans, lordlings, and small folk alike, inviting them to sit at her feet while she recited a tale, not of dragons or kings, but of Lyanna Stark as a girl. Her laughter in the winterfell snow, her defiance at the feast in Harrenhal, the rose she whispered under the heart tree, the vow she whispered under the heart tree. Jon Snow, gray and stooped but still tall, read a letter Arya had sent from beyond the sea, a tale of a wolf that ran so far and so long that it found the edge of the world, and there it lay down in the snow and dreamed a new land into being. Sansa's grandchildren performed a play about the Tower of Joy, their youngest dressed as Rhaegar, a garland of blue roses in hand. Even the lords of Lannisport in Old Town sent their children to place offerings at Lyanna's feet, the crowd cheering each new verse and jest. As the sun climbed high, Elia led a procession to the docks, where ships from every kingdom and city waited with sails unfurled, their decks crowded with travelers come to celebrate. The bells rang from the Sept of Baelor and from every temple and shrine. The city's ships sailed up and down the Blackwater, trailing lanterns and banners, the river glittering with colored light. In the evening, the feast was held in the great square beneath the Queen's Garden. Tables overflowed with fruit and game, roast oxen and cheeses, sweetmeats shaped like dire wolves and dragons. Bards sang from every corner, the songs mingling, old and new, fierce and gentle, ballads and jests. Children danced, the elders told tales. The whole city seemed wrapped in the hush of blessing. Aemon, in his last years, sat beneath Lyanna's statue with his kin about him. Elia at his right, Rhaenys at his left, his grandchildren clustered near. Jon Snow joined him for a time, their words quiet, their smiles bittersweet. "She would have loved this, Jon," Aemon said. "She would have told us it was too much, and then insisted we dance." Jon laughed, the sound carrying clear. "She would have said that peace must be worn like a sword, never left a rust." As dusk deepened, Aemon rose, his steps slow but unbowed. He raised a cup to the statue, to the sky, to the gathered multitude. "We remember," he said, the words rolling like thunder across the square. "We remember her hope and her courage, and her love. We remember the promise she gave us, that the world could be better if we made it so together. 1,000 lanterns rose into the sky, the city lit by the glow of hope. For a long time, no one spoke. The bells pealed, the children laughed, and the realm stood united in gratitude. In the years after, the story of Lyanna Stark was woven even deeper into the fabric of the realm. Her ballads were sung at every cradle, her wisdom invoked at every council, her courage honored in the laws of the land. Her name was spoken in times of joy and trouble alike, when storms threatened, when new unions were made, when children were born or lost. The peace she had won endured, not without effort, but because each new generation chose to remember. Elias' reign brought new roads and schools, alliances and embassies with the free cities and the Summer Isles. Rhaenys' children traveled the world, always returning with stories and treasures. Sansa's kin held Riverrun and half the Riverlands, their wisdom prized. Jon Snow's line flourished in the north and beyond the wall, wildlings and Starks forging a new kind of brotherhood. And so, as the seasons spun, as time's tide swept away even the stones of ancient keeps and raised new towers in their place, Lyanna's legacy remained, woven not only into songs and banners, but into the hearts of those who carried her dream. The Wolf Queen's promise endured, that mercy was the realm's surest shield, that memory was its guide, that hope was the fire no winter could quench. And in every spring, when the wolves howled at dusk and lanterns floated on the black water, the city would pause, and every heart would lift, remembering Lyanna Stark, first of her name, last of her kind, and forever the story the realm chose to tell. The years slipped onward, and the realm unfolded beneath the banners of wolf and dragon, in an endless, gentle tapestry of peace. Children grew, and grew old, and their own children learned the same stories, the same lessons. The bones of the land, Winterfell, the eerie, Old Town, Casterly Rock, King's Landing itself, remained but were ever renewed, changed as rivers change, new stones laid, old towers repaired, fresh gardens planted, yet the shape of the old always underlying the new. It was nearly 60 years since Lyanna Stark's death. The dawn of her festival, now called the Day of Dawning, had become a holiday as beloved as the harvest, a day when even the poorest of King's Landing could walk the palace gardens and leave flowers at the statue, or lanterns floating down the Blackwater, their flames a prayer for hope, for remembrance, for peace to last 1 year more. The Queen's garden had grown wilder, richer. Roses, yes, but also winterberry foxglove, the blue-violet gentians of the north. Lemon trees, heavy with golden fruit, shaded the benches where orphans gathered each morning to recite their lessons. The statue of Lyanna remained, worn smooth by decades of hands, brightened every morning by the youngest children, who washed its feet and tucked wild flowers between the stone wolf's ears. Overhead the bells of the sept rang clear, and the sound mixed with the city's heartbeat, the clash of the farrier's hammer, the laughter of children, the clatter of carts. In the Red Keep, the council chamber was now ringed with windows facing the garden. Elia, Queen of the realm, presided with the calm certainty of one who had grown up beneath both sword and story. Her hair was streaked with gray now, her manner gentle but unyielding. At her side sat her consort, Davin Martell, born of Dorne, sun-browned and keen-eyed, full of laughter and wit, his hand always covering hers at the moments when rule felt weightiest. Their children, tall, bright, clever, served as lord or lady in every corner of the realm. Letters from the north bore the wax seals of Rickon's and Robb's lines. Sansa's grandchildren sent gifts from River Run. Arya's descendants wandered so far that they sometimes returned only with the first snows, but always returned. It was a year of abundance. The fields of the Reach yielded double harvest, and the Iron Islands sent ships loaded with silver and salt. Trade with the free cities blossomed. No swords had been drawn in anger for more than a generation. Even the lords of old, those who once quarreled over boundaries and oaths, found little reason for rivalry. The festivals of dawning were held in every town. Minstrels sang, Children carried paper lanterns. The elders told stories, and at sunset, everyone knelt in silent gratitude, if not for gods, then for the memory of the queen, who had first taught them the power of such stillness. That spring, a letter arrived at court, sealed with black wax, the sigil of a foreign prince stamped in gold. The Prince of Pentos requested audience with Queen Elia. He would bring gifts and propose a trade of knowledge and magic, the likes of which had not been seen since the doom of Valeria. The council considered, and Elia, remembering her grandmother's courage, agreed. The prince arrived with his own retinue, learned men and women from a dozen lands, strange books, glass spears, filled with colored fire, and a tame leopard that padded silently at his heels. The city gawked, awed by the splendor of his silks and the odd music his pipers played. Yet he brought, too, a restlessness, a kind of bright hunger. At the first council, he offered alliances, new inventions, a marriage between his daughter and one of Elia's grandsons. Elia listened, smiling, weighing each promise and price. "This is a realm built on memory," she said at last, her voice carrying across the council chamber. "We do not fear the new, but we do not forget what was lost to win this peace. If you wish to join us, it must be as kin, not as conqueror." The prince bowed, well pleased, but that night he lingered in the gardens, whispering in the shadows with one of the city's magisters. By week's end, rumors of magic and old powers began to swirl through the city, whispers of glass candles burning, of ravens speaking in men's voices, of a shadow seen crossing the moon. Some of the queen's counselors fretted. A few called for the prince's expulsion. It was Elia herself who addressed the city. Standing before Lyanna's statue, she spoke. "There will always be those who hunger for old power and new wonders. We do not turn away the world, but neither do we surrender our soul. Peace is made not once, but every day. Let no fear undo what we have built. If you hear a tale that chills you, bring it into the sunlight. Let us speak truth together, and remember, the Wolf Queen did not tremble before shadows." The people cheered, and the rumors ebbed. The Prince of Pentos, finding himself politely ignored by all but the most curious scholars, sailed east again. The peace held, not by force, but by the deep, slow confidence of a realm that knew itself, that measured every rumor against the weight of its own memory. Summer came in a rush of gold and green. The city swelled with visitors, dancers and scholars, smiths and cooks, children eager for the festival. Each day, the queen walked the garden at dawn, listening to the petitions of her people. Some brought old grievances, 2 brothers arguing over a field, a shipwright claiming rights to a design. Others brought hopes, a girl who dreamed of studying at the citadel, a baker's son who wished to travel east. Elia answered each with patience, offering wisdom or laughter, coin or a gentle nudge. When faced with anger, she invoked Lyanna's name, and the mood softened. In the council chamber, lords and ladies from every corner brought news of their own. Sansa's eldest grandson, Lord of Riverrun, described the growing city on the Trident, its market bustling, its bridges strong. Arya's kin wrote from the far north, where wildlings and Starks now shared rule and built stone halls together. The Ironborn, prosperous and proud, no longer raided but sent fishing fleets to every coast. Rhaenys' line sent word from Old Town, where scholars from the Summer Isles and the Free Cities taught children of every birth. The Queen's great-grandchildren, raised together in the Red Keep and Winterfell, grew up knowing every corner of the realm as their own. Each new birth was marked by a lantern floated in the Queen's garden, every passing by a ring of wildflowers placed at Lyanna's feet. That festival of dawning, the city was more crowded than ever before. The royal family stood upon the balcony above the garden, watching as lanterns drifted skyward, thousands upon thousands, the lights mirrored in the river below. The people sang a new ballad, one written by a blind girl from White Harbor, set to the old words. Remember the Wolf Queen's promise. Remember the dawn she gave. Let hope be the sword in the darkness. Let peace be the gift we save. Then Elia, her voice full, led the final refrain, her eyes shining with unshed tears. For Lyanna, for the realm, for all the seasons yet to come, let us keep the promise." And as the lanterns rose, the city glowed in gold and silver and gentle blue. Children laughed, old men wept, and the wolves in the godswood of Winterfell lifted their heads and howled, their voices carrying across the hills, a chorus to ring through every home and hall. In the seasons that followed, life continued its quiet miracle. Some winters were harsh, but the harvest always returned. Sickness came, but was met with the care and unity of a realm determined to endure. A few bold men tried to stir trouble. Sellswords from the east, a merchant prince with a fleet, a scheming lord in the Vale. But each was met by the council's patience, by the queen's fairness, and by the strength of a people who remembered what had come before. And always in the heart of King's Landing, the statue of Lyanna Stark stood watch, her hand outstretched in the morning sun, her memory woven into every festival, every song, every vow. The city endured. The North endured. And the promise Lyanna had made, of hope, of mercy, of peace, endured with them, through every year and every child who chose to remember. Another spring dawned on Westeros, and the land awoke beneath the same banners, the same hopeful hush that had marked the kingdom for nearly 3 generations. From the wall's shadow to the sunlit dunes of Dorne, the world was changed, and yet unchanged. A place of old stones, new laughter, patient gardens, and the slow, stubborn blossoming of hope. Even the youngest children of the realm could recite the Wolf Queen's story. Lyanna, whose courage outlasted war. Lyanna, who had taught them, through her own wounds and wisdom, that peace must be built, chosen, and chosen again. King's Landing glittered beneath the morning sun. The Queen's garden, wild and lush with roses and gentians, was crowded with children in festival finery. Their voices drifted up to the palace where Queen Elia prepared for the day's processions, her heart full as ever of memory and resolve. It was the day of dawning once more, and as always, the city felt expectant, a little breathless, as if Lyanna herself might slip among the crowd at any moment, laughing as she did in half the realm's favorite tales. The royal apartments, though expanded and gilded by years of prosperity, retained the bones of Lyanna's time. The window she had sat beside, the garden doors she had opened on starry nights, her statue visible beyond the terrace, now garlanded in bluebells and gold-petaled broom. Elia wore a simple dress of northern gray, a garland of wildflowers at her brow. Her consort, Daven Martell, stood with their grown children, each bearing a hint of wolf and sun, of old patience and southern fire. Their eldest, Nera, had returned from Sunspear with her own children. Rhaegar, named for a long-dead prince, was the master of ships. Alice, Lyanna's namesake, led the city's orphan schools, and had inherited her great-grandmother's direct gaze. The city's bells tolled as Elia stepped onto the balcony. In the streets below, Sansa's kin from River Run, Arya's from Bravos and beyond, Jones from Winterfell, and the wild north, all mingled with the city folk and new settlers from distant lands. There were olive-skinned sailors from Lys, dark-eyed traders from the Summer Isles, Volantine scholars, Tyrells and Martells and Lannisters, all standing shoulder to shoulder. The bells called out, not a warning, but an invitation. On every doorstep, a candle burned for Lyanna, for hope, for memory. The procession moved from the Red Keep's gates through the streets, Elia and her family walking among the people, not above them. Old men recalled the days of siege and fire. Young women held their children high to see the Queen's gentle smile. Every street had its own pageant. Children in wolf and dragon masks, girls dressed as wildlings and queens, boys as squires and maesters and kings. At each square, a story was told. Some true, some grown tall in the telling. At the statue, Elia knelt with her family, and all the city gathered close, so quiet the doves in the rafters could be heard. The city's oldest orphan, now a woman with children of her own, placed the first wreath on Lyanna's arm. Alice Martell Stark read aloud the first lines of the Promise Ballad, now sacred tradition. We remember the Wolf Queen's promise. We keep the hope she gave. Let mercy guard us always. Let peace be the gift we save. Damn star. For a moment, Silence reigned, the city holding its breath in the shadow of the statue, the sun gilding Lyanna's hand and the stone wolf at her side. Then, as the bells pealed again, the crowd erupted in song, an ancient song, wild and high, like the howling of wolves in a northern wood. All at once, lanterns rose skyward. Paper lanterns, colored lanterns, some bearing messages for lost loved ones, some prayers for the year to come. After the festival, the council gathered in the garden. The sun slanted gold through new leaves, and the lords and ladies of Westeros, gray-haired, silver-haired, and newly minted, took their places around Elias' table. There were no wars to plan for, no rebellions brewing, but the world was never without its shadows. Maester Theomund, youngest son of Rickon's line, read news of a failed harvest in the arbor, and Daven spoke of unrest among the free cities, a bandit fleet stirring in the stepstones, eager to try the realm's peace. Aelia listened as always, her counsel sought and her patience famous. She dispatched grain and ships to the arbor, sent envoys to Braavos and Lys to remind old friends of the cost of discord, and wrote herself to the Lord of the Stepstones. We remember, as do you, what ruin can come of old grudges. Come, break bread in the Red Keep before you spill blood in the sea. It was not only lords who petitioned the queen. The council was now open to all, and the city's fishwives and butchers, the heads of the orphan schools, the captain of the city watch, and a boy chosen by lottery from the orphanages all spoke their piece. Aelia welcomed each with the same careful attention. She listened to a cobbler's complaint about taxes, soothed the quarrel between two septs, and promised a little girl her kitten would be found. The council was long and meandering, but at its end, every heart was lighter. That evening, the royal family gathered for their own remembrance. They dined in the Queen's garden, children running wild between courses, old songs sung, and new verses added to Lyanna's ballad. Jon Snow's great-grandson, tall and grave as his ancestor, told the tale of how Arya once outdrank a Braavosi captain in the name of the Queen. Sansa's granddaughter recited the laws Lyanna had inspired, her words careful and clear. Rhaenys' kin described the trading ships sent to the Summer Isles, the new friends won by laughter and generosity. Aelia, tired but peaceful, sat beneath her grandmother's statue, looking out across her family, her people, her city. Every year I wonder if the world can hold this much joy, she said softly. And every year I see it's not joy that fades, but fear. So long as we remember, so long as we make the choice, peace will be stronger than any sword. Nah. Aelys came to her side and took her hand. You taught us that. Grandmother Lyanna started it, but you kept it, you all did. Aelia squeezed her hand. It takes all of us, every year, every season. The moon rose above the rooftops, pale as a memory. In the city below, the last of the festival's lanterns drifted over the river, their flames unbroken in the wind. Seasons turned, and the world changed again. But slowly with care. There were new challenges, a terrible flood in the Stormlands, a drought in the Reach, a sickness in the mountains of the Vale. Each was met not by fear, but by the unity and calm that had come to define the age. The council dispatched help, not only from the crown but from every corner. Ships from the Ironborn, grain from the north, healers from Old Town and Dorne. Old lords passed. Their children rose. The wildlings north of the wall became part of the world's weave, their chiefs sending delegates each year to the Queen's festival. The orphan schools grew, and from their ranks came maesters and knights, septas and artists, even a future Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. When a merchant fleet from the Far East brought news of unrest and a new faith sweeping the Summer Isles, the council welcomed the strangers, listened, and invited them to the garden for the dawning. The city's bards began to call this time the season of Lyanna, an era not marked by one ruler's hand, but by the slow, stubborn will of many. It was a story told at every hearth, of how a wolf queen taught the realm to hope, and how that hope became the heart of Westeros, beating in every family, every street, every child who dared to remember. And in every spring, when the lanterns drifted and the wolves howled at the moon, the people lifted their eyes, knowing that peace was not the absence of struggle, but the presence of memory. And that as long as they remembered, Lyanna, the story, and the realm she had built, would never truly end. Would never truly end. Cailin. The days of the season of Lyanna stretched into decades. The realm settled in the sure embrace of peace, though never complacent. Each year brought its own trials. Hard winters, new faces, shifting tides on distant shores. But always the realm returned to its anchor, the memory of the Wolf Queen, and the slow, steadfast habit of choosing hope over suspicion, mercy over vengeance, unity over division. King's Landing thrived in this new century. Its skyline was softened by green. The Queen's garden spread in every direction, roses and lemon trees, and the wildflowers of the north spilling over low walls. The city's markets were clean, its water sweet from new wells and aqueducts. The old city stank of fish and horses, as all cities do, but children went unafraid even in the darkest alleys. In the harbor, ships from the Summer Isles, Corth, the Jade Sea, and the free cities came and went in endless procession. There were songs in 100 tongues. The old sept bells mingled with new chimes from temples, built by travelers who had made this city their home. The Red Keep, though still the seat of power, was no longer fortress, but hearth. Its halls and corridors were filled with learning and music as much as command. The Queen's council chamber was a circle of windows and open doors. Any citizen could stand at the threshold and wait their turn. The orphans Lyanna had once championed were now scholars, shipwrights, healers, judges, even counselors themselves, and every one of them knew her story by heart. Queen Elias' reign gave way in time to that of her eldest, Nyra Martell Stark. The city celebrated her coronation with a festival that spilled for 3 days through every ward and garden, and when she set the crown on her own brow, iron and silver, set with a single blue gem, she made a vow before the city to remember always to defend the peace, not with walls or swords but with wisdom and care, to wear my crown in the memory of Lyanna and in hope for every child. Damn. Her siblings and cousins took up their places. Rhaegar at the navy, Alice as mistress of laws, Robb's and Rickon's kin in the north, Arya's in the free cities, Sansa's at River Run, a younger Martell daughter as ambassador to the Summer Isles. Even the wildlings sent a chief each year for dawning, bringing new tales and rough laughter to the halls. The first challenge of Nyra's reign was not from war or intrigue, but from nature itself. That summer, a great drought swept the Reach and the riverlands, the earth cracking, rivers running low, crops withering beneath a pitiless sun. The Lord sent ravens in alarm. For a moment, old habits threatened to return. Hoarding, sharp words at council, distant banners close to neighbors. But the city and the realm remembered. Nyra called a council of lords and small folk, river captains and grain traders, the heads of every orphan school, and even the wildling chieftain. They met in the open garden, shaded by blue flowering vines, Lyanna's statue watching with its steady calm smile. Each spoke their need, their fear, their hope, and then, one by one, offered what they could spare. The north sent barges of fish and barrels of ice. Dorne sent casks of preserved fruit. The Ironborn, for the first time in memory, sent water and salt meat, not swords. Maesters from Old Town and Bravos traveled the realm teaching new ways to conserve and irrigate. The drought was hard. Some villages failed. Some went hungry. But no one starved. And by the next spring, the first rains brought wildflowers to fields that had never seen such color before. On the day of dawning, the people brought garlands of those wildflowers to Lyanna's statue. And Queen Nyra knelt with her court, promising again, "We endure because we remember, because we do not stand alone." As peace endured, so too did the world grow wider. Trade with the East flourished, not just in silks and spices but in knowledge. New scrolls arrived in the Red Keep, treatises on healing, on mathematics, on the stars. The orphan schools became centers of learning. Young women and men from every corner came to study and returned as teachers, healers, judges. The first girl born of both wildling and Stark blood earned her chain at the Citadel, and her writings changed the study of herbs and healing in the Seven Kingdoms. The Summer Isles sent envoys, and at last, a princess who wed a Martell son, her wedding attended by half the realm and sung of for a generation. The faiths of Westeros multiplied too, but no one creed reigned. The old gods were honored in the north, and in the Queen's Garden, while the seven septs welcomed the curious and the devout, and the new temples from across the sea gathered their own crowds. On dawning, all faiths set aside their differences, gathering in the garden to honor the memory not just of Lyanna, but of all who had worked for peace. There were, of course, challenges. Pirates from the Stepstones grew bold for a few years, raiding the narrow sea, but the royal fleet and the northern longships, fighting side by side, broke them in a single sharp campaign. A claimant from across the sea, styling himself Daemon Blackfire, tried to stir rebellion among the Gold Cloaks, but the city's guards, many the children of orphans, turned him in themselves, saying, "We remember the Wolf Queen. We remember what was lost. We won't lose it again." Even when, one harsh winter, sickness swept through the city and the old queen herself fell ill, the realm did not falter. The orphan schools became hospitals, the healers of Old Town and the Citadel sent aid, and grain arrived from as far as the Summer Isles. Rhaegar herself walked among the sick, offering comfort and hope. The city lost many, but not its faith, and when the queen recovered, her first act was to lead a silent procession from the Queen's Garden through every ward, lanterns carried for the lost and the living both. On the 100th anniversary of Lyanna's death, the city and the realm prepared as never before. 100 new lanterns were set afloat in the river at dawn, each painted with the story of a family, a village, a home. Minstrels gathered from every kingdom, and from the free cities, the Summer Isles, and even distant Yee. The feast in the Red Keep overflowed with food and laughter. Every orphan was given a new cloak, a book, and a rose. Every knight who had never seen battle was knighted in the Queen's Garden, not for war but for the oath to protect the peace, honor the memory, and defend the helpless. On the night of the festival, the royal family stood together, Nyra and her children, Alis the scholar, Rhaegar the admiral, Arya's descendants with their bright eyes and sly smiles, Sansa's grandchildren from the green banks of the Trident, Jon's kin from the north and beyond the wall. The whole city, it seemed, gathered below the statue. Nyra raised her hand, voice strong as the bells. "We remember Lyanna, who dared to hope. We remember Aemon, who chose mercy. We remember every soul who held the line, when fear called them to break it. We remember not for pride, but for peace. Let this be our gift to those who come after. Let us keep the story, and so keep the realm." Mestuol. The lanterns rose in waves, their colors dancing across the sky and reflecting in the eyes of every watcher. Wolves howled at Winterfell. Bells rang in every city, and the stories began again. From parent to child, from heart to heart. And so, as the seasons circled, each new year uncertain, each old hope renewed, the peace of the Wolf Queen endured. The world changed, and changed again. But as long as the people remembered Lyanna, as long as they chose hope, the light of her story never truly left the land. Cailin. The 100th year since Lyanna Stark's death unfolded with a gentleness that seemed to settle over every hill and hall in Westeros. It was as though even the old gods and the new were keeping watch, unwilling to break the spell the Wolf Queen's memory had cast. In the north, snow melted into streams that ran quick and clear through the green, lambs bleated, and the wildlings' children helped the Starks plant the first rows of beans and barley. In the riverlands, willows trailed their fingers in the water, their branches heavy with new leaves. The Reach was awash in color, orchards and gardens, every town busy with the first of many spring festivals, the roads bright with banners and laughter. At King's Landing, the city bloomed. Lanterns were strung from every rooftop, doors left open in welcome, and the market stalls spilled over with the goods of 100 lands. The Queen's Garden, now as famous as the Red Keep itself, was at its riotous best. Wild roses tangled with lilies, violets and gentians grew between ancient flagstones, and the lemon trees bore fruit so heavy the branches had to be braced with silver rods. Children in blue and silver tunics ran through the greenery, playing at wolf and dragon, rose and sun, laughing in the morning air. It was the festival of dawning, and never had it been celebrated so widely or so well. Across the realm, every village held its own remembrance. Wildlings gathered at the wall, their elders sharing tales of Lyanna's fierce mercy. At River Run, Sansa's descendants floated candles down the tumblestone, each marked with a wish or a secret hope. In the Stormlands and the Reach, in Old Town and Dorne, even in the far-off Iron Islands, bells tolled at sunset, and the old tales were told anew. Within the Red Keep, Queen Nyra Martell Stark prepared for the dawn ceremony. Her white hair was braided with blue roses, her gray and gold gown woven with the sigils of every house sworn to the crown. Her consort, Prince Aeron Martell, smiled at her from across the chamber, his hands busy tying a blue sash at his waist. Their children, grown and crowned with flower wreaths, stood ready to accompany their mother down to the garden. Nyra looked at them all. Her eldest Rhaegar, quick-witted and gentle. Jon, named for the Lord of Winterfell, tall and shy and fiercely loyal. Twin girls Elin and Maya, full of laughter and mischief, and little Lyanna, youngest and wildest with her grandmother's eyes. The morning's light spilled across the city as they made their way through the palace, courtiers bowing, guards saluting, small folk tossing petals at their feet. In the garden, thousands had gathered. The orphans and the old, nobles and bakers, maesters and midwives, wildling chiefs and ironborn captains, all pressed close, eager to witness what had become both pageant and prayer. At the foot of Lyanna's statue, Nyra took her place. The stone wolf, polished by a century of touch, seemed to glow in the pale gold dawn. Rhaegar placed a garland at the statue's feet. Little Lyanna tucked a single white rose behind the stone ear. For a long, perfect moment, the city was silent. Nyra spoke with a voice that echoed through every heart. We gathered because of what was lost and what was found. Because one woman, one mother, one queen, remembered hope when all others despaired. We keep her promise still. As long as we remember, the story goes on, and the realm endures. Mednewan. 100 doves took flight, a signal for the bells to ring and for lanterns to be set afloat on the Blackwater. The children sang the old refrain. Hope is the lantern, peace is the path. Memory, the story we share. Long as we honor the Wolf Queen's heart, the light of her dream fills the air. Now. The festival lasted 3 days, as was now tradition. The first was for memory. Families traced their histories at public tables. Children painted their own versions of Lyanna's journey, and elders from every house took turns telling their favorite tale. How Lyanna had once made Aemon dance barefoot at a feast, or how she'd won over the Ironborn by laughing at their stormy gods. The next day was for mercy. The council held open courts in the garden, and no petition was refused. Every year, some new quarrel was brought forward, and every year it was solved by compromise, generosity, or a gentle joke that sent the crowd roaring with laughter. The last day was for hope, a contest of new songs, a planting of saplings from the Queen's garden in pots to be sent across the realm, and at dusk, a great feast in the open air. This year, the feast seemed to hold the whole world. Ships from Bravos and Lys lit their decks and sent gifts of sweet wine and silks. The Summer Isle's prince arrived with a troop of dancers, and Dornish archers competed with Manderly shipwrights at the targets set along the garden wall. Arya's kin told stories from the Shadowlands and the Jade Sea. Sansa's from the Trident, Robin Rickons from the lonely woods of the far north. Queen Nyra herself moved among the tables, speaking to every guest. "You are welcome," she told a baker from Flea Bottom, "because every meal is richer for one more at the table." She knelt to listen to a wildling girl's wish for a direwolf pup, and promised to speak with the Starks. When a Dornish woman, shy and awed, confessed her hope to study at the Citadel, Nyra introduced her to the Mistress of Laws, who herself had come from a line of orphans, and who laughed, "We'll find there is no gate closed to those who seek knowledge now." After the meal, as the sky deepened into twilight, the city's bards began the ballad of the Wolf Queen. This year, the children's chorus joined, their voices rising pure above the crowd. The city grew still, the river reflecting the last of the lanterns, the song filling every empty street and secret heart. As the festival faded, the world resumed its gentle whirl. Nyra and her family held council in the new solar, its windows thrown wide to the garden. The lords and ladies brought tidings. The north had had a hard winter, but the wildlings and Starks had sent enough grain to every holdfast. The Reach's rivers were full, and the orchards heavy. The summer isles requested more ships to carry their spices. There was a report of a quarrel between two old houses in the Vale, a squabble over a boundary stone. Nyra smiled and sent Rhaegar and Cailin to hear both sides, knowing the solution would likely involve a feast and a foot race, if not a song. At times, strangers arrived with new ideas, inventions, and faiths. Once, a group from distant Yeti came with scrolls and tales of other wolf queens, other dreams of peace. Nyra welcomed them to the garden, and soon a new festival was planned for the autumn. One of stories from every land, so that Lyanna's memory might be woven into a still larger world. In the years that followed, the realm changed as all things must. There were losses, old friends gone, new burdens for the young. Yet in the Queen's garden, on the day of dawning, the city always gathered. Every time, Nyra knelt at Lyanna's feet, sometimes alone, sometimes with children and grandchildren. Sometimes the day was cold and wet, sometimes sun-drenched and wild with wind, but always the people came. Each year, the bards found new verses for the old ballad, and children added their own stories. Each year, a child was chosen to light the first lantern, and to read the old promise: hope is the lantern, peace is the path, memory the story we share. The wolves still howled at Winterfell, the bells still rang from Old Town to the Wall, and the story of Lyanna Stark endured, not merely in song or stone, but in the hearts of a realm that remembered what she had taught them, that peace was not a gift, but a choice, and that as long as they remembered, it would never be lost. And in the hush of dawn, on every day of dawning, the first rays of sun would strike Lyanna's statue, turning the stone to gold, and all the city would pause, grateful, united, remembering that hope was the truest crown, and the only one the Wolf Queen had ever needed. Memna, Ishao. With the passing of that 100th spring, the legacy of Lyanna Stark ripened fully into myth, but never slipped into mere legend. Her memory had been made real in stone and law, in harvests and laughter, and the rhythms of a realm at peace. That summer, the skies above Westeros were wide and cloudless, and the rivers ran full. The fruit trees in the Queen's garden bent beneath their burden. It was a summer for stories, and for making new ones. In King's Landing, Queen Nyra ruled with an easy grace, her stepson Rhaegar at her right, her youngest Lyanna ever at her heels. The city was a tapestry of faces and tongues, each lane echoing with tales that crossed the narrow sea, and reached even the halls of distant Yeti. The orphan schools bustled. The market was a riot of color. Caravans from Dorne and the Reach arrived almost daily, carrying silks, gold, and, always, news. Nyra made her court in the garden as often as in the solar, for she found she thought better among flowers, and because she believed that the best judgments were those given under the open sky. The Red Keep's festival halls were filled every moon with celebration, a wedding, a naming, the annual feast for the children of the city, when even the poorest shared in sweet cakes and fresh cheese, and could tell their dreams to the Queen herself. The Queen's garden was both sanctuary and stage. Scholars debated, children performed plays, old women traded riddles, and old men recited the Wolf Queen's ballad. Once each season, the council met not behind stone but beneath the lemon trees, every window open, the court's business, audible to all who wished to listen. The people trusted Nyra, for she listened back. That year the realm faced a trial unlike any in memory. A summer so hot the Blackwater shrank. The godswood in Winterfell grew yellowed at the edges, and fire threatened the fields of the Reach. Ravens arrived daily with tidings, crops withering, wells drying, tempers rising among lords and small folk. There were worries of old grudges rekindling. In the city, Rumors flared of the drought as punishment or omen. Nyra met the crisis in the manner Lyanna herself might have taught, not with decrees from on high, but with open counsel. She called a gathering in the Queen's garden, lords and septons, maesters and merchants, wildling chiefs, orphan school teachers, bakers, and boatmen. Beneath the shade of the lemon trees, she asked each what they could give, not only what they needed. The Reach sent grain and cider, the North sent barrels of cool river water and wagons of ice. The Ironborn ferried supplies up the coast. The ships of Old Town brought salt cod, and Dorne's wells, dug deep, yielded enough to send trickles of hope to every dry village. The city's orphans, children whose parents had once fought or starved in the streets, led the effort to dig new cisterns. Young men and women who had studied at Lyanna's schools taught farmers new ways to trap water and shade their crops. Even the most stubborn lords, brought face to face with the small folk in the garden, found their pride softened. The market festivals were not cancelled, but became smaller, more intimate. Families sharing what they could, neighbors taking meals together on the steps and stoops. When at last the rains came, they were greeted by dancing in the streets and a new song, one that told how hope had kept the realm green, even when the grass had died. That autumn, every harvest feast began with the Queen's words, "Remember not just what we have, but what we gave to one another. Remember that every time you share, you remake the peace." The winter that followed was mild and full of reunions. Arya's descendants sailed in from the east, bearing strange birds and wilder tales. Jon's kin, lords and wildlings together, came from the north, their faces burnished by wind, their gifts simple and heartfelt: wooden toys, jars of cloudberry jam, a new song for the day of dawning. Sansa's grandchildren arrived from the riverlands, their laughter ringing through the hall, their letters and poems spread out for all to read. The Queen's garden in winter was a wonder. The roses and lemons were trimmed back, but the snowdrops and hellebores bloomed. The statue of Lyanna was wreathed in frost and pine, her hand always brushed clean by the city's children. On the shortest day, the Queen walked the city in a simple cloak. No guards, pausing to listen to the oldest storytellers and to watch the lanterns float down the river at dusk. The city's bells rang in the new year, not only for the Queen and her kin, but for every child born in the orphan schools, every craftsman who had rebuilt the harbor, every teacher who had lit a fire in a child's eyes. The legacy of Lyanna was not only peace, but pride. Pride that was quiet, earned, and given back to the world. It was in the spring, when the days lengthened and the wild geese flew north, that an embassy arrived from the far east. The Prince of Yiti brought gifts: jade, silks, a painted scroll depicting the Wolf Queen as a figure of legend, surrounded by dragons and crowned with roses. The court gathered in awe. The prince bowed deeply and presented a letter in careful Westerosi script. "We have heard your stories across the salt and wind and have seen the peace you keep. Teach us, if you will, what it is to rule with memory, not fear." Now, Queen Nyra welcomed the prince and his retinue, inviting them to stay through the Festival of Dawning. The Yiddish musicians played alongside the city's bards, and a new story was woven into the festival's pageantry, of a queen whose courage had crossed not just kingdoms, but oceans, whose name was sung even where the sunrise was red and the moon blue. For the first time, the children's lanterns included messages in half a dozen tongues. A wildling girl and a Yiddish boy lit the first and last, together, and their wishes, spoken in both their languages, carried across the river, up through the city's towers, and out across the land. The rest of that year unspooled in small golden moments. A wedding in the godswood of Winterfell, where Stark and wildling vows were spoken as equals. A birth at River Run, where the first Sansa in a generation was named. The founding of a new orphan school in the Vale, where every student planted a rose and a sapling of pine. In Old Town, a new wing of the Citadel was dedicated to the study of peace, and the maesters wrote their histories with Lyanna's story always at the start. At each of these moments, Nyra remembered the teaching her grandmother had left. That peace was not stillness, but motion. A stream that must be tended, cleared, and never taken for granted. In the autumn, as the leaves began to fall, and the city's gardens blazed with color. The queen knelt one dawn at the base of Lyanna's statue, just as her mother and grandmother had done. She was not alone. All the royal family gathered, young and old, and with them came the city's children and elders, strangers and guests, orphans and lords. Rhaegar spoke for all. "We are not the first to kneel, nor shall we be the last. We remember Lyanna, who gave us this dawn. We remember every choice, every kindness, every cost, and we promise before all gods and people in memory, as long as there are stories, we will keep the peace." The bells rang, the wolves howled at Winterfell, and lanterns floated out on the river, bearing the light of a realm that had learned not just to endure, but to shine. So the story continued, generation upon generation, peace growing deeper, hope growing stronger, the Wolf Queen's crown of memory and mercy never tarnished, never set aside. For in every heart that dared to remember, Lyanna's dream was made new, and the realm endured. Ishake. A new decade dawned over Westeros, mild and bright, and the memory of Lyanna Stark, now more than a century gone, had taken root so deeply in the land that her presence was felt not only in song and festival, but in every day's labor and joy. The Wolf Queen's story had become the marrow of the realm. Not a relic, not a shadow, but a living inheritance, hope, patience, and the stubborn faith that the world could be made gentle if its people chose, again and again, to hold it so. In King's Landing, the Queen's garden stood in perennial bloom. Rose and lemon and northern pine coexisted with olive trees from Dorne, myrtle from the Reach, and a stand of weirwood saplings, each a living gift from Winterfell, tended by city children with careful, reverent hands. The statue of Lyanna was less a monument now than a gathering place. At dawn, the orphan schools gathered for lessons. By dusk, lovers and old friends met beneath her gaze. And in the hush before midnight, the city's young and wild-hearted lit candles for their dearest hopes. Queen Rhaegar was older now, her dark hair gone silver, her eyes as sharp as the spring wind on the bay. She ruled with the ease of long habit, never seeking glory, always seeking understanding. Her consort, Prince Aeron Martell, had grown portly and philosophical, a fixture at every council table, renowned for his jokes and for his ability to settle disputes with a story from his own errant youth. Their children, Rhaella the Just, Jon the Traveler, twins Aelin and Maya, had come into their own, each a lord or lady of house and heart, scattered from Sunspear to the north, their letters and laughter never failing to return home. The festival of dawning approached with a sense of both anticipation and remembrance. It would be the 110th such festival, a gathering to outshine all that had come before. For this year, a second monument would be unveiled, a mosaic laid in the stone path that wound through the garden, each tile inscribed with the name of a family who had come to Westeros from abroad. It was a testament to the new world, a realm where bloodlines were not a barrier but a bond, and where the memory of war had become a memory of how peace was won and kept. The city swelled with visitors. From the Summer Isles came a fleet of three-masted ships, their holds packed with sweet fruit and painted birds. From Braavos and Lys, from Heir and Volantis, arrived scholars and singers, traders and tailors, priests and dancers, some descended from those who had once sailed west seeking sanctuary or fortune, now coming home to a land their grandchildren called their own. The north sent long columns of riders, wildlings and Starks mingled, their banners stitched together by hand. Even from Yeti and the far Jade Sea came a handful of emissaries, eager to witness the fabled garden and its gentle queen. The great square before the Red Keep was hung with lanterns. The orphan schools paraded through the streets with painted masks, wolves and dragons, roses and suns, while the city's bell ringers played the old melody of Lyanna's ballad at every hour. On the morning of the festival, Rhaegar walked to the garden with her family and her council, but she paused before entering, looking out across the crowd. Children and elders, city folk and country folk, noble and common, native and newcomer, all pressed close in hopeful, humming silence. She lifted her voice, clear as glass in the morning air. Today, We remember not only one queen, but every soul who chose hope over anger, kindness over pride, welcome over suspicion. We remember Lyanna, who dreamed that the world could be different. We remember those who came from other shores, who made that dream stronger and more beautiful than she could have imagined. Let this day, and this garden, belong to all of us. Then, 100 children carried the first lanterns into the garden. As they circled the statue, the city joined in the refrain, now sung in half a dozen tongues, each verse a testament to the realm's endless capacity for reinvention. Peace is the promise, and peace is the path. The hope we keep, the home we make. A story carried from hearth to hearth. The Wolf Queen's gift, our dawn to wake. Then, the ceremonies lasted all day. At midday, the great mosaic was unveiled, a swirl of color and symbol. Direwolf, dragon, rose, kraken, falcon, sun, lion, weirwood leaf, ship's prow, and winding through them all, a blue river marked with the names of every family who had claimed Westeros as their own. Children traced the paths with bare feet, laughing as they found their family's name or invented new ones: Myrish, Dornish, Summer, Stark. At the afternoon's council, Nyra met with envoys and citizens in the open air. Problems were brought and solved, as always, with patience and the wisdom of shared responsibility. When a quarrel over a shipment of wine threatened to flare, a young girl from the orphan schools, no more than 10, stood and recited, unbidden, the Wolf Queen's oath. Let us be generous, for we have been given much. Let us remember, for memory is the root of peace. Her words were taken up by the crowd, and the quarrel ended in a handshake, a joke, and a promise to share the first cask at the evening's feast. That evening, as the sun sank behind the city, the feast began. The Red Keep's halls overflowed, and in the Queen's garden, long tables were set beneath arches of lanterns. The dishes came in endless succession: honeyed duck, river trout, roast boar, sweet cakes in the shapes of roses and wolves, summer fruit chilled on beds of ice brought from the north. Musicians from every corner of the world played in turn. Poets recited verses in Old Tongue and Lysenian Summer Islander dialect, in the Common Tongue and in Valyrian. When night had deepened, and the lanterns glowed like stars, the children gathered at Lyanna's statue for the telling of the Ballad of Dawning. This year, the honor of singing the first verse went to a boy from the Iron Islands, whose mother was a baker, and whose father had once been a pirate. His voice was high, clear, and unafraid as he sang. She dreamed a peace none thought could live. And so, she planted hope. And every year we gather here, to keep the gift she wove. Nisipora fatal. The chorus swept up. Hundreds of voices strong, old and young from every land, and the song drifted out over the water, over the fields, through the godswood of Winterfell, and down to the wall, where wildlings and knights watch alike lit lanterns and sent their own hopes skyward. The seasons turned and the world with them. The droughts and storms still came, but were met with unity and resourcefulness. Rivalries sometimes flickered, but were always softened at the council table or by the Queen's reminder of the price of old feuds. Children still played at wolves and dragons, but they knew that the highest honor was to be chosen as lantern-bearer on the day of dawning, to recite the promise in the garden, or to bring the first fruit to the statue at harvest. Scholars at the Citadel and in the orphan schools now taught a new subject, the dawning years, which chronicled the story not of one queen, but of a people who had learned to live together, to heal and remember, to make the story of peace their own. And every year in the hush before dawn, Queen Nyra, her family, and the city's children would stand before Lyanna's statue as the first light gilded her stone face and the wolf at her side, and promise once more, aloud and with all their hearts, to remember, to choose mercy, to carry the story forward. For so long as the realm kept its memory and its promise, the Wolf Queen's dawn endured, and the story of Lyanna Stark was made new in every generation. The 111th year since Lyanna Stark's passing came with a spring of rare sweetness. Blossoms exploded early in the Queen's garden, and the small folk said it was a sign that peace, once hard-won, had grown deep and strong. The city of King's Landing bustled with commerce and song, every market stall overflowing, every alley echoing with children's games and the calls of vendors, every stone a little cleaner, every corner a little safer than a lifetime before. Queen Lyanna, her hair now white as the petals on the northern gentians, still walked each morning among her people. She leaned on a cane carved from Winterfell weirwood, the hilt shaped like a howling wolf, a gift from her kin in the north. Her consort, Prince Aeron, moved more slowly these days, but his eyes had lost none of their humor, nor his tongue its gentle wit. Their children, Rhaegar, Jon, the twins Ellen and Maya, and young Lyanna, formed a close circle of counsel and laughter around the aging queen. The garden echoed with the laughter of great-grandchildren, cousins, adopted kin from the orphan schools, and children of every color and creed, running with the ease of those who had never known true fear. The realm's lords and ladies, by now grown used to the annual gathering, arrived for the festival of dawning without pomp or tension. Banners of 100 houses and city guilds waved from rooftops and from the ships crowding the Blackwater. Envoys from far Bravos and Pentos, the Summer Isles, even the distant green-banked cities of the Rhoynar, added their own bright silks and coin to the celebration. The Citadel's latest maesters had written a new history, The Dawning of the Realm, a book which began not with conquest, but with Lyanna's choice, and traced a century of peace back to the roots of memory, mercy, and the slow, stubborn work of forgiveness. On the first day of dawning, the city turned out for the mosaic's renewal. Each family and guild added a tile, a baker's rolling pin, a Myrish glass bead, a ship's prow, a golden rose, a direwolf's head, a child's scrawl of a sun. There was space enough still for 1,000 more generations. The new children's chorus, boys and girls from every orphan school and noble house, sang the old refrain, now in every tongue the city had learned to call its own. Hope is the lantern, and peace is the path. Memory the story we share. Long as we honor the Wolf Queen's heart, the light of her dream fills the air. Dendi, Sebi Hamoso. Beneath the statue of Lyanna, Lyanna sat with the youngest children, her hands full of petals. She let them crown her with garlands and press cakes into her palms, and when the time came to speak, she raised a piece of rose-petal cake and said only, "We remember. We remember. We are grateful. We share what we have, for it was once shared with us." Namo. As the first lanterns rose, the city's bells pealed, and the garden was swept with applause. That evening, a wilding girl from beyond the wall, now a maester's apprentice, lit the first candle on the river's edge. A summer islander boy lit the next, and a baker's apprentice the third. Each spoke a wish, not for gold or conquest, but for health, wisdom, or the safe return of a cousin or friend. The lights flickered down the Blackwater, carried by a current older than any king. On the second day, council was held beneath the lemon trees. There were no crises, just a list of needs and hopes, the bickering of city guilds over festival routes, a gentle rivalry between the Night's Watch and a wildling clan about who had raised more grain for Winterfell that year. Lyanna listened, nodding, asking questions, urging patience and good humor. Jon, her second son, took careful notes, his mind already on next year's festival. Sansa's kin, from River Run, brought news of a newborn daughter, named Lyanna after the queen. Arya's descendants, returned from the east, performed a play, the Wolf Queen's dance, in which Lyanna met dragons and krakens and the ghost of Rhaegar, and found that the true victory was in the laughter of children and the planting of roses. At the feast, Queen Lyanna gave her seat of honor to a girl from the city's poorest ward, saying, "Tonight, every child of King's Landing is my own." The tables were laden. Roast boar and spiced lamb, honey cakes and lemon pies, fruits and cheeses and sweets shaped like wolf paws and tiny dragons. The queen's great-grandchildren led the dancing, and the city's musicians played all night beneath lanterns strung from tree to tree. Even old Aeron, eyes bright, rose from his seat for the final psalm, leading the bards in a new verse that would soon be sung in every inn. And should the cold or the night return. We'll remember the Wolf Queen's dream. For hearts that hope and hands that hold can turn winter to spring. No. When morning came, Nera sat alone for a time beside Lyanna's statue, the garden silent except for the murmur of bees and the first calls of city birds. The dawn light caught the mosaic's colors, making the path shine gold and blue. For a while she remembered. Her own childhood, the courage of her mother Aelia, the words Lyanna had left, the promises made and kept, the losses grieved and endured. A child, a boy from the orphan school, approached and hesitated. Nera beckoned him, and he sat at her feet. "What do you remember of the story?" Nera asked. He considered. She was brave, but not like a knight, like a mother or a baker or a maester, someone who keeps going even when it's hard. Nera smiled, her heart full. "That's the truest kind of bravery, I think." He looked up, shy but proud. "Someday, I'll add my own tile. I'll make sure there's always room." "Always," Nera promised. "That's what the garden is for everyone." They sat together until the bells rang for the last gathering of the festival. In the months that followed, Westeros hummed with life. The city's council grew to include more voices from every walk. The new generation of orphan scholars, wildling herbalists, summer islander traders, and maester poets helped settle every quarrel and invent a dozen new festivals and markets. Ships came and went from every sea. Old friends died, new ones arrived. Each change was marked not by fear, but by a quiet, persistent trust in the future. At Winterfell, the wildlings and Starks together re-roofed the old guest hall and built a new school. At Riverrun, Sansa's kin planted an orchard of blue roses by the riverbank. The Reach sent seeds and saplings to every village that asked. The North sent snow for the summer's wedding cakes. The Red Keep's library, once a fortress of secrets, was open day and night, memory not hoarded but shared. And every year, at dawning, the Queen's words were spoken by a new child. The lanterns lifted, the promise renewed. As long as we gather, as long as we share, as long as we remember, the light will not fail. Nay. And so the story of Lyanna Stark, and all those who followed her, was made new, woven not in battles or in thrones, but in the laughter of children, the pride of bakers, the patience of queens, and the unending hope of a realm that had learned, finally, how to be at peace. As the 112th year since Lyanna Stark's passing waned into autumn, the realm seemed to slow in golden contentment, each field and forest ripening in the long light. The riverlands gleamed with wheat and barley. The Reach shone with apples and wild grapes. The North's wines grew keener, but even Winterfell's towers wore a blush of moss and wild rose before the snows set in. At the wall, wildlings and watchmen gathered the last berries, their children playing together in the cool dusk, and in Dorne the vineyards hosted feasts until late in the evening, songs drifting up to the red stony hills. King's Landing, always the beating heart of Westeros, wore its best in this mellow season. The Queen's Garden, that living crown, was a riot of color. Rose and gentian, lemon and pine, the last of the summer's sunflowers tilting toward the palace walls. The old weirwood saplings, planted by children and watered by every corner of the realm, were now small trees themselves, their white bark and crimson leaves a promise of memory that could not be lost. Lyanna's statue stood amidst them, wreathed with fresh blooms, always surrounded by children. Queen Nera was aging, but her mind remained sharp as ever, her step light when she walked in the garden at dawn. Her children had taken on much of the day's rule, Rhaella and Aline in the solar, Jon and Maya at the council table, young Lyanna, now a woman and captain of the city watch. The Queen had become, in her later years, a living legend, consulted in matters both great and small, cherished not only for her wisdom, but for her kindness and patience. That autumn, the city prepared for another dawning, this one quieter, gentler, the festival grown so rooted that its rituals flowed as naturally as the seasons. New songs had entered the canon, blending the tale of the Wolf Queen with the stories of the land's other heroes and heroines. each verse reminding the people that the story of Lyanna was the story of them all. In the orphan schools, children painted their own banners, inventing sigils and mottos, each a promise to the realm and the future. The Red Keep, less a fortress than a meeting place now, was filled with the sounds of rehearsals, a troop of wildling children practicing a play about the first snow, a band of Riverlanders setting their fiddles for the evening's dance, the Summer Islanders tuning harps and drums for the main feast. The council chamber was open, as always. Guild masters, maesters, city folk, and distant envoys, all finding their voice in the slow, careful settling of disputes and sharing of news. On the eve of dawning, Queen Neera hosted a simple supper for her closest kin. Rhaegar recounted a clever solution to a trade dispute between Old Town and Lannisport, a treaty sealed not with coin, but with a grand wedding and a contest of riddles. Jon, lately returned from a journey beyond the wall, spoke of wildling settlements thriving under the North's protection. Cailin shared a letter from Arya's descendants, who had finally circumnavigated the world, sending word from the farthest islands, where a wolf queen's tale had become a kind of magic. Even Prince Aeron, now more often content to listen than speak, toasted the company. To all who hold the realm in memory, and all who keep the dream alive. On the day itself, the city stirred with quiet expectation. The bells rang the dawning song, and families gathered early to lay flowers and painted stones at the feet of Lyanna's statue. Each year, a new child, chosen by lottery, recited the promise from the mosaic. Hope is the lantern. Peace is the path. Memory the story we share. The play performed that day was a new one, written by the orphans and wildlings. It told not only of Lyanna, but of every small act of kindness that had kept the realm whole, of the woman who shared her last loaf, the watchman who carried a sick child, the maester who invented a medicine for the droughts. As the last scene closed, the audience, old and young, noble and humble, rose in applause, and the city's bards took up the dawning ballad in a dozen languages. At council, the debates were friendly. A merchant from the Jade Sea proposed a festival of lanterns for the new moon, to join the dawning next year. A maester brought plans for a new school to be built on the far shore, for the children of sailors and traders. Young Lyanna pledged the city watch's help, and the Summer Islander envoy suggested a feast to close the harvest. Every idea was met with enthusiasm, laughter, and the easy agreement of people who had learned the habit of listening. That evening, as lanterns bobbed in the river and the feast tables filled the garden, Queen Neera walked alone beneath the weirwoods. She paused at Lyanna's statue, her heart full of both pride and longing. Pride for all that had been kept, longing for all she could not see in the years to come. She placed a single rose and whispered, as she always did, "We remember, we are grateful. The story endures." Young Lyanna found her there. "Mother, will there always be dawning? Always peace?" "Oh." Neera smiled, drawing her daughter close. "If we keep remembering and keep choosing it, peace is not a spell or a crown. It's a garden, always needing care." They stood together until the bells rang, and the city's children raced through the trees to light the night's first lanterns. The feast was a riot of joy. Wildling hunters and Winterfell cooks served roast boar and trout. The Reach's bakers brought honeycakes shaped like wolves and roses. The Summer Isles served platters of sweet fruit and spicy stews. Musicians played all night, each group joining the next, the music never faltering, each new voice building upon the last. The last lanterns rose at midnight, each flame carrying a wish, a memory, a promise. The city's oldest citizen, a baker who remembered the first dawning, lit the final lantern with the youngest orphan at his side. Their wishes, "Let there always be hope," joined the rest, and drifted out over the Blackwater, into the night and the years beyond. In the months that followed, the work of living went on. New roads were planned. A winter of mild storms was met with patience and care. The orphan school sent their first maester to Old Town, and wildling poets came south to teach their songs to city children. New friends arrived from the distant east, their own tales and customs welcomed, folded into the mosaic of the realm. Queen Neera's last years were gentle. She was often seen in the garden, sitting with children or walking beneath the trees, her hand on her cane, her heart at ease. When she passed, it was not in state, but quietly at home, surrounded by her family, the garden blooming just outside her window. The realm mourned her with joy as well as tears. The dawning that year was brighter than any before. Thousands of lanterns, new stories told, a new child chosen to recite the promise. Young Lyanna was crowned, but the council agreed that her first act should be in the garden, to kneel before Lyanna's statue, to place a rose, and to speak aloud for all to hear. We remember, we are grateful, and the story continues. So the peace endured, tended, remembered, remade with every dawn. And as long as the lanterns floated on the black water, and as long as the wolves howled at Winterfell, the dream of Lyanna Stark lived on, not as legend only, but as the living hope of a realm united in memory and mercy. The reign of young Lyanna, Lyanna III, though no one called her that, began not with fanfare, but with a hush, the hush of memory, the hush of a city listening for a new heartbeat. Her mother's passing was still fresh in the garden's dew, and the bowed heads of the council, and her coronation was more like a festival of homecoming than a day of power. No swords flashed, no drums thundered. Instead, children crowned her with garlands of blue roses and lemons. City folk laid lanterns at Lyanna, the first statue, and the new queen, in a cloak of simple gray and gold, walked the garden at dawn with her family and all who wished to join. Lyanna knelt before the statue of her namesake, the wolf queen who had begun it all, and placed a single blossom in the stone hand. For every peace, a promise. For every dawn, a memory. She whispered, then turned to face the city that watched with bright, uncertain eyes. She did not speak from the high balcony, but from the garden's soft grass. "You know my name," she said, her voice carrying even to the furthest gate. "You know my mother's and her mother's and the wolf queen's who lived before any of us. But names are only stories, and stories are kept by all who choose to remember. This peace is not mine, but yours. My crown is memory, and my promise is only to keep the light until the next who takes it up." The bells rang and the crowd broke into applause, tentative at first, then thunderous. It was not the ovation of soldiers, but of neighbors and children, and all the folk who made up the slow, strong heartbeat of the city and realm. Lyanna's first acts as queen were quiet ones. She expanded the council, inviting not only lords and guildmasters, but a wildling huntress from the north, a healer from the orphan schools, a baker's son from the city's poorest ward, and a summer islander shipwright whose laughter warmed the coldest hall. She asked each to name a neighbor who would serve with them in turn, and so the council became a living thing, its voice changing with the seasons, never closed to new faces or new troubles. She kept the garden open at all hours. Children brought her riddles, old men brought her jokes and complaints, merchants laid petitions at her feet, and all were heard in turn. At dusk she walked the harbor, listening to the crews unloading grain and spice and blue-finned fish. At night she dined in simple halls, one night with a wildling family come south for dawning, another with the Candlemakers' Guild, another with the city's poets and scholars who had made the Queen's library their second home. Every morning, she met her council beneath the lemon trees, or beside the statue of Lyanna I. The matters of the realm were many. A trade wind from the east had brought new spices but also new ways, and some lords were uneasy. A group of Northmen wanted to build a new road to Wintertown. The orphan school sought more books and teachers. The city's peacekeepers, now called the Lantern Guard, proposed a festival of lights each month, not only at dawning, but all year round. Lyanna listened, weighed each word, and made her decisions in the open. She was patient, but never slow. When a drought threatened the western hills, she sent for rain-catchers from Dorne and had the city's children build small cisterns on every street. When a fever struck the harbor quarter, she opened the Queen's library as a sick house and called for healers from Old Town, Liss, and beyond the wall. When a merchant lord tried to bribe the new council, she had him serve a month in the orphan schools, and he emerged changed, his eyes wet and his purse lighter. The first dawning of Lyanna's reign was bright and restless, the city awake before dawn. The night before, the lantern makers and city's children strung blue and silver lights from every window, bridge, and mast. Wildlings and Starks, Ironborn and Summer Islanders, orphans and nobles paraded through the city in costumes of wolf, rose, sun, and dragon. Each street told a different part of the story. Lyanna the First's ride through snow, Elias' stand for justice, Nyra's long years of unity and kindness. Lyanna herself joined the parade on foot, a garland of winterberry in her hair, her siblings and council beside her. She laughed with the children, paused to taste a honey cake from a baker's stall, let a band of wildling drummers teach her their rhythm. At the garden, she waited as the orphan children placed the year's first lanterns at the statue's feet, then knelt among them. Her speech was brief, but true. No peace is ever finished. No hope is ever wasted. Let us be stubborn with mercy, and fierce with memory, and the story will never end. The year that followed was marked by gentle, persistent change. New festivals flourished, one for shipwrights, one for the Lantern Guard, one for the wildflowers that now grew in every alley and on every rooftop. The city's poets wrote a new cycle of ballads, blending the legends of wolf and rose with the songs of far lands and new voices. The Lantern Guard's monthly festival became beloved. On the first night of each moon, the city's children and peacekeepers processed through the Queen's garden with paper lanterns, singing the dawning ballad and lighting the night. Each time, Lyanna joined them, sometimes in her cloak of office, sometimes in simple tunic and boots, never too proud to laugh or grieve or hope with her people. The orphan schools expanded, opening new branches in the Riverlands and the Stormlands, their teachers a patchwork of kin and strangers, all united by the promise: memory before pride, mercy before anger, hope before fear. The Queen's Library became the center of learning in the city, its rooms open day and night, filled with students from every walk of life, every faith, every shore. When a great fire swept the summer markets, Lyanna was there at dawn, directing the bucket lines, comforting the wounded, sharing bread with those left homeless. When a foreign fleet brought word of a new art of glassmaking, she hosted their smiths and helped build a workshop in the city, their crafts soon woven into the city's windows and lanterns and festival lamps. As autumn settled, the council began work on a new project, a river bridge and market that would unite the old city and the fast-growing new ward on the far shore. Lyanna asked for volunteers from every district and guild, and together they planned the design. Arches shaped like interlocking wolves and roses, market stalls of every size and color, spaces for festivals, music, lanterns, and gardens. At the festival's close, Lyanna walked the unfinished bridge at dusk, the river full of lanterns, the city's bells ringing the dawning melody. Beside her walked the Lantern Guard's captain, a wildling girl whose mother had been born in the snow, and the head librarian, an old man who had once lived on the street. "I hope they remember this night," Lyanna said quietly. "Not just the light, but the work behind it." "They will," the librarian promised, "if we keep telling them the story, and if you keep letting them help." She smiled, pausing at the center of the bridge, watching the lanterns drift below. "We'll keep the promise," she said. Always. Years would pass. Children would grow. Songs would change. But as long as the Queen's garden flourished, as long as the council listened and the story was told, the realm endured, rooted in memory, fierce in hope, gentle in power. Lyanna's reign, like those before her, would be measured not by conquest, but by the peace that grew ever deeper, ever stronger, in the hearts of the people who remembered the Wolf Queen and chose, again and again, to light the dawn. Oh. Hey. Winter came late to King's Landing that year, riding in on a cold wind from the east that swept the city's towers and whipped the Queen's garden into a rustle of lemon leaves and roses. In the lantern-lit dawn, Queen Lyanna walked alone through her garden now, though she always felt it belonged to every soul who stepped beneath the weirwoods and pine. She drew her cloak tighter and listened to the city waking, the distant bells of the seps, the calls of fishermen on the Blackwater, the laughter of children running to lessons. She paused at her ancestor's statue, as she always did, laying her palm against cold stone, her breath misting in the new chill. Lyanna's reign was still young, but already she felt the shape of it, like a bridge being built stone by stone, never quite finished, always open to new feet. Her council had become a living thing, rotating as the seasons changed, voices rising from every street and ward. She welcomed trouble and joy with the same careful attention, the same conviction that a realm's true crown was its memory, and its promise to make peace, daily, with itself. This winter, a shadow rose on the horizon, not war but the oldest challenge of all: hunger. The harvests in the Reach and the Riverlands had failed, the weather unpredictable, the rains too late, the sun too hot. For the first time in many years, the city's bakers and farmers came to council not to boast of abundance, but to ask for help. The north sent ships with grain, but ice on the rivers slowed the passage. In the Queen's garden, Lyanna listened as lords and small folk alike spoke their fears. The air was full of uncertainty. Old tensions surfaced, old jealousies and wounds, as hunger always brings. Lyanna called an open moot beneath the boughs of the lemon trees, inviting everyone: counselors, small folk, wildling traders, orphan school teachers, maesters and guildmasters, even the city's poets and children. "Let us remember," she said, "the years when this garden was only hope and every meal was shared. Let us meet this winter not with fear, but with the stubbornness that has carried us through 100 dawning days. If we keep the story, if we hold to each other, we will endure." The days that followed were hard. Every street and hall became a place for sharing. Those with extra bread or salted fish left it at the lantern posts for those in need. The bakeries made simple black bread and shared it freely, paid by the Queen's purse and the coins of those who could give. The Queen's library became a storehouse for grain. The orphan schools became kitchens, their teachers and students learning new ways to cook and stretch what little they had. Wildlings taught the city how to make stews from winter greens and roots. Summer islanders shared the art of drying fruit and fish. The maesters led teams to dig new wells and repair old ovens. Lyanna was everywhere, helping in the kitchens, comforting children, lifting spirits with stories and songs, always keeping the story of Lyanna the First close. She endured. She hoped. She shared. So can we. Some lords grumbled at first, wanting to keep their hoards, but found themselves shamed by the city's patience and resolve. The council passed new rules. Every lord and guildmaster was to provide grain and firewood for their wards. Those who did not share would find their own tables empty when the winter broke. The hardest weeks saw the Queen herself, cloaked in furs, face ruddy from the wind, serving stew to fishermen on the wharves, hauling water to the orphan schools, sitting up nights by the sick and the lonely. "We remember the hunger years," she would say, "and we remember how they ended, together." Slowly, the city's fear gave way to a kind of pride. The hunger was not vanquished, but survived, and each week saw new festivals, small and bright, marking the end of another trial. The first bread, the lanterns of hope, the festival of stew and song. The children invented new games, competing to see who could find the most ways to use a potato or a crust of bread. The lantern guard patrolled every alley, not just for thieves, but to carry food and messages to those in need. Word spread to the countryside. Villages began to mirror the city's customs, and the great houses found it easier to give than to hold back. From Dorne came wagons of citrus, from the north barrels of preserved fish, from the Iron Islands casks of seaweed and salt pork. No one went fat, but few went truly hungry, and every week ended with laughter and a new story to carry the city forward. By the time the first crocuses pushed through the Queen's garden, the city had changed. Children were taller, the bakeries cleaner, the bonds of kinship stronger than ever. The harvests, when they finally came, were richer for the memory of want, and the realm gathered in the Queen's garden, with a joy made sharper by what they had overcome. That spring, Lyanna called a new council to consider the future. "This was not the last winter," she said, "nor the last shadow. Let us keep what we have learned. Let every street have a lantern post for sharing. Let every festival be a promise that no one will ever be alone in hunger again. She proposed a network of community kitchens, a council of farmers and cooks, a festival to mark the planting of every field. She asked the orphan schools to send teachers to every town and village, to share their ways of care and community. She asked the Lantern Guard to set up patrols not only in the city, but along every road and river, not to punish, but to help. And she called for a new mosaic to be laid in the garden, each tile painted with the face of someone who had shared bread that winter, their names immortalized not as heroes, but as neighbors. The city embraced the plan. The dawning festival that year was larger than any in memory. Children painted the new mosaic. Merchants and sailors added tiles for every corner of the realm, and at night, the garden glowed with lanterns, laughter, and music. Lyanna stood with her council in the mosaic's center, holding hands with the wildling captain and the orphan schoolteacher, the baker's son and the summer islander, and led the city in a new promise. We remember the hunger. We remember the bread. We remember the hands that held us. We remember the hope ahead. Then, the realm continued to change. Scholars in the Queen's library wrote treatises on community and memory, and their work spread from the citadel to the distant islands of the east. The Lantern Guard, once a simple peacekeeping force, became a symbol of mutual care across the land. The orphan schools sent out their graduates, now called the Dawning Scholars, to every shire and city, each one a seed of peace in new soil. Lyanna's reign was marked not by grand wars or battles, but by these acts of daily courage, the slow, deliberate choice to remember, to share, to refuse the old ways of hoarding and fear. It was a peace not won by arms, but by the endless, tireless weaving of story and neighborly grace. And so, as each dawning came, as lanterns rose and children sang the old ballad beneath Lyanna's statue, the city knew itself anew. Every year the garden grew brighter. Every winter seemed a little less cold. And the promise that had begun with the first Wolf Queen's hope became the truest crown the realm had ever known. Lyanna, standing in the garden at dusk, watched the lanterns rise, her heart light as the spring breeze, and knew that the story would go on as long as anyone chose to remember.